Welcome to the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. It is a little bit foggy here at Lake Karapiro, so we are on a fog delay. The next update will be in just under half an hour at 9 a.m. So in the meantime, we're going to watch a replay from yesterday's main events, the Women's and Men's Championship coxed eights, the Tamaki Cup and the Hebly Shield. So stay tuned, folks. Live racing will begin once the fog clears, but in the meantime, let's enjoy some of our most prestigious races here at the New Zealand University Rowing Championships. This is the 2026 running of the Tamaki Cup, the Women's Championship coxed eights for New Zealand universities. We can now see the final boat is just lining up. So who we've got in this event? We've got Waikato University number 2 has A1 on their bow. A2 is Otago University number 2. A3 is Victoria University number 1. A4 Canterbury University number 1. A5 Otago University number 1, A6 Auckland University number 1, A7 Waikato University number 1, A8 Auckland University number 2, and A9 Otago University number 3. So we have got 3 crews from Otago, 2 crews from Waikato, 2 crews from Auckland, 1 from Canterbury, and 1 from Victoria. 9 boats in total. So this is not a held start that we would typically see in rowing, as this is not a 2,000 metre race. This is actually 3,219 metres. But you can see they are all set ready to start the 2026 Tamaki Cup. So we're moments away. You can see them set at the catch. The umpire boat has them all lined up nicely. Moments away from the start of the 2026 Tamaki Cup, the New Zealand University's Women's Championship coxed eights event. Even though it's not a held start, you can see that all the boats are very much aligned. The umpire's just making sure no one is getting a slight advantage. But this is very much a race of the coxswains. There is a slight bend in the lake. And so it certainly is a game of coxswains who can steer their boat to the shortest path without getting tangled up in the other crews that will certainly reap the rewards. See, they're not all exactly parallel, but that's because they're all picking their particular line. And the real trick is to make sure you do get a fast start and get out ahead of the rest of the crews. And they're off. This is the 2026 running of the Tamaki Cup, and we can see all eights have got out to a nice fast start. Some of them getting quite close to each other. A few blade clashes in the middle and to the left of the screen. This is what I mean by it certainly is a coxswain's race, and a very wise coxswain is certainly very beneficial to this event, as we do see a bit of a clash happening there, but they're all getting onto their work again quite quickly. The boat in the middle really getting away from it, which we did see last year. Otago won this event, and they did get a commanding lead early on, which is certainly what you want to do in a race like this, where all the boats do get quite close together and a little bit argy-bargy. Without being a buoyed course like it is for the 2,000 metre race, you really do need to have a little bit of nuance, a little bit of smarts about your coxswain, and certainly having a fast crew that can get off to a nice clean and quick start is very important, because then you can manage to get away from everyone else. And that is what we're seeing. Although it's not too much of a commanding lead yet, you're also seeing one crew out to the right sticking away from the others. So it'll be interesting to see how that reaps for that coxswain later on in the race. There is a bit of a curve to the lake, but then where you want to finish. The straightest line as possible is what they're all aiming for. So yes, Otago did win this event last year in 2025, and Otago has won this event the most. Otago has won the Tamaki Cup 28 times, which is quite a lot considering the second most winningest university in New Zealand is Auckland University with 8 wins. And the last time Auckland University won this event was in 1994. Waikato University has won this race 7 times, and the last time they won was in 2021. Canterbury has won it 6 times. Last time they won was in 1993. Lincoln has won it twice, the most recent being 1986. And Victoria University have won it once, back in the early days in 1960. So it'll be interesting to see, will Otago add yet another title to their collection, or what will we see it get a bit closer between the Auckland Waikatos and Canterbury's? Of course, Waikato having the stronger, more prominent program of those universities of late. But we are now about maybe 600 metres in. For those that do come and race in the 2K season at Karapiro, there's also always these weed wires up that you can't go past on race day, and they've actually brought them down for this race so that all boats can get a nice clean run through it. So we're about where we would call the locals of Karapiro would say we're rowing through the weed wire. As we get a nice close look at our leaders, and it is Otago University. I'm going to assume that's Otago University number 1 as opposed to number 2 or number 3. And they are the current title holders in this event. So certainly looking to retain the title. And now, Otago University does have a nice bit of history with this event. The Tamaki Cup, was originally presented by Mr. Patterson and first awarded in 1956. However, it was quite a small, unassuming cup. And so when it was in Otago University's possession in 2017, they decided the cup deserved a nice ornate base to give it more prominence, a much bigger trophy, the prominence, the kind of pomp and circumstance that such a championship trophy deserves. So they gave it this good base, and now the base has much more space so that we can then put the full names of all crews on it. And that would be Otago University number 2, sitting in 4th at the moment. So 2 Otago University crews in the top 4. And then over here in the yellow boat, currently sitting in 3rd place. That looks like Auckland University. And in 2nd place, that is going to be Canterbury University. So we do have currently Otago leading, Canterbury sitting in 2nd. Then Auckland, and then Otago number 2. So here is Otago number 1, the crew that is led more or less from the beginning. And this crew, the coxswain is Fred Phillips. So Fred did a very good job getting his crew nice and out from the start, nice and clean to get away from the other crews. And in this crew we have also got Naomi Robertson, Hannah Wiley, Sam Rankin, Coco Flood, Olivia Pybinger, Mila Van Rensburg, Millie Scott, and Charlie Barclay. So that is Otago University number 1, looking to retain the title for Otago University as they won it down in Twizel last year in 2025. So now we're firmly onto the final 2Ks. Actually, we're into the final 1,500 metres. So those that have raced here at Karapiro would notice on the regatta course day, this would be the warm-up. But when a long distance race like this, it goes regular traffic flow, so that is racing on the right hand side in the direction of travel. So they're all coming down this side of the lake. Beautiful views of the lovely houses in the background. They've got a great view to a fantastic race today. It is Otago University in the lead Canterbury University sitting in second. Third place currently sitting with Auckland University, and fourth place sitting with Otago number 2. Those 4 out to a nice clear lead. Then it looks like there's a good battle there between Waikato number 1 would be sitting in 5th there alongside. There might be Otago number 3. So this is the Tamaki Cup, the Women's Championship 8s at the New Zealand University Champ. And tradition dictates that this race goes over 3,219 metres. Exactly. Not a centimetre more or a centimetre less. So it's been diligently marked out by our officials. So as they come into the last kilometre here, they do actually move on to the buoyed 2,000 metre course to come down here in the outside lane, so more or less in the middle of the lake. So that's what you're seeing. All of the coxswains there expertly drive into the lanes, and the trick is to ensure your blades don't clip one of the buoys on the way. But all of these coxswains doing a fantastic job. So, of course, this is called the Tamaki Cup, and, of course, we have got the Tamaki River up in Auckland, which is a major tidal estuary of the Hauraki Gulf. And, of course, quite a significant piece of water in terms of water craftsmanship in New Zealand. Going all the way back to our early Māori settlers, who certainly use that stretch of water as a waka portage. And then more recently it is used for many recreational vessel sports, including rowing as well as waka canoe sports. And plenty of yachting as well. So the Tamaki River is certainly a historically significant patch of water in terms of vessels in New Zealand. So it is only fitting that one of our more prestigious events, the Women's Championship 8s at the New Zealand University Champs, has a cup called the Tamaki Cup, as we're getting fantastic views here of Otago University number 1 crew, who have certainly led from about 300 metres in, expertly steered by Fred Phillips, as they are now in the lane and going straight down. So certainly the coxswain's job initially was to ensure they got away from the rest of the crews nice and cleanly to really get out front, which Fred did. And then now that he's into a lane, it makes it a lot easier. He can just go straight down the lane. But certainly early on in this race, as you did see a few crews sort of clash and come together, that is where you really want a top-notch coxswain to ensure your boat stays clear and away from the rest. So they're inside the final 500 metres now of this long distance race, 3,219 metres. And after this race, we will head to the men's championship coxed 8. But this is the women's. This is the Tamaki Cup. Otago currently are the title holders of this event, and they are in the lead by about 4 lengths, so looking to retain it for 2026. As they move past the last safety official into the final 250 metres, Otago is in the lead. Canterbury University is sitting in second before we go back to Auckland University and Waikato University. So as they approach the final 200 metres in front of the grassy banks at the Karapero Domain, it is a beautiful Good Friday afternoon here. Perfect weather for a lovely Easter weekend out at the lakes, cheering on some rowing. You can see the crowds down at the banks there, the rest of these university teams, ensuring that their teammates get a champion's welcome. 100 metres left in the Tamaki Cup. So it was led by Otago University early on, just as the race unfolded last year. Otago getting out to a commanding lead and pushing on, and we are seeing them repeat that performance today. So a very good rowing program at Otago University. Well done to Otago. They win the Tamaki Cup for 2026, and aren't they just stoked, as they should be. So that is now the 29th time that Otago has won the Women's Championship 8s at the New Zealand University Championships. The next most winningest university is Auckland on 8. So quite a bit of dominance in women's rowing in New Zealand coming from the likes of Otago University. As Canterbury cross the line in second. And then next across the line is Auckland, and then another Otago University number 2. And then we'll be going to Waikato University across the far side in the green boat. Before Victoria. So that will be Waikato across the line there for 5th, Waikato University. And the last time they won this event was in 2021, so they're the most recent apart from Otago University. And then we'll be going to Victoria, Otago number 3 and Auckland number 3.
I trust Milford with my KiwiSaver account. And Rowan New Zealand trusts them with the live stream.
And apparently it looks like Mike needs to trust someone to put him in the right direction. And you should trust Milford too. Change today to put you on the right track.
This is the Hebly Shield for 2026. With B1 on their bow, it's Canterbury University number 2. B2, Lincoln University number 1. B3, Waikato University number 1. B4 is Otago University number 1. B5, Auckland University number 1. B6, Canterbury University number 1. B7, Victoria University number 1. And B8, Auckland University number 2. So 2 crews for both Auckland and Canterbury Universities, 1 crew each for Lincoln, Waikato, Otago and Victoria. And they are all aligned nicely at the start. We can see the umpires have them all sorted there. So we are just moments away from the beginning of the Hebly Shield for 2026. This race is run over 3,219 metres. So a nice interesting distance there, that is tradition. And so like we saw in the women's race just before, a little bit of argy-bargy can occur off the start. So this really is a coxswain's race. You want a very strong crew with a witty coxswain, and they're off. So all of these boats nice and parallel, heading out nice and straight. A good push there from the crew third from the left, trying to get in. And so you see what I mean by they start to take the fastest line. This isn't a buoyed course to start with. So initially it is all about the coxswains and the line that they pick. The urgency that the coxswains have in their picking of a line, their confidence, their nuance in picking a line and being very direct with it towards the other coxswains. So it really is a bit of bluff. You've got to bluff into the start, push your way, and hope that your boat has the speed to go with the line that you are after. So that's what we're seeing these coxswains do. All of them trying to get the closest line as possible. This event was won by Canterbury in 2025. So Canterbury is looking to retain the title of the Hebly Shield. And last year when Canterbury did win, they got out early, but they were chased quite closely by Otago, and those two crews sort of chased each other the whole way down. And that's sort of what we're starting to see a little bit of happen this year. Of course, New Zealand University rowing started in 1927 between Auckland and Victoria Universities on Easter Saturday, and in 1928 the Hebly Shield was commissioned and first contested for in 1929, and that is the shield here for the Men's Championship coxed eights. The Hebly Shield is carved by Thomas Henry Hebly, a renowned master carver of Māori descent and affiliate with Te Atiawa. And then Hebly was one of the first Māori carvers to be formally employed in a national cultural institution, and he blended traditional Māori carving and European techniques, and that is why his craftsmanship was highly sought after. And of course, for the most prestigious trophy in university rowing in New Zealand, why wouldn't you go after the most sought after craftsman? It's only fitting. Early races were dominated by Victoria University in the 1930s. It was around mid-20th century that Canterbury University rose to prominence with 35 wins. And they are still the most winningest university in this event. Otago University has had 32 wins, so hot on their heels. And Otago University has sort of defined the modern era in this event, winning 8 consecutive from 2001 to 2009, a record yet unmatched. However, as Canterbury won it in 2025 and are out by a length and a half lead 1 kilometre in 2026, maybe this is just the beginning of Canterbury University going for a hot run in the Hebly Shield. So as they move into the 2,000 metre course sort of section, it is Canterbury University in the lead, Otago University sitting in second, and third place, it would be quite close there between Auckland and Lincoln. Quite close between Auckland and Lincoln for third. Waikato would be sitting in fifth. So there's a good look there at the Waikato crew in that green boat. And here in this nice red boat would be Canterbury number 2, sitting in 4th. So Canterbury having 2 strong 8s. That shows that their program is alive and well. And then in that yellow boat at the top there, it was Auckland sitting in 4th, as we get a good look here at Lincoln. So Lincoln sitting in 3rd, and I believe they got 3rd in this event last year. Otago sitting in 2nd, and Canterbury sitting in the lead. So great look there at the Otago boat, that nice yellow boat there. Really matches the golden ring around the middle of their row suits, doesn't it? So this is a great look at the Otago crew that is sitting in 2nd. The lead is currently sitting with Canterbury, and Canterbury are, of course, defending the title in this event. And the Canterbury 8 is coxed by Annabelle Wynne Williams, who is an accomplished coxswain, and you saw got out her boat nice and away from the rest of the 8s off the start. Very calm, definitive coxing to ensure that they got away cleanly. So this is the Canterbury men's 8 that is leading out the Hebly Shield. And in this 8 we have got Sam Wilson, Lewis Mates, Annabelle is of course the cox, Annabelle Wynne Williams. We've got Zachary Jenkins, Jake Burrows, Josh Syme, Will McIntosh, Harry Galvin, and Fergus Johnson. That is the Canterbury Men's 8 for 2026 in the Hebly Shield, as they all row onto the course. So I believe they do need to be on the buoyed course by the final 1,000 metres. So the trick of the coxswains there was to not get too caught up on that bend, to ensure that they do the straightest line as possible onto the course, straight onto sort of lane 8 or 9, so you don't come too far over, which expertly done there by Annabelle Williams of Canterbury University. Otago University still hot on their heels. There's less than a boat length of clear water with a length to go. So it will be a test to see, has Canterbury pushed out strongly enough early on to ensure that Otago can't catch them, or have they, do they have enough left, or is Otago just ramping up, program like Otago, it's a strong rowing program, are they just ramping up for the end? We shall find out. But certainly Canterbury, they did win it last year and they're on track to win it this year, so it's certainly like we could see them making a run of records to rival Otago's 8 in a row of the early 2000s. This is the Hebly Shield for 2026, the men's championship 8 at the New Zealand University Champs. It is run over 3,219 metres. And the shield in itself, it is a very large shield, certainly. Very hard to carry. But tradition dictates that when the shield is given out at prize giving, I believe the other universities do have a certain amount of time that they are allowed to attempt to steal the shield. It's just a bit of tradition, and if they are successful in doing so, then the winning university who won the shield must be lovely hosts at a bit of an evening. So it is always a bit of fun to see them attempt to steal a rather large shield. You can't exactly fit it in your pocket, the Hebly Shield. Of course, when you commission such a renowned master carver as Thomas Henry Hebely in the early 1900s to carve such a prestigious trophy, you're not going to give him any dictates on size, are you? You're going to say, go for it, mate. Give us a nice, the biggest and the best trophy you've ever done. And so that's what he did. So a beautiful trophy that really combines the Māori traditions and the European style of carving all in one, which is why his work was so sought after. And I think it's great as well that the shield is just named after the carver rather than the person who commissioned it, as it so often is. But yeah, that really shows the status that he had in the woodworking fraternity in New Zealand in the 1920s. So we're into the final 250 metres here. It has been Canterbury University that had pushed out early in the start. Well, it got to a nice clean start really, but by about 500 metres in, were firmly in the lead and have just continued to push away. Otago University has been right there behind them, but certainly Annabelle Williams, the coxswain here of this men's championship 8, has certainly driven her crew well, stuck to the race plan, and ensured they're clean and away from the other crews. So there they are, taking the win in the Hebly Shield for 2026. Well done to Canterbury University, and they look absolutely stoked, as they should be. Second place to Otago University. And then next across the line, oh, it's pretty close between these two. Is it going to be, and I think that is Lincoln there. That is going to be Lincoln, just ahead of Auckland University for 4th. 5th place looks to go to Canterbury University, number 2. Right behind them, it will be Waikato University, number 1. Before we go back to Victoria University and Auckland University, number 2. So this has been the Hebly Shield for 2026. A real coxswain's race. I love the style of this race where it's a mass start, it's not held, so it really is about the coxswains and how they can steer their crews so expertly to ensure they get out the front and away from the other crews. So this is a fantastic race. I love it that we've got it as part of New Zealand University tradition, kept with the traditional 3,219 metres. Makes it way more exciting and way more interesting having the coxswain and the role they play, a real integral part of the race. So well done again to the two crews that won. So for the Tamaki Cup for the Women's Championship 8s going to Otago University, and the Hebly Shield for Men's Championship 8s going to Canterbury University. Both of them won them last year in 2025. So titles retained.
The thing with investing is that sometimes markets can be a bit wobbly,
Exactly like that. But you focus long term and stay centered.
just like we need to be.
Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secret start in your heart so slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secret start in your heart so slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go, turning all the wrongs into rights. Here we go, you can take me there tonight. Whoa, this life is all we know. Whoa, I can't stay if you can't let it go. I never really know what's going on. And even when you're next to me, I feel like you were gone. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secret start in your heart so slow. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know. But if you don't wanna tell me now, I guess I'll never know.
Make sure you head down to the National Beach Bridge Championships.
Rewa on the 25th of April.
Ready to rumble.
Bounce. This year the series has grown quite a lot. We've gone up to 6 events, appointing in now with national speed sprints, earmarked to be used for selection data for the World Champs.
Exciting stuff for beach sprints.
Bounce.
But it is the boys from Mount Albert in lane 1. They started their approach back to the beach. It's going to be a great weekend.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Make sure you enter on row I2.
find myself wondering what did happen to the last 10. I ran away with my life, fast forward, never turn back again. It's kind of funny that the more we pass time, the more we need to set them rewind. And 19 was the year I had to leave you, but now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. I sit here looking for an answer. Maybe the biggest question was in the last chapter. You gave me the soul I had to.
Hey, whoa, big guy. It's not all about the sprint. The real magic comes when you pace yourself. See, your Kiwi Saver plan's the same. It isn't a sprint. It's more about steady progress towards the life you want. Yeah, see, that's a better pace. You can also pace yourself by choosing to partner with a long-term performer like Milford.
Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. Life changes just open the door. One thing's certain, I'll always be yours. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours.
Welcome to the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. We started the day with a little bit of a fog delay, but as usual, once the breeze picked up nicely, it did blow that fog away, and now we are clear to start. We'll be an hour behind the original date sheet time, and we will remain an hour behind for the rest of the day. Sitting in the blocks is the first race of the day, the women's varsity coxed 8. So that will be underway in about a minute and a half. If you just logged on to start watching, Of course, commentary going to the bank and the live stream today. So there is a live stream, so do jump on to get a good close look at the starts of races and the whole race. But you can go back and you would have just seen that we've just shown the men's and women's championship 8s from yesterday on the live stream. So if you're keen to re-watch those races, you'll be able to find them at the start of this stream. So very shortly we'll get into the start of the women's varsity coxed 8. And in that race, in lane 2, we've got Lincoln number 1. In lane 3, we've got Otago University number 1. In lane 4, Auckland University number 1. Lane 5, Canterbury University number 1. Lane 6, Waikato University number 1. And lane 7, Victoria University number 1. Now for this particular event, there will be 2 divisions. And so all the university's first crews are in Division 1. That'll be the first race. And then the university's second or third crews or fourth crews will be in Division 2. And that will be the same formula for the rest of the day. Where there's more than 8 entries, there is 2 divisions of the event. Now one would assume the 3 fastest boats might come from the university's top crews in Division 1. However, medals are awarded on time. So if there is a very fast second or third crew in Division 2 or 3 of an event, they can actually get the medals. So the Women's Varsity Coxed 8 Division 1 has just got underway. They're about 150 metres into the race, and leading at the moment it would be a tie between Otago University and Canterbury University. So those 2 are out the front with about a canvas lead over both Auckland and Waikato. 5th place sitting with Lincoln and 6th place sitting with Victoria. So they are just moving through that first 250 metre buoy, and standings remain the same. Otago's slight advantage over Canterbury, and then a half a length to Auckland, who have a slight advantage over Waikato. Then we go to Lincoln and Victoria. In 2025, this event was won by Otago, so they are attempting to retain the title. However, the Canterbury boat is very much only half a canvas down, so not much between these 2 great universities. And of course, last year, the overall university standings, the Ashes Trophy, is given out at the end of the day. Last year, Otago did win and Canterbury second, so they sort of were the top 2 universities last year. So looking to, I'm sure, repeat such feat this year. As they move through the first 500 metres of the Women's Varsity Coxed 8 Division 1, it is Otago in the lead by half a canvas, Canterbury sitting in second by 3/4 of a length over Waikato sitting in third. They're half a length up over Auckland. 5th place sitting with Lincoln, only canvas, and then to Victoria. So certainly Auckland had a very fast start, but we are starting to see Lincoln now really starting to pull through. So these crews all into the second 500 metres, all looking very comfortable onto their race rhythm. Looking like this is where they want to sit for the majority of the race, which is exactly what you want to do moving into the second 500. The first 500 is all about getting up and running fast, and the second 500, it's quite difficult to do, but to push on to your race rhythm to ensure the speed that you've produced early continues. And that's what we're seeing all these crews doing, but certainly Otago and Canterbury are out the front. As we get a fantastic look on the live stream of the Otago crew. So that is Poppy, Isla, Sasha, Lucy, Maggie, Lauren, Naomi, Brooke, and Nia Cox and Lilu. So great Otago University crew here. Very distinct row suits of Otago University, of course. The nice sky blue with the gold stripe through the middle. So Otago University is leading the Women's Varsity Coxed 8, and they were the winners of this event last year, so try to retain their title. Very strong Canterbury crew sitting in second, about a third of a boat length down. Waikato University sitting 3/4 of a boat length back in third, before we go to Auckland, Lincoln and Victoria. Now, at university rowing, there are 4 grades. We've got novice, and novice means no coaching prior to February 1st of the current year. We've got tournament grade. Tournament grade only have raced at university regattas or only done a novice season at club or school, and we're not a medalist at the New Zealand Club Champs or New Zealand secondary schools. And varsity grade, which is the grade of 8 we are currently watching, you're ineligible for if you've won under 20, under 22 senior or prem event at New Zealand Club Champs in the previous 2 seasons, or been tier 1 or 2 on the pathway within the previous 2 seasons, or within the previous 2 years have represented New Zealand as an elite under 23, under 19, Youth Olympics, or any sort of development crew, New Zealand universities for New Zealand, and then championship eligible to anyone. So varsity grade would sort of, I guess, be most similar to your sort of club and senior rowers at the New Zealand Club Champs. However, with the little disclaimer that you can't have won a senior or prem event at the last 2 New Zealand Club Champs. So these boats are just moving through the third 500. Still Otago in the lead once they got onto that race rhythm. They've just continued to inch away each sort of 100 metres. They'll have another couple of seats up. So now a clear 1 length lead over Canterbury University, who are sitting in second, 3/4 of a length to Waikato, and then we go to Auckland, Lincoln and Victoria. So that is the order in which they enter the final 500 metres. This is Division 1 of the women's varsity coxed 8. Otago currently in position to retain the title for another year. We did see the Otago women's 8 win the championship women's 8 yesterday, so certainly Otago have got a good history in the 8s events here at New Zealand University rowing. So as the crews, you see Otago really lift their sprint there for the line, so they're inside the final 300 metres and they've stretched out their lead again. So Otago really driving home, seeing if they can get as fast as possible. Canterbury sitting in second, starting to see the Waikato crew just lifted a little bit, but they're still 2/3 of a boat length down, sitting in third, before we go to Auckland, Lincoln and Victoria. So inside the final 200 metres, great to see the supporters here early this morning, ready to cheer on their university. Love to see the photographers out as well. So it is Otago University that is in the lead of the women's varsity coxed 8 as they enter the final 100 metres. Stunning conditions here this morning on Lake Karapiro. Just a light little tail breeze. No one's going to complain about a tail breeze. Certainly helpful. Otago looking very strong, very long rowing, really thinking about what makes their boat row best, executing their race plan beautifully as they cross the line to retain the title for another year for the women's varsity coxed 8. Well done, Otago University. Second place in Division 1 will go to Canterbury. Third place will go to Waikato. Then next across the line, it is going to be the Auckland University crew. They had a nice strong start and then held their speed through the middle. So Auckland will cross the line in fourth before we head to Lincoln and Victoria. Now this was Division 1. Division 2 is on the course and medals are awarded based off time. So there is the possibility that a crew in Division 2 could be faster than the top 3. So it certainly is a regatta to always keep an eye on, row it, and double check the results as they are coming through as all divisions are finished as the day progresses. And there is the Victoria University crew about to cross the line. And last year, Victoria University did win the Spirit Award. So we will very quickly boost up to the 1K marker to catch Division 2 of the women's varsity coxed 8s. And in this race, in lane 2, we have got in lane 3, we have got Auckland University number 2. In lane 4, we've got Otago University number 2. In lane 5, we've got Waikato University number 2. In lane 6, Otago University number 3. And in lane 7, Otago University number 4. So a very strong program at Otago University. The fact that they have got 4 boats in this one event, the women's varsity coxed 8. So 5 crews in Division 2. And in the lead, it would be Otago University number 1 is in the lead by about half a boat length over Otago University number 3 and Otago University number 4, having a very good tussle bow ball for bow ball. Then would be going to Waikato number 2 sitting in 4th and Auckland number 2 sitting in 5th. That is the order in which they entered the third 500. So very even for second and third between Otago number 3 and Otago number 4, but certainly in the lead it is Otago University number 2. That is Lucy Nichols, Hasu Shudu, Imogen Worrell, Amia Bryant, Bella Borson, Sophie Crisell, Jessica Rankin, Kate Spriggs, and their coxswain Zoe Sullivan. They are in the lead now by about a boat length. They've just pushed their stern just to be ahead of the bows of Otago University 3 and 4. Otago University number 3 just nudging ahead of number 4, having their bow in the lead more often than not, but it's still very close between those two, so it'll be an exciting sprint once we get inside the final 500 metres. 4th place sitting with Waikato number 2 and 5th place sitting with Auckland number 2 as they approach the final 500 metre marker. As we get a great close-up look at the Otago University number 2 crew, who are doing an excellent job to just squeeze away from their 3 and 4 crew. And what is so great about this Otago University number 2 crew that is in the lead of Division 2 of the women's varsity coxed 8 is that they are all moving up the slide together. So all moving towards the coxswain at the same time, which is allowing their boat to run beautifully. I think they've got a nice stealthy black boat there. Very stealth-like, you know, you can't see them coming. They're certainly gonna a great Warriors Waka, the nice black boat, I think. But they are in the lead by a length. Sitting in second is Otago number 3 with just half a canvas ahead of Otago number 4, but it's very, very close between those two. Not much in it at all as all boats enter the final 250 metres. So yes, about a canvas advantage to Otago number 3 in second, Otago number 4 in third, Waikato number 2 in 4th, and Auckland number 2 in 5th. As they are now rowing down in front of the luscious banks of Karapiro. This is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxed 8 for the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. This crew from Otago number 2 has led this race from the beginning and just continued to stretch out inside this final 500 to now have almost a boat length of clear water over their teammates Otago number 3. So as we approach the finish line, crossing it first for Division 2, it is going to be Otago University number 2. Well done to them. Next across the line is going to be Otago University number 3, and keeping them honest the whole way, Otago University number 4. Only a canvas between those two boats. And then 4th across the line in Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxed 8 will be the Waikato number 2 crew. And then we'll be heading to Auckland number 2. Of course, do double check row it at the conclusion of all divisions of each event as the day goes on, because if a crew in division number 2 is faster than one of the top 3 in division number 1, they will actually get the medal. This is the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Of course, this stunning live stream footage is brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset. The next race will be the Women's University Novice Coxed 4. That will begin at 9:50, so in 7 minutes. So don't go anywhere, folks. In about 6 minutes, we'll be back with you for the start of the Women's University Novice Coxed 4. This is the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. I need that window shut. I need that window shut, please. On the course now, we have got the Women's University Novice coxed fours. And in lane 3, we've got Otago number 1. That's currently on the left of the screen. In lane 4, we've got Waikato number 1. In lane 5, Auckland number 1. Lane 6, Victoria number 1. Lane 7, Otago number 2. So they're all attached now. I think they did it pretty swiftly for novices. Of course, for university, the definition of a novice is no rowing or coaching prior to February 1st of the current year. So at most, these rowers have done 8 weeks of training. So they are doing pretty well to then be competing at the New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Lucky there's not too much of a breeze today either. So they can get sorted, attached and kept straight. And you can see most of them are sitting at attention. And we're off. It's a nice swift start to the Women's University Novice Coxed 4. So fast starts coming from Otago University number 2 and Auckland University. Otago University now a canvas in the lead. Auckland University in second. Third place at the moment. It's a good tussle between Otago number 1 and Victoria number 1. And Waikato sitting right there as well. They are about 100 metres in to this event, the Women's University Novice Coxed 4. As they get up and running now, Otago University number 1 just start to pull to the lead. So Otago University number 1 in the lead. Otago University number 2 sitting in second. Auckland in third. Before we go to Victoria and Waikato. There is overlap on all 5 boats at the moment, so there's not too much in it. Very level playing field, and certainly as people that are all just starting the sport of rowing, we would expect to see it quite a level playing field. What I love about the fact that we've got University Novice Rowing at the New Zealand University Rowing Champs is it shows that you can get into the sport of rowing at any time. Some people think, they get caught up and you need to have started at high school. You absolutely don't. We have plenty of our successful New Zealand rowers have started after high school, and plenty of lifelong lovers of the sport of rowing. Plenty of dedicated club athletes and officials came to the sport of rowing in their university years. And in the lead in this event, we have got Otago University number 1. They're now up to a boat length lead over Otago University number 2. Second place now sitting with, third place, now sitting with Victoria. Fourth place with Auckland and Waikato. So they're nice and even there. Once Waikato's got up to speed, they're both nice and running. They're catching up nicely. But certainly there's no doubt about who's in the lead as they move through the 500 metre marker. It is Otago University number 1 by 1 boat length over Otago University number 2. They have 3/4 of a boat length over Victoria, who have a canvas over Auckland, who have a canvas over Waikato. So quite close there. I think the race for the bronze medal is going to be something quite exciting in this event as they approach the finish line. So everyone on the banks of Karapiro today will be very excited and cheering on loudly as we get a great close-up look at Otago University number 1. And in this boat, we have got Jasmine Yanif Skelton, Roxana Bibi Centre, Jacqueline Hung, Georgia Ware, and their coxswain Charlotte Matthews. So this crew rowing very well. Great timing for novices. All of their blades are entering the water and extracting the water at the exact same time, which is easier said than done, particularly when you've only been doing the sport for maximum 8 weeks. So very good rowing here from Otago University number 1, showing why they are called the number 1 crew. And they've just got a great long stroke where they just collect the water and give it a very good strong push as they move through the 750 metre marker. Second place is still sitting with Otago University number 2. That's Hannah Ewanson, Winky Chen, Edon O'Neill, Michaela Dednam, and their coxswain Sophie Sundell. However, Victoria number 1, Marianne Burton, Madeline Clem, Juliet Park, Margaret Black, and their coxswain Isabella Sharp is just putting a little bit of a squeeze on there, a bit of a burst through the second 500. Good strong rowing coming from Victoria as they now push into second. Otago number 2 sitting in third. Fourth place sitting with Auckland number 1. That's Shaylee Ralph, Zoria Harrell, Kate McLaren, Lara Pives, and their coxswain Isabella Finau is sitting in fourth. As we get a great close-up look at Otago University number 2 as they move through the 1K marker. And there's our current second place boat, Victoria number 1. And again, they've got, great, a crab, but fantastic response there. That was brilliant work of the Victoria crew there. The 2-seat just caught a quick crab, but pulled it back beautifully. She knew she was on camera. As we get a great look at the Auckland number 1 crew. And again, they're just great job nailing the basics, getting a good dry phase and extracting the blades together. And that's what's making them go very well. Sitting in 5th place is Waikato number 1. And that is Cassie Haar, Rachel Bennett, Jamala Warner Morris, Ariane Perdue, and their coxswain, and Hanny Van Hoevels. So Waikato number 1, also managing to get a good push together. They're all into the third 500, so this is certainly the third 500 where you want to be nice and solid, nice and strong. Sometimes novice crews will sort of die off here. It's the hardest bit to sort of continue pushing. But these crews all doing very well to maintain boat speed. Great work from the Auckland crew as they're now having a good battle for second. So Otago number 2 had a great push through the 1K, and so did Auckland. So it would now, I'm going to say, it's Balball for Balball between Auckland and Otago number 2 for second place. Fourth place now sitting with Victoria. Otago number 1 in the lead. So moving strongly through the third 500. There's only one division for this event, so that certainly means the order in which they cross the line will be the medals decided. And what the tussle we're having here for second. We see Auckland lift the rate there and just push into second more often than Otago number 2. Auckland also has a stern coxed boat, and which I really rate with novices because it means that the coxswain can get a good look at the crew and how they're rowing and really get the most out of being a coach in the boat. Because often with novices you can feel a lot, but it's hard to really see what's going on when you're in the bow cox. When you're in the stern cox like this, so the coxswain's just sitting at the back of the boat there to the left of the screen, she can really see exactly what they're doing to help improve their rowing and really act as a coach in the boat. So great work here from the Auckland crew as they lift their rate into the final 500 to really solidify second place. First place firmly sitting with Otago number 1. Second place firmly now with Auckland number 1. Third place with Otago number 2. Fourth with Victoria, and fifth with Waikato. That is how they've entered the final 500 metres. All boats travelling well, managing to take more strokes together than not as we see the crowds raised to their feet, ready to cheer on their teammates who are doing so well to get down this 2,000 metre course in their first 8 weeks of the sport of rowing. We see Auckland having a bit of fun there, but figuring it out together, and they're back on their rhythm, still holding on to second place as they enter the last 250. But what this Otago University number 1 crew is doing so well that is in the lead is they're really allowing their boat to run. So they're really just coming forwards to take the next stroke nice and calmly, and that's not upsetting their rhythm at all. So they're getting the most out of the power they've produced in the previous stroke. So great rowing here from Otago University number 1 as they enter the final 100 metres of the Women's University Novice Cox 4. Canterbury did win this event in 2025, and we're certainly going to have new title holders in 2026. So Otago University number 1, lifting their rate nicely, continuing to make their boat move faster as they approach the finish line. They had a great start, got their boat running cleanly, and have just continued since then. So crossing the line first for 2026 to take out the win in the Women's University Novice Cox 4, it's Otago University. Well done, stoked as they should be. Great work there from Otago University number 1. Next across the line is going to be Auckland University. Well done, Auckland, picking up the silver medal and the bronze medal. It's going to go to the next crew across the line, which is going to be Otago University number 2, just ahead of Victoria, and then 5th place for Waikato. And of course, this is just the beginning of the rowing careers for all of these novices. I'm sure we will see them in years to come in the university scene and the club scene across New Zealand. Next up, we will have the men's varsity double scull. That will be on the course, so we will go join that shortly. So in Division 1 of the men's varsity double sculls, in lane 1 we have got Auckland number 1, lane 2 Victoria number 1, lane 3 Lincoln number 1, lane 4 Auckland University of Technology number 1, lane 5 Otago University number 1, lane 6 Canterbury University number 1, lane 7 Waikato University number 1, and lane 8 Massey University number 1. There will be 3 divisions of this event, so they will be firing down quickly. And as we join them as they just enter the final 500 metres, it is Canterbury University number 1, Oliver Hamilton and Charlie Poulter, who are in the lead. Second place sitting with Otago University number 1, Jed Wall and Patrick Spillane. And third place currently sitting with Auckland number 1, Frank Isson and Alex Fahey. So those are the top 3. But there's not much in it, only half a length advantage to Canterbury, and very close between Otago and Auckland. So the final sprint here can easily shake things up. Fourth place sitting with Waikato's Devon and Harry. Then we'd be going to Lincoln, Victoria, AUT and Massey. This is Division 1 of the men's varsity double sculls. Travelling very well is Canterbury. They are in the lead by half a length, but it's really starting to see Otago and Auckland put a bit of a squeeze on. A good rate lift there for Waikato that's currently sitting in 4th. But it certainly is Otago and Canterbury that are just putting a little bit of a push to try and move away from that Auckland University crew down on the inside. But the advantage of being on the inside lane is you always hear the cheers of your supporters first. And so no doubt they're going to get a good burst. Into the final 100 metres we go for the men's varsity double sculls division number 1. Canterbury in the lead by half a length, but Otago's really lifting that rate. Otago's got a bit of momentum behind them. They're certainly moving. But can Canterbury hold on as we approach the finish line for the first division of men's varsity double sculls? It is going to be close, but Canterbury is going to hold on and take the win. Well done. Second place, Otago. Third across the line is going to be Auckland, just ahead of Waikato. Then 5th across the line will be Lincoln before we go to Victoria, AUT and Massey. That is Division 1. There are 2 more divisions to come. And as I've said previously today, the division system works as such that whoever gets the fastest time gets the medals. So in the women's varsity 8 earlier, it was Division 1. They had the 3 fastest times. 6:51, 6:57, 7:03. The winners of Division 2 were 7:06, so they would be ranked 4th. So we will see if we get some fast doubles in Division 2 or Division 3, the men's varsity double sculls. Heading up now to join Division 2 in this race. In lane 1, we have got Otago University number 3. In lane 2, we've got Auckland University number 2. Lane 3, Canterbury University number 3. Lane 4, Lincoln University number 2. Lane 5, Victoria University number 2. Lane 6, Otago University number 2. Lane 7, Canterbury University number 2. And Lane 8, Waikato University number 2. So we're going to join them just past the 1K marker. And it does look to be the crew in Lane 7. That is Canterbury University number 2, Wilson Gee and Eli Kuhini that are in the lead. So Canterbury number 2 leading out Division 2. Then sitting in second place, it's going to be the crew on the inside. Oh, actually, no, it's a good tussle. It's very close between Otago number 2 and Otago number 3. So those two battling it out for second and third. Then we'd be going to the likes of Auckland number 2 and Lincoln number 2 before we go to Canterbury number 2, Victoria number 2 and Waikato number 2. So this is Division 2 of the men's varsity double sculls. Canterbury number 1 did win Division number 1 and Canterbury number 2 is sitting very firmly out the front here of Division 2. So if their time is fast enough, you never know, they could be on the podium alongside their mates. And as the results come in for Division number 1, I can tell you that Canterbury did win in a time of 6:47.03 and Otago were right behind them with 6:47.47. So it was a very tight race there, a good sprint coming from both of those crews. But as Division number 2 enters the final 500 metres, it certainly is Canterbury number 2, Wilson and Eli, that are in the lead. Second place now firmly with Otago number 3, and third place sitting with Otago number 2, ahead of Auckland number 2, and Lincoln number 2 is sitting in 5th before we go to Canterbury number 3, Victoria number 2 and Waikato number 2. There will be another division for this event as well. So this is division number 2 with the men's varsity double sculls as we get a good close-up look here of Canterbury number 2, Wilson Gee and Eli Kuhene. They are travelling very well, trying to get as fast a time as possible. I'm sure in training they'll know that they're not too far off their number 1 crew. They won't know yet that they won Division 1, but they'll certainly know that they'll be trying to rival their time. Love a good bit of training rivalry to help drive your speed onwards. Otago number 3 sitting firmly in second place and Otago number 2 sitting in third. As they're inside the final 100 metres, we really see this Canterbury crew lift the rate and just travel nicely towards the finish line. Very strong rowing from them. And as the two Otago crews enter that final 100 metres as well, you see them whip up their rate as well. It's great to see all boats going for good sprints to try and get their fastest times. And there's Canterbury number 2 across the line, first in Division 2. And then next across the line in Division 2, it is going to be Otago number 3, Ralph and Jack. And then third across the line will be Otago number 2, Stuart and Angus. Then we'll be going Auckland number 2, Liam and Sean. Before Lincoln number 2, Geordie and Mac. This is Division 2 with the men's varsity double sculls. Sixth across the line will be into the final 100 metres they go will be Canterbury number 3 inside the final 100 metres. And then Waikato number 2. And Victoria number 2. This is Division 2 of the men's varsity double sculls. As we just see Canterbury number 3 across the line. Well done, Preston and Joshua. Then Waikato number 2, Xavier and Oscar. And 8th place, Victoria number 2, Ian and Christian. Very shortly, don't go anywhere, we will be checking out Division number 3. division number 3 of the men's varsity double sculls. This will be the final division for this event. In lane 1, we've got Auckland number 5. Lane 2, Canterbury University number 5. Lane 3, Auckland University number 3. Lane 4, Waikato University number 3. Lane 5, Canterbury University number 4. No one in lane 6. And in lane 7, we've got Waikato University number 4. So they're all travelling well into the third 500. We can see that that crew that won division number 2 actually did go quite fast and are actually the third fastest time. So as division number 3 moves through the third 500, in the lead is Canterbury number 4, Finlay Christensen and Jackson Evans. Sitting in second place, it would be Auckland number 5. Sitting in third place, Waikato number 3. Just ahead of Canterbury number 5 and Waikato number 4. So, as we get a good close look at the crew from Canterbury number 4, Finlay Christensen and Jackson Evan, they've just entered the final 500 metres. So, travelling very well. Canterbury looking like they're wanting to, come first across the line in all 3 divisions of this event, the men's varsity double sculls. But yes, what I can tell you is that the winner of Division 1 in a time of 6:47 was Canterbury University. Second place in Division 1 was Otago University, 6:49. And then the next fastest time is the winners of Division 2, Canterbury University number 2, with 6:59. And then only narrowly, they were only a second faster than Auckland University from Division 1. So just a reminder that the medals don't go to the 3 fastest crews in Division 1. They go to any crew from any division, the 3 fastest times. So sometimes we will see that happen. Canterbury certainly have been training doubles by the looks of things. As they're into the final 250 metres now, this is Division 3, the men's varsity double sculls. Certainly, without a doubt, it is Canterbury number 4 that is in the lead. Auckland University number 5 sitting in second place. Waikato number 3 sitting in third, just ahead of Waikato number 4 and Canterbury number 5. If you're wondering where Auckland number 3 is, I believe Rowett tells me that they did not start. So, approaching the finish line now, Division 3 of the men's varsity double sculls. It is Finlay Christensen and Jackson Evans from Canterbury University that are going to take line honours. Well done, Canterbury University. Entering the final 100 metres, and who will be next across the line? It is going to be Auckland number 5, Anton and Oliver, just ahead of Waikato number 3, Jack and James. So these boats travelling well, good sprints towards the finish line. And fourth place still sitting firmly with Waikato number 4, just ahead of Canterbury number 5. This is the men's varsity double sculls. So there is Waikato number 3 through the line, Jack and James. Next across the line is going to be Waikato number 4, Tristan and Lachlan. And fifth place in division number 3, men's varsity double sculls at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs is going to be Canterbury number 5, Eric and David. Well done to all crews in the men's varsity double sculls. Next up will be the Women's Championship Single Sculls. There will be one division for this, and it will be underway very shortly as we get a great close-up look at the crowd that is gathering here on the banks of Lake Kiripiro on Easter Saturday. There's the crowd. There they are. Wave at the drone. We know you can see the drone. It's right in front of you. There we go. There's the waves. That's what we want. Great work, team. Lovely to have you here on Easter Saturday. Of course, the New Zealand University Rowing Championships have always been held on Easter Saturday since it began in 1927. And the fantastic live stream footage is brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset. Great to have everyone in attendance here at Lake Karapiro. So very shortly, we'll be heading up for the start of the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Women's Championship Singles Sculls at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. In lane 1, we have got Otago University number 2, Hasu Shudu. In lane 2, we've got Canterbury University number 1, Olivia Key. In lane 3, Otago University number 1, Sam Rankin. In lane 4, Victoria University number 1, Singer Hickson. In lane 5, Auckland University of Technology, Holly Chafe. In lane 6, Waikato University number 1, Tegan O'Dwyer. And in lane 7, Auckland University number 1, Isla Westlake. Now this is certainly going to be a good race on our hands. The sculler in lane 5, Holly Chafe, did win the Women's Senior Single Scull at the recent New Zealand Club Rowing Championships. And off to a very good start, about 250 metres in. It would be Holly Chafe who is in the lead. Second place currently sitting with Waikato's Tegan O'Dwyer. Third place sitting with Auckland's Isla Westlake. They would be the top 3. Fourth place sitting with Canterbury's Olivia Kay. And then very close between Otago number 2 and Victoria number 1. So certainly a fast start from Holly Chafe, and we did see that kind of fast starts coming from her throughout the New Zealand rowing season. Tegan O'Dwyer sitting there right with her, only half a boat length down. And then Isla Westlake only 3/4 of a boat length behind her. So Tegan O'Dwyer, so Holly Chafe did win the Women's Senior Single Scull at the New Zealand Club Champs recently. Tegan O'Dwyer was second in that same race. So we're getting a little rematch here of the Women's Senior Sculls from the New Zealand Club Champs. As they move into the second 500. Certainly those 3. Good push by Tegan O'Dwyer. She's now squeezing up alongside Holly. So those are the top 2. Third place sitting with Isla Westlake. And at the recent New Zealand Club Champs, Isla Westlake, of course, did compete in the women's senior, intermediate and club single sculls, and it was in the senior sculls where she did pick up the bronze. So currently it is the top 3 in the exact same order that they were for the women's senior sculls at the New Zealand Club Champs. So interesting to see. That was about 6 weeks ago. If anything changes, as Tegan O'Dwyer just pulls up alongside Holly Chafe. So it is Tegan O'Dwyer now in the lead, Holly Chafe in second. But when I say that, that's... Oh, no, I changed my mind. Bowable for Bowable. Every time I look at them, it's Holly, it's Tegan, it's Holly, it's Tegan. Isla Westlake sitting in third. But it is a good tussle between Holly Chafe and Tegan O'Dwyer from Auckland University of Technology and Waikato University for the lead at the moment of the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Of course, last year this event was won by Otago University's Hannah Matahiri, who then went on to be in the New Zealand Summer Squad this summer. So great pedigree in the winners of this event, the Women's Championship Single Sculls. It is certainly a strong event that often has strong entries, and the winners go on to better and greater things. As they move through the 1K marker, it is Tegan O'Dwyer in the lead by half a boat length over Holly Chafe, who has about half a boat length over Isla Westlake. So initially there, Holly and Tegan were just squeezing a little bit away from Isla Westlake, but in this, just before the 1K there, Isla has just reeled them back in a little bit and got a little bit closer as Tegan pushed into the lead. So certainly with a single scull, you know, a quick change of rate can easily change things. 4th place sitting with Canterbury, 5th with Otago number 2, and 6th with Victoria number 1. So it is quite easy in a single. Well, I say it's easy, I mean there's only one person that needs to change something, as opposed to there's 8 people, to change the rates. That's why single races are always very exciting, and the lead can change many times. As Tegan O'Dwyer is now in the lead by half a boat length, Holly Chafe holding on to second by about 2 feet over Isla Westlake. That is how they are sitting, with still about 800 metres left to travel. So there's plenty of time for many more lead changes in this race, the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Certainly a very exciting race as we get a good close-up look there at Isla Westlake. And she's got great entry of her blades into the water. Just they enter at the right amount of time to get the most water to really drive strongly. And then we get a great look here at Tegan O'Dwyer of Waikato Rowing Club. She's got a slightly lower rate, but that just means that's what she has chosen, that works best for her, and she gives it a nice strong drive. Tegan, of course, also a very good rugby player. And now we get a nice close-up look at Holly Chafe from AUT, also involved in the New Zealand coastal scene. She was the travelling reserve for last year's team. And so you can start to see her, she's got a slightly higher rate there. She's going to start lifting for a good sprint, while all of these rows are. As they move through the final 500 metres, this is the Women's Championship Single Sculls at the 2026 New Zealand Rowing University Rowing Championships. It is a great tussle now for the lead between Tegan and Isla Westlake. It would still be advantage Tegan O'Dwyer by about 2 feet over Isla Westlake. Holly Chafe sitting in third, about 3/4 of a boat length back. But we've still got 500 metres left to travel, so a good sprint could change anything here. We need good firm boat speed through the middle of the race, which all 3 of these scullers have had. And it'll be interesting to see what sort of a sprint we see from them towards the finish line. It is now bow ball for bow ball between Tegan and Isla. So Isla has certainly just been squeezing through as this race progresses. Isla Westlake now in the lead of the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Now half a canvas ahead of Tegan. As you really see Isla lift her rate there. She's got it a few pips high to tick her over as they move into the final 250 metres. So it's Isla in the lead by almost half a boat length now. Tegan in second. Holly in third. As Tegan now lifts the rate for this final sprint. But a great response there by Isla Westlake to retain that half a boat length lead. They've got 150 metres left. You can hear the crowds building, the crowds cheering. This is an exciting race here as Tegan O'Dwyer now starts to just lift her rate a little bit. Great response from Isla Westlake. So these two are in the lead. Holly Chafe firmly in third as they enter the final 100 metres. Women's Championship Single Sculls. Isla Westlake holds on to the lead by about half a canvas as Tegan O'Dwyer starts to squeeze back towards her. I hope we've got this photo finish camera ready. I think we might need it for this race. It's going to be quite exciting. A good one for our officials. As we come down to the finish line now, who's going to get across there first? And it does look like Isla Westlake is going to hold on. Well done, Isla Westlake, winning the Women's Championship Single Sculls. Second place, Tegan O'Dwyer. Third place, Holly Chafe. What a great race that was. Love a good, strong race. All 3 out the front there, very strong competitors, and just fought the whole way. Fourth across the line is going to be Otago University number 2. Fifth across the line to Canterbury University. And sixth, just entering the final 100 metres, will be Victoria University. That is the Women's Championship Single Sculls for 2026. Next up will be the men's tournament coxed 4. That will be getting underway in a few moments. And in the men's tournament Cox 4, in lane 1, we've got Waikato University number 1. In lane 2, we have got Massey University number 1. In lane 3, Auckland University number 2. Lane 4, Otago University number 3. Lane 5, Otago University number 2. Lane 6, Victoria University number 1. Lane 7, Otago University number 1. Lane 8, Auckland University number 1. So we're a few minutes away from starting. Don't go anywhere though. We'll be very shortly with the men's tournament Cox 4. we can see that the crews are just backing in, the final crews for the men's tournament coxed 4. So we can't be far away from starting. Crews are starting to look ready in the blocks for the men's tournament coxed 4. It does look like we are going to have 6 of the 8 crews starting. Moments away from the start of the men's tournament coxed 4 as they are off. So we have got 6 crews in this race. Very fast starts coming from the 3 outside lanes. Auckland number 1, Victoria number 1 and Otago number 1. Those are the top 3 in that order, 10 strokes in. 4th place would be Auckland number 2, just ahead of Waikato number 1 and Massey number 1. So those are the 6 crews that are competing in the men's tournament coxed 4. This event was won by Otago University in 2025. But at the moment, it really is Victoria University that are starting to squeeze out with Auckland number 1. So Victoria, that is Dawson Howarth, Aidan Patterson, Antony Ellis, Toby Kleinsman, Lucink Hill, and their coxswain Nina Nemkanen that are in the lead. So good start there from Victoria. Got their rate nice and high, and that's just kept them powering through. 2nd place sitting with Auckland number 1, 3rd place with Otago number 1. 4th place now sitting with Waikato number 1, now that they're up to speed. 5th with Auckland number 2, and 6th with Massey number 1. This is the men's tournament coxed 4. And a very fast start there from their Victoria crew. They're keeping the rate nice and high, ticking over very well. It is working for them as they approach the 500 metre marker. So Victoria does meet that 500 metre marker first. Second to go through that is Auckland. Just half a boat length between those two. Auckland has around a 3/4 boat length over Otago number 1. Then the next across that 500 metre marker, it is going to be Waikato number 1. There's some clear water to them. They're a boat length lead over Auckland number 2 and clear water to Massey number 1. So all crews into the second 500 metre marker, second 500 metres, which is where you want to transition from your starting sprint into your middle of the pace boat speed. So all crews are doing that effectively, and that is continuing to drive their boat speed forwards. So tournament grade, in order to qualify to row in tournament grade, you must have only raced at university regattas or only done a novice season at club or school and did not medal at the New Zealand Club Champs or New Zealand Secondary School Champs in that first novice season. So all of these rowers still very new to the sport of rowing, possibly in their 2nd or 3rd season, and just really getting to grips with it still learning a lot about how to race. And certainly the crew from Victoria have learned how to keep their rate high, and it is working for them. They're doing very well as they are in the lead. Second, very close between Otago 1 and Auckland 1, as we get a great close look at the Victoria crew. And they are just keeping their rate high, ticking over nicely. Stroked by Toby, I believe. So Victoria University number 1 in the lead of the men's tournament coxed 4. This event was won by Otago University last year. But Victoria are travelling very well. Second place still sitting with Auckland number 1, just ahead of Otago number 1. So those are the top 3 crews as Otago just squeezes there. They're firmly pushing through the 1K. Otago squeezes in second, Auckland in third, but there's only a couple of feet between them. Fourth still sitting with Waikato before we go to Auckland number 2 and Massey number 1. So our top 3 crews though are into that third 500 where you just want to maintain good boat speed that you produced, that you got onto in that second 500 metres. And all of them are doing this very well. Great push coming from that Otago crew through the 1K. But it is still Victoria University in the lead. So we get a good look at the coxswain Nina down there in the bow, firmly calling their race plan to ensure they go the fastest that they can. Get nice high boat speed. Good high rate from Victoria to do that. Nice long strong rowing coming from the Otago University number 2 crew that are holding on to second, as we see the Auckland University crew start to lift their rate to really try to challenge Otago and Victoria. There is only one division for this event, so it will be the first 3 crews we see across the line do take the placings in this event. As long as, of course, the umpire waves a nice white flag at the end. That signifies to us all that it is a clean race. As we are almost approaching the final 500 metres, getting very close to it. Great work from this Victoria crew. They got the lead early, about 150 metres in, they're in the lead, and have just maintained it. So this really high rate is working for them. They've maintained it. Sometimes crews can't quite hold the high rate, but not Victoria. They're doing very well as they enter the final 500 metres. Half a length up over Otago University, who now have a length over Auckland University in the men's tournament coxed 4s. So those are the top 3. Auckland number 2 and Waikato number 1. Not much in it between those two for 4th and 5th. Massey University sitting in 6th. Excited to see this Otago University number 1 crew. William Tavendale, Caleb Jones, Finlay Brenstrom, Nelson Hill and their coxswain Sophie Kundell are just starting to increase their boat speed a little bit. Their rate has more or less stayed the same, but their boat speed is just lifting as they're now only a third of a boat length now off Victoria. There is still 300 metres left to travel, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of a sprint this Otago University crew does put on and to challenge this Victoria University crew and what sort of response we do get from Victoria. It's now only half a canvas in it, so great momentum here. Great boat speed sitting with the Otago University number 1 crew. Everyone certainly is here cheering because this is quite the tight race between these 2 crews. It's a link back to Auckland, but Otago and Victoria are battling it out at the front for the lead of the men's tournament coxed 4. Advantage now to Otago University number 1. They just sat there biding their time and inside this final 500 metres just started putting the squeeze on, lifting the rate. They're inside the final 100 metres. It's now half a canvas to Otago University. Victoria University with their high rate, bringing it back again, sitting in second. It's going to come down to the wire for this one between these 2 crews. Both absolutely sprinting for the line, keeping it ticking over. It's who's going to get it on the surge. Bow ball for bow ball. Oh, I'm not calling that. That's one for the photo finish, that's for sure. So, great race there between Victoria and Otago. It'll be third for Auckland before we head back to Auckland number 2, Waikato number 1, and Massey number 1, men's tournament coxed 4. So, keep an eye on Rowett for that result. Very soon, we will get into the women's varsity double sculls. There's 3 divisions of those. as the men's tournament Cox 4 last cruise just crossed the line. We'll go catch up with Division 1 of the women's varsity double sculls. And in this event, in Lane 1, we've got Auckland University number 1. In Lane 2, Canterbury University number 1. Lane 3, Auckland University of Technology number 1. Lane 4, Lincoln University number 1. Lane 5, Victoria University number 1. Lane 6, Massey University number 1. Lane 7, Otago University number 1. And Lane 8, Waikato University number 1. So travelling very well is the women's varsity double sculls for 2026. They are just about to approach the final 500 metres, travelling strongly into the third 500. And in the lead, it would be Sasha Robinson and Ashley Pryor of Waikato University. So they gotten off to a nice strong start and are firmly in the lead. Second place sitting with AUT's Milan and Amanda. And third place sitting with Auckland's Sarah and Isla. Goodness me, we just saw Isla Westlake here in the champ single not too long ago, didn't we? So you'll often find these university rowers have quick turnarounds to get many, many races in. Fourth place sitting with Canterbury University. Then we'd be going to Otago, Massey, Victoria and Lincoln. So our leaders are now into the final 500 metres. Great work from Ashley and Sasha leading out this race. Good tussle for second and third between AUT and Auckland. Second still sitting with AUT, but we are starting to see Auckland just lift the rate, squeeze on. And can update you that result of the men's tournament Cox 4 has come through the previous race. And it is Otago University that did manage to win by 0.15 of a second over Victoria University. So very close between those two. Well, we might have another photo finish on our hands here for silver and bronze in the women's varsity double sculls. But there's no doubt about who's in the lead. It is Waikato University. Ashley and Sasha as they enter the final 250 metres, a couple of boat lengths ahead of AUT and Auckland. So as we get a nice close-up look at their sculling, we can see that they are just nicely in time, getting great length, all the water and a strong push. Stroked by Sasha Robinson, Ashley Pryor sitting in behind, nice and neatly. As you just see Ashley there, just flick her eyes across to just double check on the race for silver and bronze. She thinks it's quite an exciting race too. But she's not threatened by it. They are in the lead, Waikato, as they approach the final 100 metres. Second place is still sitting with AUT's Milan and Amanda. Third place sitting with Auckland's Sarah and Isla. But not too much in it between them. Only half a boat length. Fourth sitting with Canterbury University. But as we approach the finish line, it is the crew that got to a nice, strong start, pushed well through the middle and is going to cross the line first, Waikato University. Well done, Ashley and Sasha. Next across the line is going to be a flying finish from AUT's Milan and Amanda. And third across the line will be Auckland's Sarah and Isla. Fantastic work all. Fourth across the line will be Canterbury University's Francis and Bella. Then we'll be going across to lane 7, Otago University number 1, Lauren and Brooke. Before we go to Massey University number 1, Victoria University number 1, and Lincoln University number 1. Now there is three divisions for this event. So I wonder if anyone from the second or third division can rival the top 3 times of Division 1. We did see that happen in one of the men's double events earlier today. Canterbury with many strong men's doubles. So this is the women's varsity double sculls. That was Division 1. We're about to head up for Division 2. And in Division 2, in lane 1, we have got Waikato number 2. In lane 2, we have got Auckland number 2. In lane 3, Canterbury number 2. Lane 4, Otago number 2. Lane 5, AUT number 2. Lane 6, Canterbury number 3. And lane 7, Waikato number 3. So it's this race as they are moving through that third 500. It does look to be Waikato number 2, Brooke Carter and Jemima Glaholm, who are currently sitting in the lead. Second place, sitting with Otago University number 2, Lucy Clark and Isla Nicholson. Then third place, Canterbury number 3, only about a length ahead of Canterbury number 2, and Auckland, AUT number 2. Those two very close together. If you're confused, if you're watching the live stream and you're wondering why there's a 4 at the top of your screen, it would be rowing down lane 0. So about the rows down lane 0, it just means that they missed their start of an earlier race. But this race that's on the course would be the Women's Varsity Double Sculls Division 2, being led firmly by Waikato number 2, Brooke Carter and Jemima Glaholm, as they enter the final 500 metres. Second place still sitting with Otago number 2, Lucy Clark and Isla Nicholson. Third place sitting with Canterbury number 3, Lily Clark and Olivia Perry. And then it's very tight for 4th and 5th between Canterbury number 2 and AUT number 2. Not much between those two crews. Now the winners of Division 1 was Waikato number 1 in a time of 7:38. Second place in Division 1 was Auckland University of Technology in a time of 7:46. So it'll be interesting to see if this Waikato crew, Jemima and Brooke, that we're getting a nice close-up look of, produce a time that rivals those. We did see in the men's division of the doubles earlier, Canterbury had many strong men's, and it looks to be Waikato is the force to reckon with in the women's doubles. As inside the final 200 metres, great work from Jemima and Brooke. Nice, good timing there, looking very relaxed and very strong. Otago University number 2 sitting in second. Third place still sitting with Canterbury number 3. Great tussle for 4th and 5th between Canterbury number 2 and AUT number 2. And again, another great tussle between Auckland number 2 and... It's all very close. In the lead, though, inside the final 100 metres here, it is Waikato number 2, Brooke and Jemima, that are going to get line honours in Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Double Sculls. We'll keep an eye on Robert to see if their time rivals the Division 1 times. Next across the line is going to be Otago number 2. Well done, Otago. And then it does look like Canterbury number 3 is holding on ahead of the battle that's happening between Canterbury number 2 and Waikato number 3. So Waikato number 3 really pulled through in the middle of the race. But next across the line it is going to be Canterbury number 3. And then across the line together, it's going to be Waikato number 3 and Canterbury number 2. And then a great tussle again happening between AUT number 2 and Auckland number 2. Those two crews as well going to cross the line together. This is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Double Sculls. Next up we will get to Division 3, the final division of this event. And in lane 1 of this event we have got Waikato number 5. In lane 2, Canterbury number 4. In lane 3, Waikato number 4. In lane 4, Otago number 6. Lane 5, Otago number 3. Lane 6, Otago number 4. Lane 7, Otago number 5. Now I know the lanes are assigned randomly, but you know, for the commentator's sake, wouldn't it be beautiful if they went in the lane number that also matched their crew number? Anyway, in the lead, it is Otago University. The top 4 crews are the 4 Otago crews in Division 3. And that is going to be Otago number 3, who is in the lead. Second place at the moment would be Otago number 5. Third place, Otago number 4. Fourth place, Otago number 6. Then would be heading to Waikato number 4, ahead of Waikato number 5 and Canterbury number 4. Lots of numbers, team. Lots of numbers. Great to see such healthy squads, though, within our New Zealand university rowing scene. Great to see many universities fielding more than one boat in many of the event classes. This is Division 3 of the women's varsity double sculls. They're just entering the final 500 metres. Otago number 3 in the lead. That's Kate Spriggs and Maggie Hepburn. Second through their final 500 metre line, it is Otago number 5, Emily Caird and Mia Bryant. And then we'll be going to Otago number 4, Jessica and Sasha. Those are the top 3 in Division number 3. I will remind you that Division number 1 was won by Waikato University in a time of 7:38. So we'll be looking to rival that time. As we get a great close-up look at the crew in lane 5, Otago number 3, Kate Spriggs and Maggie Hepburn. Doing a good solid drive, continuing to push their bow forwards with every stroke. As you see their bow person, Kate, there, give a few calls. I love the zoom on our drones, how you can actually see the expression on the faces and the calls being made from the crew members. They're inside the final 250 metres there. They're just about to go through it. There they are. So it is Otago number 3 that lead our Division 3 of the women's varsity double sculls as the results for Division 2 come in. And it does look like the top 3 times are still sitting with Division 1. So the first 3 crews across the line of Division 1 have held on to the top 3 fastest times. So will Division 3 here be able to rival any of those times? As our leaders from Otago University are entering the final 100 metres, and they're just getting a great push there on their drive. Get to right alongside them inside the final 100 metres. Really get to see the expression on their faces, the grit, the determination to get their fastest time possible. So crossing the line now in Division 3 of the women's varsity double sculls, it is going to be Otago University number 3. Well done, Otago University. Next across the line in Division 3 of the women's varsity double sculls will be Otago University number 5. Following them will be Otago University number 4 and Otago University number 6. Then it will be Waikato University number 4, Waikato University number 5 and Canterbury University number 4. This is the last division of the women's varsity double sculls. Next up, we will be heading to the men's championship single sculls. That is due to start in about 2 minutes' time. Just underway is the Men's Championship Single Sculls at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs, Division 1. And in this race, in Lane 1, we've got Lincoln University number 1. In Lane 2, Otago University number 2, that's Finn Allison, it's Matthew O'Meara from Lincoln. In Lane 3, Canterbury number 2, Sam Wilson. Lane 4, Waikato University's Charles Beale. Lane 5, Auckland University's Daniel Taylor. Lane 6, Lincoln University's Peo O'Sullivan. Lane 7, Otago University's Luke Brock. And Lane 8, Canterbury University's Charlie Manser. A strong start from everyone in this field. All of them are pushing away together. They're about 300 metres in. And there's 2 boat lengths from the leaders to last place. But certainly in the lead at the moment, it's a great tussle between Finn Allison of Otago University and Charlie Manser of Canterbury University. First place would be currently sitting with Finn Allison of Otago. Second with Charlie Manser of Canterbury. Then third place, a good tussle, is happening between Daniel Taylor and Charles Beale. So those two firmly racing on for third and fourth at the moment. And then we'd be going to Canterbury's Sam Wilson and Otago's Luke Brock, all very close together. Not much at all between those crews. So they're into the second 500, pushing well. Finn Allison of Otago and Charlie Manser of Canterbury, now a length lead over the rest of the competitors. Pushing well together. Of course, Charlie Manser had a successful season at the Club Champs, where he did pick up a couple of medals in the Senior Coxless Quad, Men's Premier Quad, Men's Senior Double. Finn Allison, he did place 4th in the Men's Senior Scull, so very experienced single sculler. So in the lead, those two, still Finn Allison with the advantage. Charlie Manser of Canterbury sitting in second. Third place would now be sitting with Otago's Luke Brock. Before we get a good tussle between the crews in the centre of the race course. It is still really stroke for stroke now between Sam Wilson and Charles Beale for that 4th place, but that is certainly encroaching on Luke Brock. So it's Finn Allison of Otago that has got a nice high rate out the front. He is going to move through that 1k marker first. He's about half a boat length up over Charlie Manser of Canterbury, who's got a full length lead over Luke Brock sitting in third, but Luke is keeping an eye on Sam and Charles as the battle between them is bringing them closer and closer. Then we'll be heading to Daniel Taylor, Matthew O'Meara, Peo O'Sullivan. As a really good push here from Canterbury's Sam Wilson as he now squeezes up to half a boat length lead over Waikato's Charles Beale. A great 1k push there coming from Sam Wilson. Nice high rate. He's keeping it, ticking it over nice and bright. Still in the lead is Finn Allison of Otago. And second place, Canterbury's Charlie Manser. But there really isn't anything in it between these two. Only half a boat length at most as they move through the 1250 metre marker. Getting a nice close look at Finn Allison of Otago University. And a nice yellow Embacker boat that really matches that golden stripe through the middle of the Otago University row suit. So you can see he's really keeping that rate nice and high. He started with a high rate and he's maintained that. And that is certainly what is working for Finn. He knows how to squeeze well through the third quarter of a race. which is really where you want to just maintain your boat speed that you have produced, and you want to squeeze on a little bit of extra power if you can, so that you can have a good race into the final 500 metres. A really strong K from Sam Wilson. He's really pushed through in that middle K. We saw that move happen just after the 1K, but he certainly maintained it into this third 500, as he is now contesting third place. And if he continues with that momentum, who knows? But entering the final 500 metres first is Finn Allison with a length lead over Canterbury's Charlie Manser, who's got a length lead over, it's now Sam Wilson for third, equal with Luke Brock. Fifth place sitting with Waikato's Charles Beale, before we go to Daniel Taylor, Matthew O'Meara and Peo O'Sullivan. But it's really been a fantastically strong, commanding second K from Sam Wilson, as he is now firmly in third. Fourth place sitting with Luke Brock. And if he continues with this kind of momentum, who knows? So it's all to race for inside the final 300 metres of the Men's Championship Single Sculls Division 1. Last year, this event was won by Auckland University's Ari Magasiva, who has now just been named in the elite men's quad for New Zealand. So just like the women's event, we always get prestigious future stars coming through the championship single sculls here at the New Zealand University Championships. It is still being led by Finn Allison. Second place sitting with Charlie Manser, half a boat length between them. Third place sitting with Sam Wilson. All three really lifting the rate, racing for the line as they have 100 metres left to travel. It's been a fantastically fast second kilometre for Sam Wilson, where he moved from out of medal contention into a firm bronze medal position. But can he continue that charge towards the line? But a great lift from Finn Allison. He's led most of the race. He's done so much work early on, and he is not going to relinquish that lead as he takes the win. Well done. Second place will go to Charlie Manser of Canterbury University. Third across the line, Canterbury University's Sam Wilson. Well done to all of them. Then next across the line is going to be Luke Brock from Otago, Charles Beale of Waikato, Daniel Taylor of Auckland, before we get to Matthew O'Meara of Lincoln, and Peo O'Sullivan of Lincoln. This is the Men's Championship Single Sculls Division 1. Next up, we will get into Division 2 in about 2 minutes. Yay, wave. That's what we want. Nice work. Great waving, team. You've got to practice your waving as well as your rowing. Yay. Great to see everyone here cheering on all of these university crews, future stars, and they wouldn't be anything without their supporters. Championship Singles Sculls at the 2026 New Zealand Universities Rowing Championships. And in lane 1, we've got Lincoln University's Matthew Glenn. In lane 2, Waikato University's Luke Burkwest. In lane 3, Canterbury University's Fergus Johnson. In lane 4, Canterbury University's John T. McIntosh. Lane 5, Waikato University's Jamison McConchie. In lane 6, Canterbury University's Alex Fletcher. And lane 7, Otago University's Jed Wall. So we will see if any of these scullers can rival the times of Division 1. And certainly all crews have got off to a nice fast start. Division 1 was won by Finn Allison in a time of 7:09. Second place, Charlie Manser in a time of 7:10. Third place, Sam Wilson in a time of 7:13. So these scullers in Division 2 are just approaching the 1K marker. And as they approach that 1K marker, we can see that it is nice and close. Well, in the lead though, it is going to be Alex Fletcher from Canterbury University. Second place sitting with Jed Wall. Third place sitting with Luke Burkwest. Fourth place sitting with Matthew Glenn. Then we'll be going to Fergus Johnson, Jamison and John T. So, yes, moving through the 1K, there he goes. Alex Fletcher, a length up over Jed Wall, who's only got half a length over Luke Burkwest, Matthew Glenn and Fergus Johnson. There's about half a boat length between Luke, Matthew and Fergus. So very close there, the race for bronze. Bronze 4th and 5th. 6th sitting with Jamison McConchie, 7th sitting with John T. McIntosh. As we start to see Alex Fletcher from Canterbury University just squeeze out a little bit more. He's firmly in first. But that little battle there on the inside lanes is drawing those those scullers further up. So it would be Matthew Glenn from Lincoln sitting in second now. Luke Burkwest of Waikato sitting in third. Fourth now sitting with Jed Wall. And fifth, Fergus Johnson. It's about a great tussle there on the inside lanes between Matthew and Luke. So going through that 1250 metre marker, you see Alex Fletcher there. He's just keeping his rate nice and high, really keeping it nice and strong there to keep driving his boat away. He's got that clear water. But certainly it's Matthew Glenn from Lincoln who has just squeezing away. He's certainly got a good bit of momentum, good strength here in this third 500, as he's now firmly in second place, a length up over Waikato's Luke Burkwest, who is sitting in third. Fourth would still be sitting with Jed Wall, only just over Canterbury's Fergus Johnson. Let's go get a great close-up look there of Alex Fletcher from Canterbury University. And we did have two fast Canterbury scullers in the previous division. So Alex here will be looking to rival their times. And you can see great symmetry there in Alex's sculling. His blades just into the water. And I love to see that, he's competitive. You see him just look his head out to the right to keep an eye on Matthew and Luke to make sure his boat speed is travelling faster. I love it when you see the thought process is happening. A little bit of a tail raise here on Karapiro, which is always advantageous, always what everyone likes, and certainly keeping the rate nice and high as Alex is doing is going to help you in this tailwind. Second place firmly sitting with Matthew Glenn of Lincoln University, a length up over Luke Burkwest of Waikato. So there's Matthew Glenn gleaning nice long strokes. Good strong drive as you see him there. Just look over his left shoulder back at Alex to see that he's travelling fast. He's keeping an eye on Luke Burkwest. Luke, of course, will have a nice strong sprint. So you see Luke there looks left and right. It's like back in here meeting. They're just looking left and right, and I love it. You can really see that they are competitive. They want to do everything they can to make sure that their boats move faster and faster. This is Division 2, the Men's Championship Single Scull. Division 1 was won in a time of 7:09. These scullers looking to rival that time. That inside the final 100 metres, Jed Wall really starting to lift the rate. He's now brought it back into second place. So first place firmly sitting with Alex Fletcher. Jed Wall is really pushing on. We're going to have a great race here for second, third and fourth between Jed, Luke and Matthew Glenn, as Luke now pushes into third place. So inside the final 100 metres, it is Alex Fletcher who really drove strong through the middle, maintained high boat speed, and he is going to take the win in Division 2. But next across the line, it's looking like a speedy Jed Wall is going to be second across the line, and then third across the line is going to be Luke Burquest of Waikato, just ahead of Lincoln's Matthew Glenn and Canterbury's Fergus Johnson. That is Division 2 of the Men's Championship Single Sculls. Then we'll be going to Jamison McConaughey and Jonty McIntosh. So it'll be interesting to see if any of their times rival Finn Ellison's 7:09 from Division 1. Because all scullers Division 1 and 2, very accomplished scullers. Next up will be Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 8s. There will be 2 divisions of this event, and it will be in about 2 minutes' time. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be able to catch that race from start to finish. 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 8 at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. In lane 1, Waikato University number 1. In lane 3, Victoria University number 1. Lane 4, Otago University number 1. Lane 5, Canterbury University number 1. Lane 6, Lincoln University number 1. And in lane 7, Auckland University number 1. Now there will be 2 divisions. Division 1 is in the blocks. Looking very ready, and off they go. So a nice strong start from all crews, but the outside lane certainly with the fastest starts. So that's Auckland and Lincoln getting away very strong. Auckland now up to a canvas lead, just 10 strokes in, as we start to see the Canterbury boat pick up speed. This event last year was won by Otago University, so looking to retain their title. Now that Canterbury boat is up to speed, they are just inching into the lead. So Canterbury University leading out Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 8s. Second place sitting with Auckland. Third place sitting with Otago. Fourth place sitting with Lincoln. Fifth place sitting with Waikato, and 6th with Victoria. They are about 150 metres in. All boats travelling very strong. Good, strong starts here from Canterbury and Otago. Auckland were very fast off the line, but now that we're sort of about 30 strokes in, it certainly is Canterbury and Otago that are pulling through. Otago looking to retain the title in this particular event. The Canterbury crew of Oliver Hamilton, Will Peebles, George Kinder, Louis Upton, Zachary Jenkins, Jake Burrows, Charlie Poulter, Bruno Dooley, and their coxswain Robbie Miller are doing well to be a canvas in the lead by the 500 metre marker. Otago University sitting in second, just that canvas down. So canvas isn't much at all. A good sprint A well-timed move could easily change that. As we get a great view of the Canterbury boat, you can see all blades entering the water beautifully and in time. So great work here by the Canterbury crew and their coach Corbin Newlands to ensure they are a tidy crew coming into the New Zealand University Championships. Second place firmly sitting with Otago. So Otago travelling well. They just go through the 750 metre buoy. That's that one yellow buoy you see there. So firmly into the second 500. Good transition from starting sprint to race rate, race rhythm, race speed from all crews. Otago keeping it clicking along on a nice high rate. The Otago crew is Liam Kirkland, Ben Thompson, Yaya Ali, Hugh Stracker, Ted Henderson, William Anderson, Oscar McFarlane, Ethan Green, and near coxswain, Kaylin Rainsfield-Bree. So those two crews are leading out. Third place sitting firmly with Auckland. Auckland half a boat length behind Otago as they enter the 1K. So it's Canterbury in the lead by about a third of a boat length over Otago, who have about 3/4 of a boat length over Auckland, who have about half a boat length over Waikato before we head to Lincoln and Victoria. That is how they've moved through the 1K marker. So great look here at our leaders, Canterbury. Great timing there from Canterbury. Great look at their two-seat there, Will Peebles. Good job. As they are firmly into the third 500, all crews just squeezing that little bit of power. It has been very tight between these two crews here, Canterbury and Otago. Otago putting good pressure on Canterbury, but Canterbury keeping cool level heads to maintain the lead. They're now 3/4 of a boat length up over Otago. Otago still holding that about a half a boat length lead over Auckland. Waikato is travelling well at the top of the screen as well. They are now got their bow overlapping the stern of Auckland. As we see Auckland's coxswain, Ayan Sheik, look out across the field, across the other crews to ensure he's calling the right things, making sure the boat is moving as directed, and they're doing their race plan, doing their absolute best. They're about to enter the final 500 metres of Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 8. And it is going to be Canterbury that enter that final 500 metres first, ahead of Otago. Now stretched out their lead to 3/4 of a length, still half a length sitting between Canterbury and Auckland before we head to Waikato, Lincoln and Victoria. So great work here from this Canterbury crew, their coxswain Robbie Miller, really making the calls to just squeeze them away. You would have noticed in this last 500 metres that I've just inched out from half a boat length lead to now almost a full boat length. So that means they've got good high boat speed and they're doing everything right and well and to their best ability, and they just need to maintain it. You don't need to do anything fancy. When the boat is travelling well, just keep doing what you're doing. And that's exactly what this Canterbury crew is doing. They're now inside the final 250 metres, still maintaining the lead is Canterbury. Second place sitting with Otago. Third place sitting with Auckland. Fourth with Waikato before we head back to Lincoln and Victoria. This is Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 8th for 2026. Last 100 metres now. Canterbury, once they got onto their race rhythm, they've just managed to continue to inch away. And with only 80 metres left, they will maintain this lead. A nice, calm, controlled rhythm coming forwards. And they are going to take the win. Well done, Canterbury. Second place to Otago University. Third place to Auckland. Ahead of Waikato, Lincoln and Victoria. Next up will be Division 2 of the very same event, the men's varsity coxed 8. Division 2 will be starting in about 4 minutes as Lincoln and Victoria crews approach the finish line. So don't go anywhere. In about 4 minutes we will have Division 2 of the men's varsity coxed 8 to see if any crews can rival the times just laid down here by our crews in Division 1. I love this great shot here of the umpire. You saw him wave his white flag at the end, which lets the judges know that it was a clean race and that the result stands. So great to see we couldn't of course run any of the fantastic regattas here at Lake Karapiro without our volunteers and our umpires, our judges, everyone volunteers their time. So really are grateful for them to give up their Easter weekend to ensure that the New Zealand university rowing scene is alive and thriving.
I trust Milford with my KiwiSaver account. And Row New Zealand trusts them with the live stream.
And apparently it looks like Mike needs to trust someone to put him in the right direction. And you should trust Milford too. Change today to put you on the right track.
Division 2 of the men's varsity coxed 8. And in lane 2 we've got Canterbury University number 3, lane 3 Otago University number 3, lane 4 Otago University number 2, lane 5 Auckland University number 2, and in lane 6 Canterbury University number 2. So they're all in the blocks, ready, sitting at the catch. Be moments away. See if they can rival the times of Division 1, which was won by Canterbury University in a time of 5:58. And they're off. Nice clean start from all crews. Otago University number 2 getting the fastest start. Already a canvas lead after about 7 strokes. So good strength and power in that Otago University number 2 crew. Second place sitting with Canterbury University number 2. In the early stages of this race, as we see Otago University number 3 start to squeeze up with them as well. Then we'd be going to Auckland number 2 and Canterbury number 3. So very strong start here from Otago University number 2. They're up to almost half a boat length lead over Canterbury number 2. They're keeping the rate nice and high as they move through that first 250 metre marker and are just absolutely spinning their wheels, ensuring that they hold on to the lead. So in this Otago University number 2 crew, we've got Jacob Harrison, Noah Visser, Patrick Spillane, Jack Clark, Henry Church, Angus Lowe, Blake Campbell, Fergus Meredith, and their coxswain Ryan Ollington. Out to a nice 3/4 of boat length lead about 300 metres in. Canterbury University number 2 sitting in second, just ahead of Otago University number 3. So what I really like about this Otago University number 2 crew is they have kept the rate nice and high. They went off very strong off the start, kept the wheels spinning, and have just held that. 500 metres in. They've now got a length lead over Canterbury University number 2, who have about 3/4 of boat length lead over Otago number 3, Auckland number 2 sitting in 4th, and Canterbury number 3 sitting in 5th. Now, lovely tailwind today, which gives us great conditions for some fast times. As we did see the winners of Division 1, Canterbury University number 2, go under 6 minutes. They did 5:58. Second place, Otago University number 1 was 6 minutes, and then third place, Auckland, were 6:02. So, can any of these 8s rival those times? We shall find out in about 4 minutes' time. But this crew here from Otago have got on to a good firm rhythm and are just maintaining that, continuing to drive away inside the second 500 metres. Their coxswain Ryan Ollington will be sticking to the race plan, making very clear commanding calls to drive this boat forwards. As you just saw there, coxswain take a little look out to his right just to double check on the Canterbury number 2 crew to ensure the moves he's calling, to ensure the way his crew is rowing is continuing to drive them on. They're now 2 lengths lead, a good length of clear water as they approach the 1K marker. The stunning Milford boys. Of course, this fantastic live stream footage is brought to you by Milford Asset, invested in you. Second through that 1K marker is going to be Canterbury University number 2. Third through it, another 2 lengths back to Otago University number 3. And then another 2 lengths to Auckland number 2, just ahead of Canterbury number 3. So very firmly sitting in positions, but with this little bit of a tail breeze and very experienced coxswains on board all of these boats, they will be driving home for their fastest time, looking to rival the times of Division 1. And this Otago University number 1 crew is travelling very well, as we get a good look at Auckland University number 2. And in that boat, we've got Luke Morrow, Armin Spencer, Jameel Khan, Jacob Fairweather, Sean Brooks-Adams, Oliver Henton, Liam Harding, Benjamin Davison, and their coxswain Angus Jackson. Otago number 3 travelling well. We've got Wilson Gee, Frank O'Gara, David Ritchie, Preston Blair, Joshua Schultz, Eric Brownlow, Joseph Williams, Finlay Christensen, and their coxswain Annabelle Wynne Williams. So strong showings from all crews here. In Division 2, the men's varsity coxed 8. As we get a fantastic look at the interesting rig here of Canterbury number 2 that is holding on to second place. Theodore Thomas, Eli Kahune, Lachlan Matler, Jackson Evans, Jake O'Sullivan, Ben Welch, Liam Collins, Cameron Abel, their coxswain Oliver Horton. So you can see they've got a fun bit of rigging there, rigging design with a couple of tandems sprinkled throughout the boat. But it certainly is our leaders who pushed out early. They had a strong start, plenty of power, kept the rate high. Otago University number 2. That is maintaining that firm 2-length lead as they have about 300 metres left to travel. It's about a 4-length lead. So Otago University number 2 just continuing to drive home strong as this race has progressed, looking to rival the times of the crews from Division 1. So it'll be interesting to see if this Otago University number 2 crew will also go sub 6 minutes. The tailwind certainly is building here at Karapiro. We love a tailwind. Definitely helps. As they enter the final 120 metres, it is this Otago University number 2 crew that led from the very first stroke and has just continued to drive home incredibly strong, keeping the rate nice and high as they sprint towards the finish line. Very firm drive phase you see coming from everyone within the crew. So well done to Otago University number 2. First across the line in Division 2 of the men's varsity coxed 8 at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Then next across the line, it will be Canterbury University number 2, ahead of Otago University number 3, who are now inside the final 100 metres. So Otago University number 3 have maintained third place for the majority of this race as they cross the line. This is Division 2 of the men's varsity coxed 8. Next across the line will be Auckland number 2 before we head to Canterbury number 3. Next up will be the women's tournament coxed 4. That will start in about 3 minutes' time. What are you doing? You wanted to see it land? This is the Women's Tournament Coxed 4 at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. And the crews are just getting into the blocks. And in lane 1, we have got Waikato University number 2. In lane 2, Otago University number 2. Lane 3, Otago University number 1. Lane 4, Auckland University number 1. Lane 5, Waikato University number 1. Lane 6, Canterbury University number 1. And Lane 7, Auckland University number 2. Last year, this event was won by Canterbury University, so they will be looking to retain the title. Loving the tailwind that we've got here today at Lake Karapiro. Of course, we did start the day a little bit foggy, but it was the slight breeze that did help push the fog away so that we could get away to a clear start. We are an hour behind the originally scheduled time, and will remain an hour behind the original scheduled time for the remainder of the day. So this lovely tailwind will of course help all the crews race down the course nice and speedy on this Easter Saturday. It has been the tradition that New Zealand University Rowing Championships have happened on Easter Saturday since the first race began in 1927. And that race was between Auckland University and Victoria University. And it was great to see how much the New Zealand University rowing scene has grown since that first race. They are sitting in the blocks, looking poised and ready, are these Women's Tournament Coxed 4s. The last crew just getting themselves in. Now, of course, this is tournament grade, so that means that the members of these boats have only raced at university regattas or only done a novice season at club or school level and did not medal in that at the New Zealand Club Champs or New Zealand Secondary School Champs in that novice season. So we'll still say some of our less experienced rowers sort of in their second or third, maybe fourth season of rowing. Most crews are aligned. We are just getting Waikato number 2 into the blocks. If you're just joining the live stream and this is one of the first races that you're watching, the crew in lane 1 is at the top of the screen and the crew in lane 7 is at the bottom. We get a nice close look there at the Auckland number 2 crew. That's Mackenzie Fleet, Kate McLaren, Sawyer Hurrell, Shelley Ralph, and their coxswain Savannah Freeman. And a fantastic look at the start tower. That is where our starter sits, our official, our volunteer. Of course, we couldn't run such fantastic regattas without our volunteers. And he's just keeping an eye on everyone, ensuring they get into the blocks. There's actually someone else in another hut that's aligning them. But this here, our starter, is the one that I get to press the button that sets off the lights and the rowers row away. Very important. And there is our liner's hut just there. So our liner sits there, looks down the line. They've actually got a camera, they look at a screen and tell the boat holders whether they need to move forwards or backwards. That is our liner's hut. And I like to see they've got a little kayak and a paddleboard stashed away there. They could have a bit of fun later, couldn't they? But they do look like they're lying all the crews. And then the boat holders, of course, are lying down, holding on to the sterns of the boat. And they are volunteers as well. And they move the boat either forwards or backwards as per their liner's instructions to ensure we get a nice, clean, straight start. So now that all crews are attached, we won't be far away from the start of the Women's Tournament Coxed 4. You can also see the odd crew member is just touching, so just tapping lightly just to keep the boat straight. As you can sort of see the direction of the wind isn't a direct tail at the start. It's a bit of a cross tail, and as it comes down the lake, moves to a bit more of a flatter tail. So the coxswain will be giving instructions as to who needs to give it a few taps in the crew to make sure the boat stays straight and ready. You can see that the umpire boat at the top of the screen has the white flag up, so it means they're ready to start as the crews sit to attention. Just a few taps to keep some of the boats straight, because we want to start in a nice straight line. And we're off in the women's tournament coxed 4. And it would be a nice strong start there coming from the Waikato crew in the white boat in lane 5. So strong start there from Waikato number 1. Second place, about 10 strokes into the race, is sitting with Auckland number 2. And then it looks like Otago number 2 has got off to a slightly better start ahead of Otago number 1. But there's only about a canvas between those two boats before we come across to Auckland number 2 and Canterbury number 1. And then on the inside to Waikato number 2. So this is the women's tournament coxed 4. All rowers in this event have only raced at university regattas or only done a novice season at the club or school level. So all still very new to the sport of rowing and still getting to grips with it. But this is certainly where greatness begins. Waikato crew of Zoe Haynes, Willa Van Dyke, Amy Vickers, Poppy Pete and their coxswain Hayley Cutler off to a strong start. Now about 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Auckland University. Otago University number 2 sitting in third, but just starting to squeeze up ever closer to Auckland. And they are bringing with them Otago University number 1, who is sitting in fourth, head of Canterbury number 1, Auckland number 2, and Waikato number 2. All crews getting on to nice, long, strong rhythms, really ensuring they find their boat speed. The two Otago crews are pulling through. Otago number 1 didn't have the fastest start, but as we approach the 500 metre marker, Otago number 1 is just pulling into third ahead of Otago number 2, now in fourth. So certainly once they've got up to speed, are travelling well. Canterbury also are moving through, but certainly first through their 500 metre marker, it is Waikato by a length over Auckland, who now have about a canvas over Otago number 1, who have only got a few feet over Canterbury number 1. Fifth place now sitting with Otago number 2. So we're going to have quite the race here, I think, for silver, bronze, 4th and 5th. There is only one division for this event, so the medals will be decided off this race. This Waikato number 1 crew have got off to the cleanest of starts, and just as they move on to their rhythm, the second 500, where you want to really push onto your race rhythm, is going really well for them, as they are now a little bit of clear water up. So Waikato in the lead, Auckland University sitting in second. They've got about a canvas lead over Otago number 1, who only have about a canvas lead over Canterbury number 1, who have a matter of feet over Otago number 2. So very, very close there in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th placings. Then we'll be going back to Auckland number 2 and Waikato number 2. As we get a good close look there at Waikato number 1, having a bit of fun. Bit of a whoopsie daisy. Oh, she's fallen off her seat, but that's all right. She's going to figure it out, get it back. I love a good bit of problem solving on the job. So, a bit of fun there for Waikato. Great job there. There's a bit of a crab caught, a bit of a seat debacle, but we're back in action. So, Waikato number 1 is still leading. Oh, no, she's refixing it. We're certainly having fun here in the women's tournament coxed 4. Waikato in the lead now by a canvas. Auckland sitting in second. And it looks to be like the seat of the bow seat of Waikato is broken, because we're just doing arms and body there. That's all right. She's going to get moving. Absolutely team sport. You help your team any which way you can. Auckland now moves into the lead. Second place now sitting with Otago, number 1. Third place sitting with Canterbury. Those are the top 3 as they move through the 1K marker. So Auckland in the lead. That is Ruby Hollister, Charlotte Morin, Lara Pives, Anna Katerina there, and their coxswain Ella Bryan. So Auckland in the lead by half a length over Otago, number 1, sitting in second. Third place sitting with Canterbury. Fourth place sitting with Waikato. Just a half a length down over Canterbury. So Waikato, they've come back in action, and they'll have that burst of adrenaline, and we'll sort of see what they'll be able to squeeze out with that adrenaline running through their systems in the final kilometre. Fifth place sitting with Otago, number 2, before we go back to Auckland, number 2, and Waikato, number 2. This is the Women's Tournament Coxed 4 at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Starting to see a bit of pace now coming from Canterbury, number 1. Yeah, Canterbury, number 1, now getting a good bit of pace. Just squeezing into the lead. Good push from Canterbury, number 1. That's Amelia Crow, Eve Hill, Eva Doran, Emily Smith, and their coxswain Lockie Wall. Now about 2 feet in the lead over Auckland. So Canterbury was just biding their time, deciding when they needed to pounce, and it was in this third 500. Strong third 500 here from this Canterbury number 1 crew. Second place sitting with Auckland. Third place sitting with Otago. Fourth place sitting with Waikato. So a great race here for the medals in the Women's Tournament Cox 4. There's all to play for. Many times the lead has changed in this race. So exciting racing here on Easter Saturday. We are starting to see now the momentum is moving with Otago number 1. That's Jacqueline Hung, Charlotte Smith, Brooke Perry, Georgia Ware, and their coxswain Charlotte Matthews just squeeze into second place. So well done Otago number 1. Canterbury number 1 still with the lead. Auckland sitting in third. That is how they move through that final 500 metre marker. It's only half a length advantage to Canterbury. Good pace, good momentum coming from the Otago crew. And they've only got about half a canvas over Auckland. But those 3 crews now firmly ahead. Clearwater over Waikato sitting in fourth. Otago number 2 is sitting in fifth, ahead of Auckland number 2 and Waikato number 2. Into the final 500 metres we go, the final sprint for the line. Certainly is Canterbury in the lead, but this Otago crew, they did a great push there at about that 750 metres to go, and the momentum is still going with them. So you do need that strong third 500 to roll into a good sprint. Auckland, though, who were up there first and second in the early stages of the race, are just continuing to push, only half a length down off Otago. Otago about a third of a length down off Canterbury. But all crews here at the front lifting the rate to try to get their best time, to try to put out their best race. So this is the Women's Tournament Cox 4. All rowers in this grade have only raced at university regattas or done a novice season at club or school. So still pretty fresh to the sport of rowing, but it doesn't mean a less exciting race. They've certainly kept us on our toes in this race. The lead changing many times as they approach the final 150 metres. Canterbury in the lead by half a boat length over Otago, who now have about a 3/4 of a boat length over Auckland. So Otago have just continued to squeeze, but a great response from Canterbury to maintain the lead. Fourth sitting with Waikato before we head to Otago number 2, Auckland number 2, and Waikato number 2. But inside the final 100 metres, great to hear everyone here cheering on. Otago with a good push, a good burst, a good sprint inside this final 100 metres here for Otago. It's bell for bell between Canterbury and Otago in the Women's Tournament Cox 4. Who's going to get across the line first? Oh, I think that's going to be Otago. Well done. What a final sprint from them. Second place to Canterbury. Third place to Auckland. Before we head to Waikato, Otago number 2, Auckland number 2, and Waikato number 2. This is the Women's Tournament Cox 4. Next up, very quickly, we will have the Women's Championship Double Sculls. That race is well into the third 500 metres. And in this race, in lane 1, we've got Auckland University number 1. In lane 2, Otago University number 3. Lane 4, Victoria University number 1. There will be no one in lane 5. In lane 4 there will be no one. In lane 5 there will be Otago University number 1. In lane 6 Waikato University number 1. No one in lane 7. But in lane 8 Canterbury University number 2. So this race is just approaching the final 500 metre marker. We'll catch up with them there. Then it does look to be the crew from Waikato that is in the lead. Jenna Lee McGrath and Tegan O'Dwyer. So they're entering that final 500 metres with about 2 boat lengths of a lead over the crew from Auckland University. Harriet and Isla would be in second. Third place, a great tussle happening between Otago number 1 and Otago number 3. And then would be going to Canterbury and Victoria. This is the Women's Championship Double Sculls. Great look there at Tegan and Jenna from Waikato University, who got off to a strong start, maintained their power through the middle, and holding on to the lead by 2 lengths. But at the top of your screen, you can see Harriet Williams and Isla Westlake of Auckland University keep the rate high as they challenge Waikato University. But it certainly is Waikato that are maintaining the lead. Looking very calm, very strong inside the final 250 metres. Second place sitting with Auckland University. Third place it is sitting with Otago. Number 1 just ahead of Otago number 3. Not too much in it between those two Otago crews. Before we head to Canterbury number 2 and Victoria number 1. So it'll be a great race here for the bronze between Otago 1 and Otago 3. But it is looking like the strong Waikato crew of Jenna and Tegan are going to enter the final 100 metres first. About 2 boat lengths ahead of a fast finishing Auckland number 1 crew, who have about 3/4 of boat length lead over Otago number 1, who've got half boat length over Otago number 3. So they're all travelling very fast here, loving the tailwind, no doubt, in the Women's Championship Double Sculls. Last year this event was won by Otago, and this year, first across the line, it is going to be Waikato University. Well done, Jenna and Tegan. Silver medal to Auckland University's Harriet and Isla. And then would be going to Otago number 1, just ahead of Otago number 3. Then Canterbury number 2 and Victoria number 1. That is the Women's Championship Double Sculls. Next up, in about 2.5 minutes' time, will be the Women's Varsity Single Sculls. And there will be 2 divisions of that event. Just underway is Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Single Sculls at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. There will be 2 divisions for this event. So they're just approaching the first 500 metres, but let's check out who's in this race. In lane 1, we've got Canterbury University's Frances Hazeldine. In lane 2, Waikato University's Gemma Glaholm. In lane 3, Victoria University's Grace Stracker. In lane 4, Otago University's Naomi Robertson. In lane 5, Victoria University's Leah Stowe. In lane 6, Massey University's Ayla Rowe. And in lane 7, AUT's Amanda Badger. As we just got a little glimpse there on the live stream of a very speedy remote control boat. And maybe that's what we need. We've got this great live stream here with drones, but imagine if we had a little remote control boat alongside the cruise as well. That would really get you in the thick of it, wouldn't it? We'll talk to our live stream partners, Milford, about that, I think. So this race we're just about to go join. There are 2 divisions of these single sculls, so we will have to check the times after the 2 divisions just to double check where the medals come from, as we have seen Division 2 in many races today rival the times of Division 1. This event last year was won by Otago University, so this year they've got Naomi Robertson in the fold looking to retain the title for the university. And as we join this race, approaching the 1K, there is a clear leader in lane 4, Naomi Robertson of Otago University. So a nice clear lead by some way. And then second place is going to be a good tussle at the moment between Waikato University and AUT. So that is between Jemima and Amanda. But we're getting a great close-up look on the live stream of Naomi Robertson of Otago University. Very calm stroke, nice long, powerful rowing. To be this far ahead, 750 metres in, lets you know she has had a strong start and found her rhythm effectively. Second place sitting with AUT's Amanda Badger, about 2 boat lengths ahead of Waikato's Jemima Glaholm. And then would be going to Massey University, Canterbury and Victoria, but not much in it between them and Victoria at number 2. So good racing here from all scullers in Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Single Sculls. Now into the third 500. Moving into the second half of the race here, all scullers want to just squeeze on to maintain the current boat speed. So whenever they need to think about whether that's a technical point or just a little bit more grit, whatever they have found that maintains their boat speed is what they're looking for here. So that might be changing the rate, or it might be focusing more on a technical point, their blade entry, their blade extraction, how they look after the run on the way forwards. You want to make sure you minimize disruption so that they can really maximize the boat speed, and the power you've put in the previous stroke needs to be utilized effectively. And that is exactly what Naomi Robertson of Otago University is doing so well, as she is leading out this race quite convincingly as she pushes through the third 500 metres. Our fantastic live stream footage brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset, invested in you. Naomi Robertson from Otago University looking very relaxed, very happy with the way she is rowing to be in control of this race. This is Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Single Sculls. They are approaching the final 500 metres. Second place still sitting with AUT's Amanda Badger, although she's now only a length up over Waikato's Jemima Glaholm. So Jemima is having a strong third 500, and will she be able to roll that into a good final 500 sprint, or will Amanda just squeeze away? Good third 500 coming from Canterbury's Frances Hazeldine, as she just squeezes into fourth. but there really isn't anything in it between Canterbury 1, Victoria 1, and Massey 1. So those three scullers all very much aligned across the racecourse. 7th place sitting with Victoria University number 2. Moving into the final 500 metres, it is our leader, 2nd and 3rd. So the top 3 scullers are through. And then who's going to be 4th through? Oh, it's quite close, isn't it? Oh, it would be Advantage Massey. So Ayla Rowe would just have about half boat length lead over Grace, who's got about half canvas over Francis. So a lot chopping and changing there between 4th, 5th and 6th. But keeping an eye on our leader, Naomi Robson of Otago University, is in the lead as we approach the final 250 metres. Now, there will be a second division of this, so Naomi will be aware of that and aware that she needs to just continue to push for a fast time, because anyone in Division 2 could rival the time of Division 1 and actually collect the medal. So it's not just, you're not just racing for line honours in your division when there's more than one division, you're also racing for the fastest time. So this is a fantastic row here from a very determined Naomi Robertson as she enters the final 100 metres. Second place, a good tussle, but it would be, Jemima is just pushing up there. Jemima and Amanda battling it out for 2nd and 3rd from Waikato and Massey University. But loving the run, the patience here coming from Naomi Robinson of Otago University as she approaches the finish line and is going to be first across it in Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Single Sculls. Well done, Naomi Robertson and Otago University. Second place is now sitting with Jemima from Waikato. She had a very firm, strong third 500, and she's rolled that into a good sprint here inside the final stages, but a good response from Amanda Badger of AUT as Jemima just looks across to make sure everything she is doing is maintaining her boat speed and increasing it. These two come down to the line and, that is going to be a little bit of a photo finish, isn't it? Keeping our judges on their toes today. Many fantastically close races here at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Next across the line is going to be fast finishing Frances Hazeldine of Canterbury University. And then we'll be going to Victoria's Grace Stracker just ahead of Massey's Ayla Rowe, and then we'd be back to Leela Stowe from Victoria number 2. But we'll have to double check Rowett for who got 3rd and 4th. But let's head up the lake for Division number 2 and see if any of their times can rival Division number 1. So in Division number 2, we have got in lane 2 Otago University's Lola Ritchie. In lane 3, AUT's Milan Tenakore. In lane 4, AUT's Isabel Hunter Willits. In lane 5, Otago University's Jessica Rankin. In lane 6, from Massey University, we've got Emma Sheffield Cranstone. And in lane 7, we've got Ellie Dean from Waikato University. As we join this race, as they enter the third 500 metres, it would be the sculler from Auckland University of Technology, Milan Tenakore, who is in the lead by about a length over Lola Ritchie of Otago University. Third place would be sitting with Waikato University's Ellie Dean. Fourth place with Otago's Jessica Rankin, before we get to Emma and Isabella. This is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Single Sculls, and the results have just come in for Division 1. It certainly was Naomi Robinson from Otago University that won in a time of 8:07, but it was Waikato University's Jemima that managed to get the second place, 8:34.12, and then 8:34.38 to Auckland University of Technology's Amanda. So very close photo finish for those who are on the line for second and third in Division 1. Will anyone here in Division 2 rival the times of them? In the lead, it is Milan Tenakore of Auckland University of Technology, now just stretched out to about a 2 lengths of a boat length lead over Lola Ritchie from Otago University. That is how they're going to move through the final 500 metres. So it certainly is Milan just moving through that buoy line first. Second through that buoy line is Lola from Otago. And next through the last 500 metres, it is going to be Ellie Dean of Waikato University. So those are the top three in Division 2 of the women's varsity single scull. Fourth place sitting with Otago University number 2, Jessica Rankin. And then we'll be going to Massey 2 and AUT number 2. But a great push from Auckland University of Technology number 3, Milan Tenakore, as she holds on to the lead, just squeezing down. Every sort of 500 metres, you notice she gets another half a boat length lead. So it's just about finding your fastest base race pace and maintaining that for as long as possible, which is exactly what Milan is doing. As we enter the final 250 metres, Division 2 Women's Varsity Single Sculls. A good firm start here from the beginning from Milan, from AUT. Second place still sitting with Otago's Lola. Third place sitting with Waikato's Ellie. Those are the top three. Fourth place, Jessica from Otago. And then it's very tight for fifth and sixth between Isabella and Emma from AUT and Massey, respectively. Will the times, any of these times of these scullers, rival the times of the scullers from Division 1? That is what we will find out in a few moments. As our leader Milan moves into the final 100 metres, keeping the stroke rate nice and long and strong. And there she goes for a bit of a sprint. You see her really start to lift it now. Into the final 100 metres for our current second place, Otago and Waikato University. So our top three scullers now sprinting inside the final 100 metres. Division 2 Women's Varsity Single Sculls. And first across the line, it is going to be our early race leader, Auckland University of Technology's Milan Tenakore. Well done to Milan. A great sprint here coming from Ellie Dean of Waikato. But it does look like Otago University's Lola Ritchie is going to maintain second place. Third place, Waikato University's Ellie Dean. Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Single Sculls. Then we'll be going to Otago University's Jessica Rankin, AUT's Isabella Hunter-Willits, and Massey University's Emma Sheffield Cranstone. The next race will be the Men's University Novice Coxed 4, and we will be starting that in about 6 minutes' time. So, don't go anywhere, folks. The Men's Novice 4, always an interesting race. We'll start in about 5 minutes' time. want to.
The thing with investing is that sometimes markets can be a bit wobbly,
Exactly like that. But you focus long term and stay centered.
just like we need to be.
Rowing champs. You'll also see we've got on the water today the 2026 Family Remote Control Boat Championships. As we see great jumping there over the waves by the black boat. The red boat seems to have stalled in the water, but no doubt the engineers will get underway shortly to fix that boat. But the black boat is really hooning around nice and fast. Good figure of eights there. And the little boat in the background also getting in amongst the action. So, a lot happening on the shores of Lake Karapiro today, this Easter Saturday. Fantastic day to be out and about. As we drive up to the start to catch the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. In this race, in lane 2, we have got Waikato University number 1. In lane 3, Auckland University number 1. In lane 4, Otago University number 2. In lane 5, Massey University number 1. Lane 6, Otago University number 1. Lane 7, Victoria University number 1. This is the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. There will be one division for this event. And in 2025, this event was won by Otago University. And the definition of a novice at university rowing is that they have done no rowing or coaching prior to February 1st of the current year. So very fresh rowers, very new to the sport of rowing. And we hope that it will be a lifelong activity for these new rowers. So they're just all getting into the blocks now. we can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 6 crews are in the blocks. So we won't be far away. And there's good backing down there. We're seeing from Otago University number 2. So backing down is where the rowers essentially row backwards to reverse their stern into the boat holder's hands. And then the boat holder holds the boat firmly until the start. So you've got 5 crews nicely attached. I'm sure the 6th crew will be landing shortly. And of course, as this is a novice event, I'm sure that we've got many people viewing rowing for the first time on our live stream. And this fantastic live stream that you're seeing is brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset. They're a fantastic New Zealand company that invests in New Zealand events such as this. So if you like what you're seeing here, the racing that we're providing, do make sure you look into Milford Asset as a company that you would support with your business. We're getting a good look here from the point of view of the starter in the starter's tower. He's just in that little tower there to the left. And once all the crews are attached and the umpire of the race shows him his white flag to let him know he's happy, the aligner of the race also lets the starter know that he's happy, then the starter will press the magic button that says attention, and then a buzzer signals the crews to start. They'll also get a red light and then a green light. Of course, the international symbol green means go. So we're getting a nice close look at our starter there. There's 2. Oh, a great wave. Yes, they know the drill. If you see the drone, give it a wave. So, very happy volunteers. We couldn't run our races at Karapiro without our volunteers, who are so fantastically fueled by sausage rolls. Love it when you get a delivery of the sausage rolls. Always a staple here at Karapiro. Our last crew from Auckland Rowing Club is just getting attached. So I like how they are being nice and calm and just backing down slowly but efficiently into the starter's hands. You never want to rush as a novice. You want to ensure that you do things directly and with purpose. That's exactly what this Auckland crew of Shenfei Lee, Bailey Wormsley, Charlie Harper, Mitchell Layton and Neil Cox and Angus Jackson is doing well. And they have just got attached there. So all 6 crews are now attached. They'll also be straightening, so the coxswains will be telling various team members to tap, just to make sure that their bow is straight in the centre of their lane before they start. Luckily, the weather gods have been kind to us here at Karapiro today, and we're just getting a light tail breeze. Something that makes marshalling the crews a lot easier. See, all crews are now just making sure their bows are straight. You can see the umpire at the top of the screen. He's ready. So we're moments away from the start. All crews are sitting ready, awaiting the starter's orders. And we're off in the Men's University Novice Coxed 4s. 6 crews have started the race nice and strong. The fastest start coming from Otago University number 1. A little bit of a steering issue there with Victoria University, but they're back in action nice and straight. So good job there. Otago number 1 out to about a half a boat length lead over Auckland number 1. They're about 100 metres in. So these are the top 2 crews. 3rd place currently sitting with Otago number 2. 4th place sitting with Massey before we go to Waikato 1 and Victoria number 1. So very good clean start there from Otago number 1. Might I remind you, a university novice is someone who has done no rowing or had been coached in the sport of rowing prior to February 1st of this current calendar year. So all very fresh in the sport of rowing. but quick learning these university students are. And we have Otago University leading out by 3/4 of a boat length over Auckland University in the first 250 metres. Second place still sitting with Otago number 2. Massey number 1 having a little bit of trouble. The umpires having a quick, just seeing that they're all good there, which they appear to be. We always expect novices to have a bit of fun, as we see Victoria Uni also having a bit of fun with their seats. So I'm going to say 4th place is now sitting with Waikato University. And then we'll be going to Victoria and Massey. So what we saw there with a couple of the novice crews is that they just fell off their seat. And so it is a bit of a skill to push in the horizontal plane whilst staying firmly on the seat. If these novices are quickly learning. But a 2,000 metre course gives plenty of time for our novices, our beginners of the sport of rowing, to learn and apply lessons as they go. After all, these are university students. I would like to think they've got good critical thinking skills and can apply lessons in action. As Otago University number 1 move through the first 500 metre marker, just about a length up over Auckland University number 2, who have got 2 lengths lead over Otago number 2, Waikato University sitting in 4th, before we go back to Massey and Victoria. So as we get a great look here at our crew from Otago in the lead, that's Ruben Kiss, Ben Lang, Finlay Brunstrom, Nelson Hill, and near coxswain Sophie Kundal. They're getting a nice, strong rhythm there, everything all in time. And I think really the main thing with a novice is if you can get them all to get their blades in and push together, that's a great place to start. And you can go from there. So this Otago University crew, all with no more than 8 weeks of training under their belt, have got off to a nice, clean rhythm that is helping them to charge forwards through that 750 metre marker. They have got about 3 boat lengths lead over Auckland University number 1. 3rd place sitting with Otago University number 2. 4th place sitting with Waikato number 1. Before we head to Massey and Victoria. So these boats have all got off to a nice, strong rhythm. The Auckland crew, we've got Chen Fei Lee, Bailey Wormsley, Charlie Harper, Mitchell Layton and their coxswain Angus Jackson. And the nice stern cox boat there. And that really is helpful to a good coxswain of a novice crew because it makes it a lot easier to coach them as they're going. Of course, a very good coxswain is essentially a coach within the boat. 3rd place sitting with Otago number 2. And in that boat, we've got Wing Ken Chen, Sunta Shinsaki, Tag McKenna, Georgia Ware, and their coxswain, Charlotte Matthews. So we see Charlotte there, great view of Charlotte, making the calls to ensure their boat continues to travel well, which they are. 4th place sitting with Waikato University, number 1, Rachel Bennett, Fernanda Apanko, Jack Devane, Tim Van Grinsven, and their coxswain, Maddie Peacock. So Waikato have got good timing there. All their blades going in and out of the water together. So that is very useful for novices. So they're moving now into the 2nd kilometre. So now that they're up and running, the coxswains will be looking to coach them through the rest of the race and maintaining their best rowing possible. And that's exactly what we're seeing the leaders, Otago University, do. They are getting great length of their stroke. So they're maximising the time their blades are in the water so that they can propel their hull past the blades so beautifully. That is why this Otago University novice men's coxed 4 is in the lead by some way. Auckland University sitting in 2nd, 3rd place sitting with Otago number 2, but Waikato University are starting to build a little bit of momentum, now only about 3/4 of a boat length down off Otago University number 2. 5th place would be sitting with Victoria just ahead of Massey. But there's no doubt who is the leaders of the Men's University Novice Coxed 4 for 2026. It is Otago University. And Otago did win this event last year. So these fresh rowers looking to retain that title for their university. Otago has a very illustrious program of all levels. So you can see here right from the novice through to the championship. Very strong rowing program down at Otago University. As our leaders here enter the final 500 metres. So a great race here from Otago University number 1 in the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. And I love their coxswain there, Sophie. She saw the drone, she understood the assignment. So for the rowers on the bank, make sure if, you notice the drone on the banks, or maybe you're a coxswain, give the drone a little something special. Give it a little wave. Otago leading out the Men's University Novice Coxed 4 by a distance. Auckland University sitting in second. Third place still sitting with Otago University number 2, but there is a very tenacious Waikato University crew sitting in fourth, only a boat length behind Otago University number 2. And then we'll be heading back to Victoria and Massey. Our leaders are just entering the final 250 metres, so they'll be winding up for their sprint. Of course, as they have a nice clean rhythm, the coxswain will be looking to ensure they maintain this. They don't need to try anything too fancy. You just want to continue what is working well for the crew. That's what this Otago University crew is doing. They are lifting the rate, and they are going for a sprint, but they've got good clean blade work, which means that they will maintain their speed. Auckland still sitting in second, Otago number 2 sitting in third, hot on their heels, Waikato University. As our leaders, Otago University number 1, enter the final 100 metres of the Men's University Novice Coxed 4 at the 2026 New Zealand University Championships. So these rowers are in their maximum first 8 weeks of the sport of rowing. So great effort there by Otago University. Fantastic novice program. So Otago University take the win and retain the title for 2026. The boat currently in second place, Auckland University, have just entered the final 100 metres. Otago University number 2 still holding on to third place. So Auckland University, a great sprint. They're really lifting their rate for the finish line. Great calls from their coxswain and a fantastic response from the crew. Nice clean blade work so that they don't get caught in the water. And Auckland University cross the line for second in the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. As Otago number 2 catches a crab and he gets it back. Oh, that was quite something there. Great recovery though. They're still holding on to third place. Waikato University sitting in fourth. A good sprint coming from them. But it is going to be a calm and great response from Otago University number 2 that retains their third place. Fourth across the line, it will be Waikato University ahead of Victoria and Massey. That is the Men's University Novice Coxed 4. Next up will be the Men's Championship Double Sculls, and it is fast approaching, just moving through the 1K marker. There will be 2 divisions of this event. So in lane 2, we have got Otago University number 1. In lane 3, Auckland University number 1. Lane 4, Canterbury University number 1. There's no one in lane 5, but in lane 6, we've got Waikato University number 1. This is Division 1 of the Men's Championship Double Sculls. There will be a second division comprised entirely of Canterbury University. So in the lead, with about 750 metres left, it is quite close between Canterbury number 1 and Otago number 1. So very tight there in the lead. Both crews really lifting their rate, but it would be Canterbury that have the advantage. So that is Charlie Manser and Lewis Meets. And Canterbury hold the title from 2025. And I believe Lewis Meets was part of that double that did win this event last year. So he is looking to retain the title himself for another year. Canterbury in the lead only though by half a length over Otago number 1. That is Luke Brock and Finn Ellison. So those are the top 2 crews. Then third place, then that's how they enter the final 500 metres. Then third to enter the final 500 metres, it is going to be Auckland number 1, just by a length ahead of Waikato number 1. So those are the 4 crews in Division 1. So we're going to have a great race here. You can see all boats have nice high rates. They're really ticking it over, making sure they get plenty of strokes in, and they've got the power to match that high rate as well. And that is what is just driving all these boats towards the finish line so quickly. The lead is still with Canterbury, and they've just stretched it out a little bit. They've really wound up their sprint here inside the final 500 metres. They've now got clear water over Otago number 1, who in turn have a couple of boat lengths clear water over Auckland, who have now got about 3/4 of a boat length lead over Waikato. This is the Men's Championship double sculls at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Inside the final 250 metres, we do see the Canterbury crew of Charlie Manser and Lewis Meates just lift the rate again. They're really sprinting home as fast as possible. They know that Division 2 is full of their teammates, and they know that their times could rival theirs. So they're certainly travelling well as Canterbury. As they enter the final 100 metres, some 2 boat lengths ahead of Otago, but a great race for third as Waikato have whipped up their rate and just squeezed in ahead of Auckland, but there's nothing in it. 100 metres could easily change a good sprint here. This is the Men's Championship double sculls coming now down to the line, and taking the win in Division 1 is going to be Canterbury University. Well done, Charlie and Lewis. Next across the line is going to be Otago University number 1, and then third across the line, well done, a fast finishing Waikato's Luke and Jamison, just ahead of Auckland's Daniel and Blake. So that was a very fast Men's Championship double sculls Division 1. Division 2 coming up next. All crews are from Canterbury, and it'll be interesting to see if their times rival that of Division 1. As we get a great look at the crowd. The crowds are building here on the shores of Lake Karapiro. We've also got the medical team in action. Hopefully we don't need them. Nice to always have them on standby though. So Division 2 of the Men's Championship double sculls, we've got 3 crews in it. It does look to be, and they're all from Canterbury. We've got Canterbury number 4 in lane 3. In lane 4 we've got Canterbury number 2, and in lane 5 we've got Canterbury number 3. So this race is inside the third 500, and it would be Canterbury number 2, Sam Wilson and Jimmy Middleditch, that are in the lead. So 3 Canterbury crews in the centre of the course, battling it out. And of course, they will know that their teammates in Division 1 would have been quite speedy and will be looking to rival them. But there is certainly Canterbury number 2, Sam Wilson, Jimmy Middleditch, that are in the lead. And then it's very close between Canterbury number 4 and Canterbury number 3. They have got about 600 metres left in this race. Division 2 of the Men's Championship double sculls. The lead is still sitting with Canterbury number 2, Sam Wilson and Jimmy Middleditch. And the winners of Division 1 of the Men's Championship double sculls did it in a time of 6:42. Entering the final 500 metres of Division 2 of the Men's Championship double sculls, it is still Canterbury number 2 that are in the lead. Canterbury number 4 is sitting in second, and Canterbury number 3 is sitting in third. And that is how they've entered the final 500 metres. Of course, all of their teammates, Canterbury number 1 won Division number 1 at a time of 6:42. Second place was Otago University in 6:48. And third place was Waikato University in 6:50. Only 1 second behind them was Auckland University. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these times rival those as we go and get a nice close look at our leaders. Oh, a good race. I think we're going to have a great race for second and third here between Canterbury 3 and Canterbury 4. That's certainly starting to lift the rate. But stunning views here of Sam Wilson and Jimmy Middleditch. Lovely blade angles. So you can see good parallels between the stroke and bowman's blades. That just means they're nicely in sync. And the coaches have done a great job at setting them up neatly so that the angles match. As they enter the final 100 metres, really lifting the rate. They know they've got a sprint for time. Second and third, it's quite close, but I would say advantage Canterbury number 4, about a canvas over Canterbury number 3, but there's not much in it between those two crews. This is Division 2 of the Men's Championship double sculls. Down to the finish line, first across it is going to be Canterbury number 2. So a very strong race from them, but it's going to be a photo finish, I think, between Canterbury number 4 and Canterbury number 3 for second and third in Division number 2, because look at these two crews. They come across the line together. Possibly Canterbury number 3 just got Canterbury number 4 on the line. But either way, it was certainly Canterbury. So can't wait to see those results pop up in Rowan, and we'll see if they rival Division 1. The next race will be the men's varsity single sculls. And in lane 1, we've got Canterbury University. In lane 2, Massey. There'll be no one in lane 3. In lane 4, we've got Victoria University. Lane 5, Waikato University. Lane 6, Victoria number 2. Lane 7, Auckland University of Technology. And lane 8, Otago University. So this race has 2 divisions. As we just see, the results have just come in for the previous event, the Men's Championship double sculls, and Canterbury number 2 were slightly faster than Canterbury number 1. So Division 2 actually had the faster time. They were 6:42.24, and the winners of Division 1 were 6:42.39. So that is 1 and 2 to Canterbury number 2 and Canterbury number 1. And then the next fastest is Otago. Number 1 on 6:48. So quite a speedy event, the Men's Championship double sculls. Now that we're into the men's varsity single sculls, which there's 2 divisions on, I'm sure they're going to make it just as exciting. The sculler who is in the lead would be the outside sculler in the outside lane, Otago University number 1, Jed Wall. And he is having a good tussle there with the sculler in lane 5, Waikato's Harry February. So as they move through that 1K marker, it is going to be Jed Wall in the lead by about 3/4 of a boat length over Waikato's Harry February. So that is the top 2 there for the men's varsity single sculls Division 1. Then the next boat moving through the line is going to be Victoria's Sean Snow. Just ahead of, down the inside there, Canterbury's Oliver Hamilton and AUT's Talisman Lloyd. So these scullers travelling very well in the men's varsity single sculls. Last year this event was won by Canterbury University, and it looks like this event title holders will change hands. Jed Wall holding on to the lead there, front and centre of your live stream. As we see Harry February just look across to check up on him. He's only half a length down. Jed looks at Harry. Harry looks at Jed. And they both squeeze down, go for a move. The duckies in lane 7 ensure they move out of the way. Smart ducks. We've got smart birds here on Lake Karapiro. But certainly it's Jed Wall who's got the smartest rowing, as he is in the lead, but only about half a canvas. A great push coming from Harry February of Waikato Rowing Club. These two actually did row the season both at Waikato Rowing Club. So they know each other. They know where they push. They know how each other work. Harry's really lifting the rate and he's pulling up level alongside Jed. So Harry from Waikato University and Jed from Otago University are travelling very well inside the third 500 of the men's varsity single sculls. Division 1, there will be a second division. Jed there, we get a great look at him as he just flicks across. Keeping an eye on Harry as he's about to enter the final 500 metres. So these two scullers travelling very well. Jed and Harry leading out Division 1 men's varsity single sculls. And there's Harry February keeping an eye on Jed, maintaining a single in the middle of his lane. And Harry loves a high rate. We're certainly going to see a great sprint from him, but I've also seen fantastic sprints from Jed throughout the season. So we're going to have a great battle between these two scullers inside the final 500 metres. They're certainly going to keep the racing exciting, keep the viewers on the live stream high, no doubt. And it is now Harry who's just inched into the lead with about 400 metres left to travel. So Harry February, but a great response there from Jed Wall. Oh, these two are just driving their boats strong together. Harry responds again. So in a single, you can really lift the rate and change your boat speed quite efficiently. There's also a fantastic race unfolding for 3rd, 4th and 5th. So we are going to get treated to a fantastic race here at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Of course, at such a prestigious regatta, I would expect nothing less. 3rd place sitting with Canterbury's Oliver Hamilton. And then it's quite close between Victoria's Sean Snow and AUT's Talisman Lloyd for 4th and 5th. But inside the final 100 metres, Jed Wall and Harry February are battling it out, both of them lifting the rate. I love how high they're both lifting the rate, really going for it. Advantage to Jed, but Harry is whipping it up again. So both of these scullers has battled the whole way down together, keeping an eye on each other. But it is Jed who has squeezed out his lead inside the final 100 metres. And Jed Wall from Otago University is going to cross the line first in Division 1 in the men's varsity single sculls. Harry February from Waikato University will cross the line second. Of course, there is a second division of this event, so we'll see how their times match up. Then next across the line, it is going to be the sculler from Canterbury University down in lane 1, Oliver Hamilton. He will be 3rd across the line. And then would be going over to lane 7, Auckland University of Technology's Talisman Lloyd is going to cross the line for 4th, just ahead of Victoria University's Sean Snow. And then we'd be going back to Massey University's Cameron McKay and Victoria University's Samuel Edwards. That is Division 1 of the men's varsity single sculls. Next up, Division 2. And in lane 2, we've got Otago University's Jack Clark. Canterbury University's David Ritchie is in lane 2. In lane 3, Canterbury University's Joseph Williams. In lane 4, Otago University's Ralph Henderson. In lane 5, Canterbury University's Frank O'Gara. In lane... There'll be no one in lane 6, but in lane 7, we've got Lincoln University's Geordie McGillen. And we will catch up with that race very shortly. Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls has just got underway. They're about 100 metres in. And we did see a nice strong start there from the crew in lane 1. Otago's Jack Clark, as well as the sculler in lane 3, Canterbury's Joseph Williams, and the sculler in lane 7, Lincoln's Geordie McGillen, as well as Otago's Ralph Henderson. So those are the sort of the top 4, and then we'll be going to Frank O'Gara from Canterbury and David Ritchie from Canterbury. So they now are 500 metres in, so all just squeezing towards their race rhythm. Canterbury University's Joseph Williams getting a nice long stroke and a firm drive. And it's nice that the wind has just settled down here at Karapiro. It was a little bit of a tail breeze, and it's now just flattening out to more of a nice, beautiful, glassy conditions on this Easter Saturday. Certainly the leader of Division 2 is Jack Clark from Otago University. He is just about 3/4 of boat length up over Canterbury University's Joseph Williams. Then 3rd place, it's quite close between Otago's Ralph Henderson and Lincoln's Geordie McGillen. Those two travelling very well together, moving through their first 500 metre buoy together. Then we'll be going back to Frank O'Gara from Canterbury University for 5th and David Ritchie from Canterbury University for 6th. So that is the order in which they travelled through that first 500 metre marker. Division 1 of this event was won by Otago University's Jed Wall in a time of 7:20. So these scullers will be looking to rival that time. Second place was Waikato's Harry February in a time of 7:22. As we get a good look at Otago University sculler in lane 1, Jack Clark. Keeping the rate nice and high as he moves through the 750 metre marker, just flicking his eyes across the field to ensure what he's thinking about, what he's trying to work on is making his boat move against the competition. He's now got clear water over Canterbury University's Joseph Williams, who is sitting in second. He's got a length lead over Otago University's Ralph Henderson. Those are the top three firmly as we're into the second 500 metres. Fourth place, Lincoln University's Geordie McGillan. He's quite close there to Otago University's Ralph Henderson, so not much in it there for the bronze medal. So it'll be interesting to see the sort of sprints we get at the end, but also the grit and determination that we get through the middle of this race. So we're just approaching the 1K marker of Division 2, the men's varsity single sculls. And firmly first through their market, it's Jack Clark from Otago University. He's really stretched on inside the second 500, a very strong middle kilometre. Second place, Canterbury University's Joseph Williams, but third place, it's pretty much even there between Otago University's Ralph Henderson and Lincoln's Geordie McGillan. So those two moving through that 1K marker at the same time. So this third 500, where you really want to be nice and strong, you're onto your race rhythm, you should be feeling good about how you're moving your boat, and you just want to add a little something to that, squeeze a little bit more down, will really tell who gets the bronze and who ends up fourth in this race. Sorry, who third and fourth. Of course, this is Division 2, so they're looking to rival the times of Division 1. And Jack Clark from Otago University is making sure he continues to push out in the lead. He'll know that his teammate Jed Wall from Division 1 is quite nippy in the single, and so I'm sure he'll be thinking, try to rival his time. It should put him in good stead. So Jed did win Division 1 in a time of 7:20. Harry February was second in a time of 7:22. Third place was 7:51. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone here from Division 2 can get a time close to the top two from Division 1. As they firmly move through the third 500 metres, definitely the 500 metres that requires the most mental resilience. Great work from Jack Clark of Otago University as he stretches out his lead even more. Canterbury University's Joseph Williams sitting in second place. Third place is now sitting with Otago University's Ralph Henderson. Only half a boat length, though, ahead of Lincoln University's Geordie McGillan. So it's all to play for in Division 2 of the men's varsity single sculls. All of them vying for line honours as well as fast times that rival Division 1. Beautiful conditions here on Lake Karapiro. Stunningly flat water and a slight bit of overcast. I know we all love the sunshine, but this kind of overcast, I think, is the perfect rowing conditions. It just keeps you a little bit cool so you don't sizzle out there while you're waiting for your race. And although we did have fog delay at the start of the day, it normally means once the fog clears, we're going to have a beautiful day like this here at Karapiro. But inside the final 300 metres here of Division 2 men's varsity single sculls, it is Jack Clark from Otago University that is just running away with the lead ahead of Canterbury University's Joseph Williams. And then third place still sitting with Ralph Henderson of Otago University, but Geordie McGillan from Lincoln University has had a tenacious row and he continues to drive strongly towards the finish line. It's final 250 metres for Otago University's Jack Clark. He lifts the rate again. He knows it's not just about winning line honours in Division 2. He knows he needs to try and get a time that rivals Division 1. As he really lifts his rate, sprints towards the line. Lane 1, great place to be. You can hear your mates there cheering you on. Love to see people standing up out of their seats and cheering on their teammates. The university rowing all about participation as well as performance. Victoria University currently holds the Spirit Award from 2025, so they obviously got out and supported their teammates. Hotly contested award that at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. But inside the final 100 metres, he's led from the start. He's stretched out his lead through the middle. He's had a fantastic sprint. It's Jack Clark from Otago University that is going to take light honours in Division 2 of the men's varsity singles sculls. Well done, Jack. Second place into the final 100 metres. It's still sitting with Canterbury University's Joseph Williams, but we're seeing great sprints come here from Ralph Henderson and Geordie McGillan. But across the line for second place, it is going to be Canterbury University's Joseph Williams, and it does look like Ralph Henderson of Otago University is just going to hold on to third place across the line ahead of Geordie McGillan from Lincoln University. Then we'll be heading to Canterbury University's Frank O'Gara and Canterbury University's David Ritchie to conclude the men's varsity single sculls. Next up will be the Women's Championship Coxed 4 event, and that is well underway. In the Women's Championship Coxed 4, in lane 2 we've got Otago University number 3. In lane 3 we've got Otago University number 4. In lane 4 Otago University number 1. In lane 5 Waikato University number 1. Lane 6 Otago University number 2. And lane 7 Canterbury University number 1. And they are just moving through the 1K marker. So we'll join that race shortly. But just moving through that 1K marker first would be Otago University 1. Travelling well with them, Otago University number 2. So those would be the top 2 crews at the early stages. Waikato number 1 also travelling well. They're having a good tussle for 3rd and 4th with Canterbury University number 1. This is the Women's Championship Coxed 4 at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. We'll join the race as it pushes through the third 500 metres. In the lead at the moment would be Otago University number 1 and Otago University number 2. Not much in it between those two crews. Very close indeed. And then a good tussle between Waikato and Canterbury for 3rd and 4th. Otago University do hold the title in this event from last year. So with 2 strong crews out in the lead, they will be looking to retain that title. But it is very close between the 2 of them. 3rd place is going to be advantage Waikato, 4th place Canterbury, but there's only about a canvas, if that, in it. As they move into the final 500 metres, it is Otago University number 1 in the lead by about a canvas over Otago University number 2. Oh, goodness me. 3rd place, it's only just sitting with Waikato, but it's about 2 inches between Waikato and Canterbury, so not much in it at all. Then we'd be going to Otago number 3 and Otago number 4. There is only the one division of this event, so it's all to play for here for the medals in the Women's Championship Coxed 4. There's no doubt about gold and silver at the moment. It's going to be Otago. Could switch around the order, who knows, we'll find out. But Waikato and Canterbury are having a great battle for 3rd and 4th. Advantage sitting with Waikato, but there's only a matter of feet between them and Canterbury. Certainly in the lead as they enter the final 250 metres is Otago number 1. So that is Millie Scott, Mila Van Rensburg, Olivia Paymanga, Coco Flood and their coxswain Grace O'Connor. So Otago University number 1 leading out the Women's Championship, coxed 4. Second place sitting with Otago University number 2. Third place, every time I go to call third place, it switches between Canterbury and Waikato, so a real race on our hands here. Both of these crews sprinting for the line. Advantage, though, would be with Canterbury. Canterbury with a very strong final 250 metres. Entering the final 100, though, it is Otago 1 and Otago 2. In that order, with about half a boat length between them. The bronze medal position firmly sitting with Canterbury. They've got about 3/4 of a boat length lead over Waikato as these Otago crews charge towards the finish line. They're going to retain the title for another year. It's the Women's Championship, coxed 4. Gold medal to Otago University. Silver medal to Otago University number 2. Bronze medal, it's going to be Canterbury number 1. And 4th place across the line, Waikato number 1. Then we'll be heading to Otago number 3 and Otago number 4. And if you've just joined our live stream for today and you're wondering what race we're up to, just so you're aware, we did have a fog delay at the start of the day. So that has made racing be 1 hour behind the original start times, and we're maintaining that 1 hour delay as the day progresses. As we go up to the start, we're about to catch the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. In this race, in lane 1, we have got Massey University. In lane 2, Otago University number 3. Lane 4, Waikato University number 1. Lane 4, Victoria University number 1. Lane 5, Otago University number 2. Lane 6, Otago University number 1. And Lane 7, Canterbury University number 1. They are about 500 metres into the race, just about to go through that 500 metre buoy line. And in the lead, it is going to be Otago University number 2. Madeline Collis and Sophie Cassell. They are going to move through that marker first. About 3/4 of a boat length over Canterbury University number 1 will be sitting in second, and Otago University number 1 sitting in third. And it's very tight there for 4th, 5th and 6th between Otago University number 3, Waikato University number 1 and Victoria number 1 before we head back to Massey number 1. And last year this event was won by Canterbury, but this year it certainly is Otago that have got a commanding lead. That is Otago number 2 crew that are firmly in the lead by about 3 boat lengths. Canterbury holding on to second, but a good push coming from Otago number 1 as well as Otago number 3. The real question is Otago number 3 going to be able to push up into third place, and are we going to see a full Otago podium? We've got about 5 minutes to figure that out as they're just moving into the second 500 metre. This is the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. Now, the lightweight rowing, it did used to be in the Olympic program, but it did get removed a few Olympics ago. And so that is why it's no longer in the New Zealand Rowing Championships, but it still remains an event here at the New Zealand University Rowing Championships. The leaders of this event are Otago University number 2, second place sitting with Canterbury, but we are starting to see Otago number 1 inch ever closer. Still sitting in third, but only a few feet down from Canterbury. 4th place still sitting with Otago number 3 as they try to separate themselves from Waikato number 1 and Victoria number 1. As I look to see who's in this race, it does appear to be the Waikato boat has Annabelle Scott on board, a coxswain. So if you watched the Māori regatta recently, you would have seen the coxswains race. So it's great when coxswains get in the boat and can so expertly row a boat such that they can race a full 2K. Annabelle certainly graduated from the coxswains race into the lightweight event. In the lead, though, there's no doubt about it, Madeline Collis and Sophie Cassell have moved into the final kilometre, some way ahead of the rest of the field. Second place still sitting with Canterbury. They're managing to keep their bow just ahead of Otago, but Tasman Jacka and Millie Hackett from Otago are really making them work for it, keeping just half a boat length down, so certainly within the sprinting distance. Fourth place still sitting with Otago number 3, Sophie Kendall and Awatea Wallace, so those two pushing strongly into this third 500. The third 500 where you really need to push some strength so you got somewhere to sprint from. Starting to see Otago number 1 just creep up again on Canterbury, but great response from Canterbury as we get a good close look at Otago number 2, Madeline and Sophie, to check out how they are rowing so well. And it's certainly that their blades are in a nice parallel when they come forwards and at the finish, so that lets you know that they are set up well and to get the best arc every stroke, the best arc of their blades every stroke, collect the water, hold on to the water firmly and drive the hull of their boat past their blades. So they're travelling very well as Otago number 2 in the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. Second place still sitting with Canterbury. Third place sitting with Otago. But Otago did get quite close there, but Canterbury has pushed away a bit more now. So Canterbury now firmly in second with a full boat length over Otago number 1. So very good work here in the second half of this race by Isabella Cody and Eliza Glover as they just maintain a firm pressure to just hold on to second place. Third place sitting with Otago number 1, Tamsin Jacka and Millie Hackett. This is the only division for this event, so the medals will be decided from this race. Fourth place sitting with Otago number 3, fifth with Waikato, then we'll be going to Victoria and Massey as the leaders enter the final 500 metres. And they got off to a nice clean start, got onto their rhythm well, pushed strongly through the middle of the race and are now able to just run towards the finish line. It is Otago University number 2. Otago University number 1 travelling very well, sitting in third place, but there's a very tenacious Canterbury number crew that's sitting just ahead of them in the silver medal position. As we row into the final 250 metres of the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. A very strong, calm, confident-looking crew from Otago University, number 2, is in the lead. Canterbury University number 1 sitting in second, Otago University number 1 sitting in third, Otago University number 3 sitting in fourth. A great push coming from Victoria University as they try to rival Waikato University, who still maintains 5th position. Massey University sitting in 7th. But to the final 100 metres now, it is Otago University number 2 that have just pushed their lead more and more every stroke coming towards the finish line. You see them lift the rate. They've got a nice long stroke to get the most water possible, to get the longest, lengthiest stroke as they cross the line first in the Women's University Lightweight Double Sculls. Well done, Otago University's Madeline and Sophie. Next across the line will be Canterbury University and Otago University number 1, who have had a great race together, pushing each other for second and third the whole way down. Great pushes coming from either crew and fantastic response from Canterbury to maintain the silver medal position. Third across the line will be Otago number 1. Then next across the line will be Otago number 3. And a fantastic battle inside the final 100 metres between Waikato and Victoria. Waikato is holding on to 5th, but Victoria University lift the rate. Victoria really pushing home now. Great response, though, comes from Waikato. These two crews driving towards the finish line for 5th and 6th, and it is going to be Waikato that hold on to 5th, 6th place to Victoria University. Fantastic race from those two crews, 7th place to Massey. Next up will be the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. And this event was won in 2025 by Canterbury University. We've got 2 entries this year. In lane 4, we've got a Victoria University. In lane 3, we've got a Waikato University composite. In lane 4, we've got a Victoria University composite with Canterbury and Massey. And in lane 5, we've got Otago University. So we have got 3 crews here that will be in the centre of the course. As we approach the start line, you can see the crews are just getting themselves sorted in the blocks. So this will be the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. And on the left of the screen, you can see the crew from Otago University just backing down into the blocks. And on the right of the screen, the composite crew that is made up of members from Victoria University, Canterbury University and Massey University are also just getting attached. And it's no mean feat backing down such a large, long boat into the starter's hand. Has to be a precision activity. Once they do get attached, they then straighten up. So these 2 crews are nicely attached now. I believe there is meant to be a 3rd crew made up of members of Waikato University and Auckland University that will be on their way to the start as well. This is the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. We're moments away from the start of the Women's University Novice Coxed 8s, and we are 1 hour behind the original scheduled start times due to a fog delay at the start of the day. The race after this will be the Men's Championship Coxed 4, as we get a good look at our starter in the starter's hut. Reminding me of one of those clowns at a fairground that seems to turn its head to follow you. As the 3rd and final crew is just backing into the blocks, and that will be a crew that is made up of Waikato University and Auckland University members. It's fantastic that we do have the option to put in a composite crew, join forces to ensure we can get the biggest boat possible in the sport of rowing out on the water. I'm sure as this is a novice event, we've got many people new to the sport of rowing watching, because the rowers in this novice event have only been training, well, they can't have been training before February 1st of this year. So we're about 8 weeks in to their education. Fantastic waves, yes! Otago University, they understand the assignment. Great work. Love the waves, love the hearts. They're only 8 weeks in and they already love the sport. I love it. I'm sure they will continue with the sport. Maybe they'll row for club. Maybe they'll get involved in umpiring or volunteering. We always need many volunteers to run such fantastic regattas. We've got epic facilities here in New Zealand. World-class regatta courses in this one at Karapiro, as well as Ruataniwha down in the South Island. Both with stunningly different scenery. The more tropical north or the colder south. Both beautiful in their own way. As we're going to get a masterclass here from the Waikato and Auckland composite crew as they back down towards their boat holder. So slow and steady is the order of the day. You don't want to rush your stern towards the boat holder because they don't want to crush their hands. So if the boat is coming in too fast, the stern will make a little crunch noise as it goes in under the boat holder. As you get a great look at the boat holder here in lane 5, doing a fantastic job of just lightly holding the stern of Otago University. And the boat holder, or person sat on the little box behind them, is there to move the boat holder either in or out depending on the boat. So as these are 8s, the start line stays where it is and we move the boat holder back. If it was singles, the start line again would remain in the same place and the boat holder would be moved forwards. As we see some fantastic teamwork from our volunteers to ensure the bow nicely slots into the boat holder's hands. Now that they're firmly in the boat holder's hands, our person up there in the 2 seat will tap, or our handy volunteer will just push against them a little bit. Lucky there's no wind, so that the boat can get straight. Once all 3 boats are straight, the umpire will be happy, the aligner will be happy, and the starter will start the race. The Otago University crew at the bottom of your screen has been briefed nicely by their coaches as they are all sat ready at attention, ready to start the race at a moment's notice. It's the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey Universities composite crew that is in the middle of your screen, and at the top of the screen it is the Waikato and Auckland University composite. All 3 crews now ready, moments away from the start of the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. And we're away in the Women's University Novice Coxed 8 for 2026. This event last year won by Canterbury. A strong start coming from the Otago University crew. They're up to a canvas of a boat length lead inside the first 100 metres. Second place sitting with the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey composite. Third place sitting with the Waikato and Auckland composite. But there's only about a canvas between those 2 boats for second and third. Of course, a reminder that novices are in their first year of the sport of rowing, and for university rowing, the rule is that they've had no rowing or coaching in the sport of rowing prior to February 1st of the current year. So do the math and figure out it's basically 2 months they've been training in this sport, and it's quite a difficult sport to master. You need to understand the balance of a boat whilst there's no oars in the water. The hard bit is actually balancing it as you come forwards, what we call the recovery, moving from the right of the screen to the left of the screen, from the bow of the boat to the stern of the boat. When there's no blade in the water, that's the difficult bit balance-wise. Once the blade gets into the water, the boat is a little bit more stable, and we just need to drive nice and firmly towards what we call the finish of the stroke, where the handle meets the body. Otago University, now 300 metres in, have moved up to a 3/4 of a boat length lead over the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey composite, who only have about 2 feet lead over the Waikato and Auckland composite. So we've got 3 crews, we've got 3 medals. The question is, which order are the medals going to go? Who's going to get what colour? At the moment, Otago is certainly making claim on the gold medal. But these are novices. They're in their first year of the sport. They're in their, not even their first year, their first 8 weeks. Anything can happen. But they're all travelling very well and in time. You notice their rate isn't too fast compared to the championship events, but that's because they're working at a rate that works well for them. Not going too fast nor too slow. a nice happy medium. We'll call it the Goldilocks of rate. And all crews moving together well into the second 500 metres. So they've finished their sort of start sprint, and now they're trying to find a good rhythm and a good pace to maintain for the rest of their race. The coxswains will be calling the race in order to get the best out of their crews. The coxswains are essentially mini coaches on board the crews, and a smart cox acts as a very smart coach. So first place still sitting with Otago, but now that this Waikato and Auckland crew has got up and running, they've just pulled into second, just ahead of the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey composite. So quite close between those two there, and both of those crews are pulling up closer to the Otago boat. So Otago's in the lead. That's Jasmine, Hannah, Winkin, Roxana, Eden, Michaela, Jacqueline, Georgia, and then Coxed Charlotte. They're in the lead, but not by much. As we see, the Waikato and Auckland one is starting to pull up. So Waikato and Auckland in the yellow boat at the top of the screen are now pulling alongside the Otago University crew and pulling just into the lead there. Victoria, Massey and Canterbury University boat also travelling now level with Otago. So Otago got off to a nice strong start, but it's through the second 500 where the crews really focus on getting onto their race pace that the Waikato and Auckland crew have done that well and are now in the lead. We'll call this the Bombay's boat. It's normally the Battle of the Bombays, but today the Bombays, they're working well together, Auckland and Waikato. Old rivals, but together friends. Driving forwards for a strong race in the Women's University Novice Cox 8. So they're about to go through the 1K marker, the halfway marker of this 2,000 metre race. And what a race it's going to be. So the Waikato and Auckland boat, they're going through that 1K marker first, just about a third of a boat length up over the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey boat, who only have about a canvas lead over the Otago boat. So this Waikato and Auckland one has really got off to a good middle pace. And in that boat, we've got Rachel Bennett, Ariane Perdue, Fernanda Apanko, Jamala Warner-Morris, Cassie Ha, Olivia Den-Bugert, Shayla Ralph, Kate McLaren, and their coxswain, Hane Van Hoevels. So they are travelling very well now that they've got up to speed. This is the Women's University Novice Cox 8, all in their first 8 weeks of the sport of rowing. We're starting to see the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey composite just start to pick up a little bit of pace there as well as they move through the 1250 metre marker. The only thing I'm confident to say is Otago's in third. But it certainly is bit of momentum, bit of speed now coming from that Victoria, Canterbury and Massey composite. A great response from the Waikato and Auckland crew. So those two are in the lead together. It's stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball. Possibly a few more bow balls in the lead for the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey composite. So that's Dana Metcalf, Layla Hamas, Millie Forbes, Amelia Crow, Juliet Park, Madeline Clem, Marianne Burton, Margaret Black, and their coxswain, Isabella Sharp, are now in the lead by about a third of a boat length. So this is quite an exciting race, this Women's Novice University Cox 8. The lead has changed. All three crews have had a turn in the lead. Every 500 metres, it's been a different boat. But this final 500 metres, who's it going to be? Who's going to have the best sprint for the line? Who's going to hold their nerve? At the moment, it's the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey boat that are in the lead now by half a boat length over the Waikato crew, but we're really starting to see a resurgent come from Otago. They're now pulled up level with Waikato for second place. That's how they enter the final 500 metres. Otago now in second, Waikato and Auckland in third. Goodness me, this Otago boat has some momentum behind it inside this final 500 metres. It might be coming for the gold. Victoria, Canterbury and Massey holding on to first place at the moment. Everyone down here cheering on their novices. This is what we want to see. Get behind the people in their first year of sport. This is only the beginning for them. They could go far. In the lead now, it's Otago University of the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. Are now back in the lead. They had a strong start. They held on through the middle, but they've really come back inside the final 500. Same with Waikato. Waikato now pulling into second place at the Waikato and Auckland composite. So a very firm third 500 from the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey composite, but it is now the Otago boat and the Waikato and Auckland composite that are pulled back into first and second. Bit of momentum with this Waikato and Auckland one. Oh, they catch a bit of water, but they're back into it. They've got momentum. There's still 200 metres left. Anything can happen with these big boats. They're getting the momentum behind them. Can they hold their nerve as the Victoria, Canterbury and Massey boat come back? First place still sitting with Otago, but it's the Waikato and Auckland boat that are lifting the rate, barreling down towards the finish line. We've got 100 metres less to travel in the Women's University Novice Coxed 8. They're all in their first 8 weeks of the sport of rowing and all learning a lot about how to race fast. Really lifting the rate is Waikato and Auckland. Are they going to get there? Are they going to get Otago? Otago had a great start to this final 500 metres, but it really is Auckland and Waikato that have had a fast final 250. Who's going to get across the line first to the Women's University Novice Coxed 8? It is going to be Otago that hold on. Well done, Otago. What a race that was. It'll be silver medal for Waikato and Auckland. Great work. And bronze medal for Victoria, Massey and Canterbury Universities. Oh, what a race that was. And everyone was excited about that. Everyone running on the banks cheering on. Love to see it. Great races from people in their first 8 weeks of the sport. Alrighty. That was exciting. Let's see if the opposite end of the scale, the Men's Championship Cox 4, can be just as exciting. So in that race, the Men's Championship Cox 4, that is now just over halfway, in lane 2, we've got Auckland University number 1. In lane 3, we've got Waikato University number 1. In lane 4, Canterbury University number 1. In lane 5, Otago University number 1. Lane 6, Lincoln University number 1. And lane 7, Canterbury University number 2. So this race is just entering the final 600 metres, and the crew in the lead would be Otago University. Otago University are in the lead. Canterbury University is sitting in second. Third place sitting with Canterbury number 2, but we're starting to see Lincoln come for a good push there. So this is the Men's Championship Coxed 4, approaching the final 500 metres. Inside the final 500 metres of the Men's Championship Cox 4, Otago are in the lead. Second place, it's a good tussle between Canterbury number 1 and Canterbury number 2. Advantage Canterbury number 1. Lincoln number 1 sitting right there in fourth. Then would be going to Auckland number 1 and Waikato number 1. Otago number 1, though, they're certainly in the lead. That's Finn Ellison, Charlie Moon, Toby Robinson, Tim Main, and their coxswain Hamish Too Good. And he is too good, isn't he? As he is driving his boat firmly in the lead by a length. Second place sitting with Canterbury number 1, only just ahead of Canterbury number 2. About a length between those two boats. Fourth place sitting with Lincoln number 1, about 3/4 of a boat length down. Before we head to Auckland number 1 and Waikato. Final 250, the sprint is on. It is the boat from Otago that are lifting their rate nicely as they enter the final 100 metres. Good push from the Otago boat. They want to maintain their lead as they see the two Canterbury boats sprinting for them. Canterbury did win this event in 2025, but it looks like the title is going to change hands to Otago in 2026 as Finn, Charlie, Toby, Ted and their coxswain Hamish cross the line in first to win the Men's Championship Cox 4. Well done. Second across the line, it's going to be Canterbury. I think it was Canterbury 1, just ahead of Canterbury 2. Very close race there. Then Lincoln number 1 for fourth. What a great race in the Men's Championship Cox 4. Next across the line will be Auckland and then Waikato. As we're getting a good view there of Auckland just crossing the line just ahead of Waikato. The next race will be at 1:20. So if you have just joined the live stream and you're joining because you're expecting to see the race that's scheduled for 1:20, which is the women's varsity coxed 8, there was fog delay at the start of the day. Hello to all of our supporters on the bank. So there was a fog delay, so we're running exactly 1 hour behind the original scheduled time. So there's just a little bit of a break in racing. The next race will be at 2:20. And that will be the women's varsity coxed 4s. Following that will be the women's championship coxless pairs, and then the men's varsity coxed 4s. And we will continue racing through to 5 p.m. today. This is the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships, brought to you by the team at Altitude HD, which we couldn't do without our live stream partners, Milford Asset. So the next race, I will repeat, will be at 2:20 p.m.
A good race can't just be won on the day. See, it takes having a season plan, all the right pieces in place, and keeping it simple.
See, investing is the same, and that's why we partner with Milford. It's about having a long-term strategy and sticking to it to achieve your goals.
So check out milfordasset.com.
The athletes aren't the only ones that make the boat go fast. Coaches, teammates, parents, and volunteers are all in it together.
Everyone's got skin in the game. Milford's the same. The people at Milford invest in the same funds as their clients.
So they're all in it together and proud to support rowing in New Zealand.
could happen to the last 10. I ran away with my life, fast forward, never turn back again. It's kind of funny that the more we pass time, the more we need to set them rewind. And 19 was the year I had to leave you, but now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. I sit here looking for an answer. Maybe the biggest question was in the last chapter. You gave me the soul I have today. Without you I never could have moved away. But now I see what you teach. I do believe I always should have stayed. Yeah. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours.
That was a good race.
That's a great race.
And the time it takes them to row to the podium, you could change a KiwiSaver to Milford.
Seriously, it only takes minutes. Why wouldn't you? Head to milfordasset.com.
You'll be done in time for the next race.
As a coach, you always want to be a good observer of your athletes. The more you observe and understand your athletes, the better you can coach. Getting understanding of their well-being, their good days, their not so good days. This has allowed the coaches to see what their input is, really good instant feedback. They're really enthusiastic. They're open to all our feedback, and I love the videos that they have to guide you to learn more. It's a professional outfit. Yeah.
Welcome back to the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Up next we will have the Women's Varsity Cox 4, and in lane 1 we will have Massey University number 1, in lane 2 Canterbury University number 1, lane 2 Otago University number 2, that's in lane 3, lane 4 Auckland University number 1, lane 5 Canterbury University number 2, lane 6 Otago University number 1, lane 7 Waikato University number 1, and in lane 8 Lincoln University number 1. So thanks to everyone who is watching online. You'll be pleased to know we have now more than doubled the viewers that we had in 2025. So it is great to see that New Zealand University Rowing is alive and well and more popular than ever, as we get a fantastic view of our safety boat. Of course, many volunteers here at Karapiro Rowing help to run the regatta, and it wouldn't be a safe and fair regatta without our safety team, always eagle-eyed on the crews, ensuring no one takes an untimely dip. So we will have shortly Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Cox 4s, and that will be followed by Division 2 before the Women's Championship Coxes pair. Then after that we'll have another little half-hour regatta break before we roll into the final races. So you can see the final crews are just backing into the blocks now. This event was won by Otago University in 2025, so they'll be looking to retain the title for another year. Fantastic full field though, so much competition from all the crews. As we get a good look at the crew in lane 8, that's Lincoln University. Great waves there. Love the waves from the team, of course. Everyone's understood the memo. So we can good look at Ruby Guerra, Kate Smith, Kate Ryle, Kira Wolf, and their coxswain, George McIntosh from Lincoln University. This is the Women's Varsity Cox 4 Division 1. There will be 2 divisions for this event. And we have seen today in other events, the times of Division 2 have rivaled those of Division 1, and the medals will actually be awarded off the fastest times. Starting to see the crews sit ready as we get a good look in here at the Waikato crew. That's Ava Woodbury Wrinkle, Hannah Rose Evans, Ashley Pryor, Savannah Burke, and their coxswain, Annabelle Scott. In lane 6, it's the Otago number 1 crew, Maggie Hepburn, Lucy Clark, Lauren Wood, Isla Nicholson, and Lilu Kaspritz, their coxswain. In lane 5, it's Canterbury number 2, Phoebe Wilson, Bella Neal, Isabella Cody, Casey Spencer, and Lockie Wall, their coxswain. Sitting ready in lane 4, it's the Auckland crew of Sarah Healy, Xanthi Headley, Lily Dwyer, Izzy Karim, and their coxswain, Ella Ryan. And in lane 3, it's the Otago number 2 crew of Sasha Vandernet, Lucy Nichols, Jasmine Christie, Poppy Hobbs, and Zoe Sullivan. And we are off in the Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Coxed 4 for 2026. Fast starts from all crews, getting away cleanly from the starters' hands. It would be the crew in lane 6 from Otago University, as well as the crew in lane 8 from Lincoln University that get away to the fastest starts, as well as the crew in lane 2 from Canterbury University number 1. So all crews pushing out firmly, keeping the rates nice and high, ensuring they get as many strokes in as possible inside their starting sprint, the start to their races, as they approach the 300 metre marker. It is going to be Otago number 1 and Lincoln number 1 that are in the lead, moving through sort of that first 300 metres. Canterbury number 2 starting to creep up there, hanging on to Canterbury number 1, so very close between those two. The two Canterbury crews for 3rd and 4th. 5th place sitting with Otago number 2, but they're really starting to stride onto their rhythm. 6th place with Auckland, 7th with Waikato, and 8th with Massey. This is Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Cox 4. There will be 2 divisions for this event. Striding out nicely to lead is Maggie, Lucy, Lauren, Isla, Annette, Coxon, Lilu from Otago University. They're just about half a boat length up over Canterbury University number 1, who is sitting strongly in 2nd. 3rd place is very tight between Otago number 2, Canterbury number 2, and Lincoln number 1. Those 3 moving through their 500 metre marker together. And then we'd be going to Auckland number 1, Waikato number 1, and Massey number 1. So into the second 500, the aim here is to really move onto your race rhythm as effectively and strongly as possible. And that's exactly what Otago University number 1 are doing so well. Still with about a 3/4 of a boat length lead over Canterbury number 1. It is now Otago University number 2 that are starting to assert themselves in 3rd place. Hot on their heels though, Canterbury University number 2 and Lincoln number 1. I think we're going to have another fantastic race on our hands. As Canterbury number 1 start to inch up a little bit, only a canvas down off Otago number 1. And as we saw just before the regatta break, we got treated to some fantastically tight racing from the women's novice 8s. I think these more experienced rowers in the varsity Cox 4s are going to, again, treat us to such fantastic racing. As the weather gods of Lake Karapiro have given us such stunningly glass calm water today. Otago University won their leading out Division 1 of the women's varsity coxed 4. 2nd place sitting firmly with Canterbury number 1. 3rd place is sitting with Otago number 2. 4th place, only a canvas down, is Canterbury number 2 before we go to Lincoln, Auckland, Waikato and Massey. They're just about to approach that halfway marker as we get a good close look at Canterbury number 1. Their coxswain Annabelle Wynne-Williams steering beautifully down at the centre of the lane. This Canterbury crew here clipping along quite nicely, and you can just see that they can see Canterbury number 2 and Otago number 2 just quite effortlessly out to the left-hand side of their boat, so they can ensure that they are staying ahead. The lead, of course, with Otago number 1, moving through that 1k marker first. Canterbury number 1 in 2nd, and then it would be Otago number 2 in 3rd, and Canterbury number 2 sitting in 4th. And into the third 500 we go, where we want to have a nice strong push. It's great to see so many people here on the banks of Lake Karapiro on this Easter Sunday. They've brought out their picnics, their bikes, but they're all here to watch the New Zealand University Rowing Championships, being led Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Cox 8 by Otago University number 1. Now up to a full boat length lead over Canterbury University number 1 sitting in 2nd place, 3rd place sitting with Otago University number 2. Before we head to Canterbury number 2, Lincoln, Auckland, Waikato and Massey. Of course, this is Division 1. There will be a second division of this event, and they have the opportunity to rival the times of Division 1 to get themselves on the podium. 3 medals, gold, silver and bronze, will be given out for this event. As we get a great close-up look at the crew from Otago University, that's Maggie, Lucy, Lauren, Isla, Nick, Cox and Lilo. And if you're on the banks and you feel like you're missing out on the action because you're not seeing this close-up, well, you make sure you jump on online and you find the feed for the New Zealand University Rowing Champs. Find it through the Rowing New Zealand website, or you could maybe search it on YouTube. We've doubled our viewers from last year, so everyone is tuning in from across the country to watch the very race that we are watching live here. A good race is shaping up for 4th and 5th between Canterbury number 2 and Auckland number 1. Still advantage to Canterbury number 2. They're inside the final 500 metres now. It's certainly Otago University number 1 in the lead. Canterbury University number 1 sitting in second, Otago number 2 sitting in third, fourth place sitting with Canterbury number 2, fifth now sitting with Auckland, sixth sitting with Lincoln, before we head to Waikato and Massey. Final 500 is certainly where we start to see a good sprint. You need to have a bit of power to lead you into the sprint, and that's what we're seeing all of these crews produce. Great aerial view of the Otago University crew. You can really see the nicely matched angles of their blades. So expertly matched parallels there. So the two blades on either side are perfectly parallel. That lets us know their coaches have certainly helped them to set them up nicely to ensure that we get even power coming from each side of the boat. So Otago University is leading out Division 1 of the women's varsity coxed 4 as they're inside the final 150 metres. Second place sitting with Canterbury number 1. Third place sitting with Otago number 2, but we're starting to see a fast finish come from Canterbury number 2 and Auckland number 1. Auckland number 1 really on the grind in the second kilometre. But it's the final 100 metres, the final 100 metre sprint, the final 100 metre push for Otago University number 1 and Canterbury University number 1. They are about 2 lengths between those two crews. As we see Victoria University, the winners of the Spirit Award from 2025, down on the banks cheering everyone on, even though they don't have a crew in this race, and that's why they've got spirit. But across the line first, it is Otago University number 1. Well done, Otago. Second place to Canterbury University number 2. And third place, Otago, looks like they're going to pick up that. Otago number 2, well done. Then a great race here between Canterbury number 2 and Auckland number 1, but they will finish that way for 4th and 5th across the line. Next across the line, it's going to be Lincoln number 1, just ahead of Waikato and Massey. Next up, we will head back up the lake for Division 2 of the very same event. And in that race, in Lane 1, we've got Waikato number 2. In Lane 2, Auckland University number 2. Lane 3, Waikato University number 3. Lane 4, Auckland University number 3. Lane 5, Otago University number 4. Lane 6, Canterbury University number 3. And in Lane 7, Otago University number 3. So, plenty more crews to come in the women's varsity coxed 4. After this will be the women's championship coxless pairs. So, as we join Division 2 at the 1K marker, it does look like the crew from Otago number 4 are travelling very well, as well as the crew from Auckland number 2 and Canterbury number 3. So as we swoop in to meet them, it is going to be these two crews here in 5 and 6 that are sort of leading the pack. And so that is Otago number 4 and Canterbury number 3 sitting first and second. Third place sitting with Otago number 3. Fourth place sitting with Auckland number 2, but a good little push by them. Waikato number 2 sitting in 5th before we go to Waikato number 3 and Auckland number 3. Auckland number 3 and Waikato number 3 in that order. So a nice close race here in Division 2, the women's varsity coxed 4, and it's great to see such depth in all of these university programs. Rowing in New Zealand is only growing, and particularly at this university level. It is here a great battle between Otago number 4 and Canterbury number 3 in Division 2 of the women's varsity coxed 4. Of course, they'll be looking for times that rival Division number 1. So both of those crews pushing through this third 500 where you need to have a good bit of strength, a good bit of power very well. It is bow-ball for bow-ball between Canterbury number 3 and Otago number 4. So that's Lily Clark, Juliet Hitchcock, Hannah Syme, Olivia Perry and their coxswain Robbie Miller of Canterbury number 3 are having a great push there as they just squeeze into the lead now. About a canvas ahead of Otago number 4. That's Paris Buchanan, Emily Flowers, Amir Bryant, Millie Hackett and their coxswain Fred Phillips now sitting in second place. Third place, it's very close between Auckland number 2 and Otago number 3. It would be advantage Otago number 3. Fourth sitting with Auckland number 2. But a bit of momentum as they enter the final 500 metres. So Canterbury 3 are in the lead. Otago number 4 sitting in second. Otago number 3 sitting in third. Just a canvas ahead of Auckland number 2. Waikato number 2 sitting in fifth. Then we'd be going to Auckland number 3 and Waikato number 3. This is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxed 4. Really great work from the Canterbury number 3 crew. They sat in second for the first K, but just put a little bit of a squeeze on as they moved through that halfway marker and continued into the third 500 to be firmly in the lead now by about a canvas. It's all about making small changes that add up to big increases in boat speed, and that's what this Canterbury number 3 crew has done well. And the valiant challenge coming from Otago number 4 on their inside as they try to lessen the gap. Both crews lifting the rate. 250 metres left to travel. Otago number 4 really lifting the rate to get closer and closer to Canterbury number 3. Otago number 3 sitting in fourth. Great push from Auckland number 2 down on the inside lanes. Still holding on to fourth. But with about 100 metres left and a good call from any coxswain for a good sprint could change everything. It's very close at the front between Otago number 4 and Canterbury number 3 as they pull up level. There's 100 metres left now in Division 2 with the Women's Varsity Cox 4. Will either of their times rival that of Division 1? Look at these boats, very matched between Otago. You see them lift their rate, Otago number 4. Canterbury number 3 matches it. It's barrel ball for barrel ball, stroke for stroke, 30 metres left. Who's going to get line holders in Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Cox 4? Oh my goodness, they cross the line together. That's one for our judges for the photo finish. And a fast finishing Auckland is going to make another photo finish for third between them and Otago number 3. And then it'll be fifth place for Waikato number 2. Ahead of Auckland number 3 and Waikato number 3. That is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxed 4. Next up, we will have the Women's Championship Coxless Pairs. I've just moved through the 1K marker, so we'll see who's in that race. And in lane 2, it is Auckland University number 1. In lane 3, it'll be Otago University number 2. In lane 4, Otago University number 1. Lane 5, Otago University number 4. Lane 6, Waikato University number 1. And lane 7, Otago University number 3. This is the Women's Championship Coxless pair. The crews that would be out through this stage as they move through the middle of the race is going to be Auckland number 1 and Otago number 1 and Waikato number 1. So those are the top 3 moving through the third 500. So travelling well is Savannah Freeman and Harriet Williams of Auckland number 1. They're just in the lead, just ahead of Otago number 1's Millie Scott and Coco Flood. And Waikato's Jenna Lee McGrath and Tegan O'Dwyer. Those would be the top 3 as they push through the third 500. All crews are having good strength in this 500 as they approach the sprints. Entering the final 500 metres of the Women's Championship Coxless pair oars, first is going to be, it's going to be very close here between Auckland 1, Otago 1 and Waikato 1. But it is going to be advantage to Auckland University as we see Otago University start to lift the rate. So Otago University having a good push into the final 500 metres, well matched by Auckland University, Savannah Freeman and Harriet Williams. Third place sitting with Waikato's Jenna and Tegan. Fourth place would be Otago number 3. Then we'll be going to Otago number 4 and Otago number 2. But in the lead, just inching into the lead now, it is going to be Otago number 1, just ahead of Auckland number 1. There's really nothing in it between those two pairs. Waikato sitting in third, but they are starting to squeeze up a little bit as we get a good look at the Otago pairing of Millie Scott and Coco Flood. And you can see both of their blades just enter the water together, and that is what helps make a pair certainly go straight. And a straight pair is a fast pair. Auckland number 1 crew of Savannah Freeman and Harriet Williams also travelling very well. They've got a good drive phase together. Their legs really go down together once they get the blades in the water. So they're really driving strong together. They're currently sitting in second place. It would be the Waikato pairing of Jenna and Tegan. They had a bit of momentum behind them. Highest rate sitting with Otago number 1. Would be going Otago number 3 for 4th, Otago number 4, and then Otago number 2. But into the final 100 metres we go. It is Otago number 1 in the lead. Waikato number 1 sitting in 3rd. Second still sitting with Auckland. All of these pairs really sprinting for the line now. This is the Women's Championship coxless pairs at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champions here at Lake Karapiro. Otago University with a strong push through the middle. Millie Scott Coca Flood will take out the win. Well done, Otago University. Second place to Auckland University. Third place to Waikato University. Before we'll be going to Otago number 3, Otago number 4, and Otago number 2. Quite the finish there in the Women's Championship coxless pairs. There will be another short regatta break. The next race will be taking place at 3:10. So we'll be back here with live coverage from about 3:05. This is the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Of course, brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset.
Settle back, folks. 2,000 metres, 1,750 metres of hope, 250 metres of truth. Wherever you are around the country, wherever you are around the world, enjoy all of this one. It is going to be an absolute beauty. A lot of power, a lot of speed. They had no plan B. This is it. They are locked into the hurt box here, folks. It is game on, folks. Settle back.
Flags are up, and they're off. Here we go. Let's see who can get into their boat the quickest.
Looking to row himself into the history books. These names will become icons within this school. Yes! They've got nothing left. They're pushing as hard. The crowd of 10,000 urges them on.
What a race we got on our hands here. It really is.
I trust Milford with my Kiwi Saver account. And Row New Zealand trusts them with the live stream.
And apparently it looks like Mike needs to trust someone to put him in the right direction. And you should trust Milford too. Change today to put you on the right track.
Make sure you head down to the National Beach Spits Championships.
Rewa till the 25th of April. Ready to rumble. This year the series has grown quite a lot. We've gone up to 6 events, pointing in now with national speed sprints, earmarked to be used for selection data for the World Champs.
Exciting stuff for beach sprints.
Bounce.
the boys from Mount Albert in lane 1. They started their approach back to the beach. It's going to be a great weekend.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Make sure you enter on row I2.
The thing with investing is that sometimes markets can be a bit wobbly,
Exactly like that. But you focus long term and stay centered.
just like we need to be.
could happen to the last 10. I ran away with my life, fast forward, never turn back again. It's kind of funny that the more we pass time, the more we need to set them rewind. And 19 was the year I had to leave you, but now I'm seeing all the signs. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. I sit here looking for an answer. Maybe the biggest question was in the last chapter. You gave me the soul I have today. Without you I never could have moved away. But now I see what you teach. I do believe I always should have stayed. Yeah. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours again. One day I'll be One day I'll be yours. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. Life lessons come one in a dozen. The other 11 get something from nothing. Life changes just open the door. One thing's certain, I'll always be yours. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised as you. Is this really happening? I can't be too sure, but one day I'll be yours. Yeah. Is this really happening? I can't believe it's true. I'm just as surprised
Make sure you head down to the National Beach Sprints Championships.
A rewa.
On the 25th of April.
Ready to rumble.
This year the series has grown quite a lot. We've gone up to 6 events, pointing in now with national speed sprints, earmarked to be used for selection data for the World Champs.
Exciting stuff for beach sprints.
But it is the boys from Mount Albert in lane 1. They started their approach back to the beach. It's going to be a great weekend.
Looking forward to seeing you there.
Sprint Championships, all the fun that was had last year, and the 2026 version of that will be coming up very shortly on the 25th, 26th and 27th of April. Up next though, we've got the men's varsity coxed 4, and in lane 2 we've got Lincoln University number 1, in lane 3 Victoria University number 1, in lane 4 Otago University number 1, in lane 5 Auckland University number 1, in lane 6 Waikato University number 1, and lane 7 Canterbury University 1. So if anyone is watching this live stream and has got inspired by that advert for the Coastal Beach Sprint Champs, you can put your entries in on Row It now. It's such an awesome event, and it's now up to 3 days, and we'll be live streaming all of that as well, thanks to our partners Milford Asset. We can see beautiful moody clouds behind the start line here at Lake Karapiro on this stunningly flat, beautiful, glassy day here. It won't be long before we get underway in Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 4s. There will be 3 divisions for this event, so a very highly subscribed event, before we get into the men's championship coxless pairs. So we can see that all 6 crews are in the starting blocks, looking very relaxed. They're nice and on time, which is great to see. All of the coxswains on board these boats will of course have a smart timepiece to ensure they are attached to the starter's hands ahead of time. That helps to run our regattas here at Karapiro nice and on time. So we can see all the boat holders there holding on to the boats, lying on their bellies. Hopefully they've sunscreened the back of their legs. It is overcast today, but of course our powerful rays of the New Zealand sun will still be getting through. As we get a good look at all of the crews looking ready but relaxed. They'll be sitting there thinking about how they row their best, and the coxswains will be thinking about the race plan, going through it in their brain perhaps, so that they can ensure once they get started they read that out as prescribed. This event was won by Otago University in 2025. So they will be looking to retain that title. They are sat in lane 4 today, and they have got a number 2, 3 and 4 crew coming up in the latter divisions. We are about 3 minutes away from the start. The men's varsity coxed 4. Division 1. All crews are in the blocks. The umpire is happy. The aligner is aligning the crews. The starter ready to press the button. So just a reminder of who's in this race. At the top of the screen, it's Lincoln University number 1. Then it'll be Victoria University number 1, Otago University number 1, Auckland University number 1, Waikato University number 1, and the red boat at the bottom, Canterbury University number 1. We've got about another 2 hours of racing to go here at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. We've had much exciting racing. A highlight so far today was certainly the women's novice 8s. I would watch that on the stream about an hour ago, if you're looking for something to do later today. All crews looking poised and ready. They've moved forwards to the catch position. Coxswains making final adjustments on their courses. Blades squared and buried. And we're off in Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 4s. All crews got away from the blocks nice and cleanly to fast starts. The fastest start coming from Canterbury University number 1. So Canterbury University getting a quick start there. They're about a canvas of a boat length up over Auckland and Otago number 1 crews. They would be battling it out for second and third. Fourth place, a good battle between Waikato and Lincoln. Sixth place sitting with Victoria University. We're about 150 metres into the race. It was a very calm but quick start from Canterbury University number 1, Zachary Jenkins, Louis Upton, Charlie Poulter, Jake Burrows, and their coxswain Oliver Horton. But it is the crew from Otago number 1 that is starting to get closer and closer. So Otago number 1 currently sitting in second, about half a canvas down, and then it's about a half canvas to Auckland number 1 sitting in third. Fourth place, it's still close between Lincoln and Waikato before heading to Victoria. So the crew out the front, Canterbury University, they had a nice strong start off the line and they've maintained that. They've got about a half a boat length lead over Otago number 1, but we're starting to see Auckland number 1 just squeeze onto their rhythm, a bit of a kick through the 400 metre marker. They're still about half a canvas down, but inching closer to Otago with every stroke as they go through the first 500 metres. Fourth place sitting with Lincoln, fifth with Waikato, and sixth with Victoria. Only about a canvas between Lincoln and Waikato. So we shall see what these two crews shake out through the middle of the race. Certainly is the fast starting Canterbury that is just getting onto a clean rhythm, a nice strong push through as they enter this second 500 metres. Otago now just getting onto their rhythm nicely and starting to just push away from the Auckland crew that had a good move there just before the 500 metre marker. So there's less than a boat length between Canterbury, Otago and Auckland universities. Very close between those three. Fourth place sitting with Lincoln, about a half a length ahead of Waikato and then to Victoria. All crews pushing into the second 500. This is really important 500. Sets you up well for your final K. Really want to be feeling like you're doing your best rowing here. You've really got your boat speed up and running. You're listening to your coxswain and getting your crew running sweetly will be exactly what the coxswains are trying to achieve. They would have taken note of what calls they set in training. They've really got a positive increase in their boat speeds, and they'll be repeating those calls today. As we start to see the Auckland crew squeeze up a little bit closer to Otago, it's certainly Canterbury in the lead by about a length now. Otago in second. Auckland is only a few feet behind them though in third. So Auckland's Nathan Kinney, Jackson Montenegro, Samuel Osborne, Frank Eisen and their coxswain Ayan Sheik are really starting to move. So good pace from Auckland moving through the 1K marker there through the halfway point. Otago number 1's Oscar McFarlane, who's Stracker, Yaya Ali, William Anderson and their coxswain Kaylin Rainsford-Bree holding on to second as they respond well to that strong second 500 that did come from the Auckland crew. So it's a little bit call and response between Auckland and Otago. One moves, the other moves back. But either way, every time they move, they don't get closer to Canterbury. Canterbury number 1 in the lead by a length and maintaining that 1 length lead. A bit of a lower rate, nice long, strong stroke, and that's what's working for them. Really firing this coxed 4 forwards. Now, most of these rowers during their club season would have competed in coxless 4s, so without a coxswain. So the stroke person of the boat would have to steer the boat. So I'm sure they're quite enjoying the luxury of having a coxswain in a 4 who can do the steering for them and call their race plan effectively. Of course, it does make the boat a little bit heavier, so that's why they're a little bit slower to get off the line. But once you get them up and running, good luck stopping a coxed 4. Plenty of pace on them. And certainly the crew that is up and running and getting some good pace running away with it is Canterbury number 1. As we get a good look at their coxswain, Oliver Horton. So Canterbury number 1 is leading out Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 4s for 2026. Second place sitting with Otago, third with Auckland. Fourth place still sitting with the Lincoln, just ahead of Waikato, and Victoria sitting in 6th place. This is division number 1. There will be 3 divisions of this event, so many more fast crews to come. As they enter the final 500 metres, Canterbury still in the lead with a little bit of clear water. Otago in second by about a canvas, just less than a canvas. Auckland certainly keeping them very honest. The Auckland crew put in a good squeeze on to make sure that Otago crew has to push up. Otago were the winners of this event in 2025. So Canterbury looking like they would like to get their hands on the title of the men's varsity coxed 4s. Stunning conditions here at Lake Karapiro. Nice flat water, which means these rowers can just focus on rowing their best. They don't have to battle any conditions. There's no conditions to battle. The conditions are the best you'll ever get. And so that allows them all to just reach their highest performance. 250 metres now left in Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 4s. Canterbury, that did have the nice fast start, had just maintained a good rhythm, a good pace through the middle. They're holding on to the lead as we get a good look at Otago and Auckland, who are sitting in 2nd and 3rd. They've had a good battle through the middle of the race. But as we get into the sprinty bit of the race, is anything going to change? As we see Waikato just push up ahead of Lincoln to push into 4th. Lincoln now 5th, Victoria 6th. But it's down to the final 100 metres for our leaders. That is Canterbury University, number 1. As we see Otago and Auckland both lift the rate. But it is certainly Canterbury number 1 that have got beautiful boat run, just allowing their boat to run forwards under them every stroke. And they are going to cross the line first, taking line honours in Division 1. Second across the line will be Otago University. And third across the line, Auckland University. Well done to them. The top 3 in Division 1 of the men's varsity coxed 4. Next across the line, inside the final 100 metres, they currently are. It will be the crew from Waikato University, just ahead of Lincoln University and Victoria University. That's Division 1. Next up, we will catch up with Division 2 of the men's varsity coxed 4. All of the fantastic live stream, of course, brought to you by Milford. And if you're wondering why there's a yellow boat rowing across the course, that would be Waikato University rowing back to their boathouse. The Waikato Rowing Club, which is just past the 500 metre marker there. Division 2 of the men's varsity coxed 4. In lane 2, we've got Auckland University, number 2. Lane 3, Otago University, number 2. Lane 4, Canterbury University, number 2. Lane 5, Waikato University, number 2. Lane 6, Victoria University, number 2. And Lane 7, Canterbury University, number 3. Now, as there is more than one division, and medals are given off whoever's got the fastest times, it'll be interesting to see if any of these boats can rival the times of Division 1. But as we catch up with this race approaching the 1K, it is going to be Otago number 2 who are in the lead by about half a boat length over Canterbury number 2. So those two having a good battle through the 1K marker, as well as Canterbury number 3 right up there with them as well. Really nothing in it between Canterbury number 2 and Canterbury number 3 as they move through our Milford Boy together. So certainly Otago number 1 in the lead, but Canterbury 2 and Canterbury 3, it's all up for grabs there. Next through that line is going to be Auckland 2, ahead of Victoria 2 and Waikato 2. But in the lead it is Otago University number 1. That'll be Jacob Harrison, Noah Visser, Blake Campbell, Fergus Meredith, and their coxswain, Kate Bakersville. So this Otago University crew, number 2 crew here, travelling very well. They've got a good pace, a good rhythm, and they're just maintaining it to ensure they keep pushing away ever so slightly from the 2 Canterbury University crews. So Canterbury University number 2 and number 3, they are stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball, not only fighting for line honours, but also bragging rights within their university teams. Are they labelled correctly, 2 and 3? Are we going to see them switch the labels after this race? I love a bit of internal competition within a university program, and that is what drives our university programs bigger and stronger and better every year. Like I say earlier, we've already more than doubled the viewership of last year's university rowing championships. So it is exciting racing. It's drawing more people into the sport of rowing, and that means we're only going to draw more people into the club scene, which is bigger and better for the entire rowing nation. And in this crew from Canterbury number 2, we've got Liam Collins, Will Peebles, Oliver Hamilton, Bruno Dooley, and Robbie Miller. Canterbury number 3 will be Theodore Thomas, Cameron Abel, Jake O'Sullivan, Jackson Evans, and their coxswain, Lockie Wall. So those 2 crews having a good battle there for 2nd and 3rd. First place firmly sitting with Otago number 2 crew. As they move into the final 500 metres, it is still very close between Canterbury 2 and Canterbury 3. Canterbury 2 with the slight advantage of about 2 feet, but Canterbury 3 is hanging in there, ready to pounce at any moment. 4th place sitting with Auckland number 2, then we'll be going to Victoria number 2 and Waikato number 2. This is Division 2 of the Men's Varsity Cox 4, a highly subscribed event. There will be 3 divisions for this event, as our leaders now have about 2 boat lengths of clear water. So they've really pushed on, has Otago University number 2, as we get a good look at their high rate. So their coxswain there, Fergus Meredith, Fergus Meredith, keeping the rate nice and high, ticking it over stroke after stroke after stroke to ensure that they stay in the lead. As they're now into the final 200 metres, it's still Canterbury number 2 and Canterbury number 3 battling it out for 2nd and 3rd. Canterbury number 2 with the advantage of a canvas, so they have just inched away a little bit inside the last 500 metres. 4th place still sitting with Auckland number 2. But inside the final 100 metres now for Division 2 in the Men's Varsity Cox Stores, hunting for line honours, it is Otago University number 2, Jacob, Noah, Blake, Ferguson, their coxswain, Kate. Again, they're just really looking after their boat on the way forwards. It's a key component you see many of the fast crews do, not upsetting the run of the boat. So well done to Otago University number 2, taking line honours in Division 2 of the Men's Varsity Cox 4. Next across the line, it's going to be Canterbury. Ooh, I think Canterbury number 3 there might have just pipped Canterbury number 2, but either way, it's definitely Canterbury for 2nd and 3rd in Division 2 of the Men's Varsity Cox 4. Next approaching the line, it will be Auckland number 2 ahead of Victoria number 2 and Waikato number 2. We have got one more division for this event, the Men's Varsity Coxed 4s. And Division 3 is just approaching the 1K marker. Division 3, the Men's Varsity Cox 4. In Lane 2, we've got Auckland number 4. In Lane 3, Canterbury number 4. Lane 4, Auckland number 3. Lane 5, Otago University number 3. And Lane 6, Otago University number 4. Really shows the depth in the programs of these universities when we can see, you know, not only number 2 crews, but number 3 and number 4 crews. It's great to see. That means the sport of rowing is alive and well. Future Olympians potentially sitting in these boats. And as we join Division 3, it does look to be Otago University number 3 moves through that 1K marker first, 1 length ahead of Otago University number 4, who is currently sitting in 2nd. Canterbury number 4 would be sitting in 3rd, ahead of Auckland number 3 and Auckland number 4. The times are now in from Division 1 and Division 2. I can tell you that the winners of Division 1, Canterbury University, completed the course in a time of 6:38. Second place, 6:42, and third place, 6:43. Division 2 winners completed the course in a time of 6:51. So the 3 fastest crews are certainly the 3 from Division 1. But here we are watching Division number 3 of the men's varsity Cox 4, and it would be the crew from Otago number 3 that are in the lead. That is William Curry, Ben Thompson, Ted Henderson, Ethan Green, and their coxswain Ryan Ollington. As you see, Ryan just expertly calling his race plan and also keeping an eye on the competition. Second place sitting with Otago number 4, that would be Liam Kirkland, Angus Lowe, Henry Church, John Reddy, and their coxswain Hamish Too Good. How good. Third place still sitting with Canterbury University number 4. So these crews are travelling firmly through the third 500, which is exactly where you want to have a good bit of strength. Canterbury number 4 sitting in third, their coxswain Annabelle Wynne-Williams. And then sitting behind her in the bow seat would be George Kinder, then would have Frank O'Gara, Lachlan Matler, and the stroke Ben Welch as they enter the final 500 metres. So we're into the final 500 metres for the final division of the men's varsity Coxed 4 at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Great to see the spectators in attendance today. The bank slowly filling up. Many people have the picnics out. A fantastic day to bring the family to watch some racing. Final 250 metres now for our race leaders. Otago University number 3 and Otago University number 4. Sitting just ahead of Canterbury University number 4, then Auckland University number 3 and Auckland University number 4. Love to see this Otago University number 1 crew just stretch out their stroke rate a little bit. Make sure they've got nice long strokes and see how many more pips they can lift it as they really sprint towards the line, wanting to do their best performance of the season so far. 100 metres left to travel for our race leaders. Otago University number 3, as they just stretch their lead out ahead of their teammates Otago University number 4 a little bit more. Really great power coming from this Otago University number 3 boat as they really pick it up each stroke at the catch. So Otago University comes down to take line honours in Division 3 of the men's varsity Cox 4. Next across the line will be Otago University number 4, ahead of Canterbury University number 4, Auckland University number 3, and Auckland University number 4. Checking out the crowds here on the banks of Lake Karapiro. Here is our drone. Give us a wave. See you there. I see you, Dan Tomlinson. Oh, called you up. Yeah, there we go. Grey hoodie. Good wave. Solid wave. Good to see you all looking. Give us a wave. Yeah, claps, applause. That's what we're after. Yes, get a good close-up there. There's Kirsty and Will having a good chat. Very shortly we will head back up to the start for Division 1 and 2 of the Men's Championship Cox's Pair Oars. That will get underway in about 2 minutes. And we're about to head back up to the start for the Men's Championship coxless pairs. There will be 2 divisions of this event. And in Division 1, in lane 3, it will be Canterbury University number 1. And in lane 4, it'll be Otago University number 1. In lane 5, Waikato University number 1. In lane 6, Auckland University number 1. And in lane 7, Canterbury University number 2. This is Division 1. There will be 2 divisions of the Men's Championship coxless pairs. That would have been better. It doesn't matter. No, it's fine. So we're just flying up to join Division 1 in the Men's Championship coxless pair oars. About 500 metres in to Division 1 in the Men's Championship coxless pair oars. This event in 2025 was won by Canterbury University. They'll have a strong showing in this event. Fergus Johnson in their crew today was part of that crew last year that did win this event. So, looking to retain the title. And all 5 crews did get away nice and cleanly. Would be a strong start, well, strong middle of the race, coming from Otago University number 1, as well as Canterbury University number 1 and number 2. Not much in it between those 2 crews. 4th place sitting with Auckland, 5th with Waikato. So they're pushing firmly into the second 500 metres, all onto their race pace. It would be the crew from Otago, Toby Robinson and Ted Main, that are in the lead just by about half a boat length, as we see them really rowing well together. Their blades just entering the water at the exact same time, which is what you want in a pair. You want to really be able to almost telepathically communicate with your other crew member in the pairs. We get a great close-up there, and you can really see with the zoom of our drone the muscles on their backs as they pull every stroke. So that is Ted Main in the stroke seat and Toby Robinson closest to the camera there sitting in the bow as they move through the 1K marker. Then second place would be sitting with Canterbury number 2. They're sitting about half a canvas just ahead of Canterbury number 1, who are sitting in 3rd place. And then 4th place sitting with Auckland, and 5th with Waikato, about a length between those 2 crews. Pushing firmly into the third 500, all crews looking to ramp up towards the finish line, really starting this power increases, trying to figure out where they can improve. You don't just start the race and hope for your best. You've got, 7 odd minutes in a rowing race, 6 minutes if you're in a fast men's 8, to sort of ensure you improve every single stroke. You don't just hope for the best. You've got to make sure you're improving and getting better as the race goes on. You obviously start with your best, but try and make it better by the end that you're at the finish. And that exactly is what the crew from Otago is doing. Toby and Ted are really improving as they go, ensuring that they get their fastest time. I mean, stunning conditions here at Lake Karapiro. Nice flat water. I couldn't think of a better day to row your best race. Second and third, sitting with Canterbury University. It's up for debate if second is with Canterbury number 1 or with Canterbury number 2. Every time, every stroke, they seem to change. Fourth place firmly with Auckland and fifth with Waikato. Just approaching the final 500 metres for our leaders, Ted and Toby. T&T. Sounds dangerous, doesn't it? Nice explosive dynamite there on board the Otago pair. Of course, expertly coached by Glenn Sinclair. And there is Toby and Ted, T&T, that are in the lead by about 3 boat lengths over Canterbury number 1 is just now inching ahead of Canterbury number 2. So Otago, they certainly got off to a clean start, got onto their rhythm nicely, and that has just allowed them to command this race. It is all about getting the best rhythm to allow you to take the lead, and that's what Otago University is doing so well here on this Easter Saturday afternoon at Lake Karapiro. Holding on to the lead as they lift their rate again, entering the final 250 metres. They're not going to just settle. They're going to ensure they do their best, push on a little harder, a little faster, is T&T from Otago University. Canterbury number 1, Sam Wilson and Fergus Johnson have really pushed on inside this final 500 metres to be a firm second ahead of Canterbury University number 2. There'll be 2 divisions for this men's championship coxless pair oars, so it'll be interesting to see if anyone from Division 2 rivals the times of Division 1. But there's no mistaking who's entering the final 100 metres first. It's the very explosive crew of Toby and Ted from Otago University that are just loving the stunningly flat water and really looking after their boat run on the way forwards, which just allows them to drive down strongly and cross the line in first. Well done, Ted and Toby. Next across the line will be Canterbury University number 1, and third across the line will be Canterbury University number 2. Then we will be going to Auckland University and Waikato University. Next up will be Division 2 of the Men's Championship coxless pairs. And it looks like they're just about to start. Oh, there's Kirsty and Will having a great chat there. You can see the drone. Oh, there we go. There's the we like Kirsty. She's got a great wave on it. There we go. I think our drone driver might have a crush on these two. Division 2 of the Men's Championship coxless pairs, we've got 2 crews. In lane 2, we've got Canterbury number 3, and in lane 3, we've got Otago number 2. So a little bit of a drag race between the 2 South Island powerhouses of Canterbury University and Otago University. They are just about to enter the 1K marker, so the halfway point, and there's not much in it. Quite close between the 2 crews. Love a drag race that's a tight race, makes it interesting. And it would be advantage to Canterbury University number 3 by about half a length over Otago University number 2. So not much in it. And of course they'll be attempting to get a nice fast time. So Canterbury University number 3 enters that final 1K marker first, really lifting the rate as they move through the 1K. That's George Young and Jonty McIntosh just sprinting for the line. It makes me think the first K, they were a little bit relaxed, and now they're really bringing it home. And now they've controlled their rate again. So they're having a lot of fun in this race, certainly are. George Young and Jonty McIntosh in the lead. Second place sitting with Otago number 2, that would be Charlie Moon and Gain Harbart. Both crews now looking very relaxed, very long low rhythms in Division 2, the Men's Championship coxless pair oars. And they're just taking their time to ensure they work their best on being in time with each other. This is a great opportunity in this race as they move through the third 500 for these oarsmen to really hone their skills. Every stroke, you've got to critique what you're doing. Really try to get your blade perfectly matched with your pair partner. Ensure the bottom edge of the blade enters the water at the exact same time. And you can really think about it, feel it. Not only are these two crews talking with their partners, I feel they're keeping a close eye on the competition as we get a good close look at Charlie Moon and Gain Harbut. These two crews here, I suspect, will lift the rate into the final 500 metres. The following race will be the women's varsity coxless pairs, which there will be 2 divisions for, before we get into the men's championship cox quadruple sculls. We're just about going through the final 500 metres here. Division 2, Men's Championship Cox's Pairs. All of our fantastic live stream footage brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset Invested in You, a fantastic Kiwi business that if you like the live stream that you're seeing, which many of you do, we've more than doubled, almost tripled our viewers of last year's University Champs, then do support Milford where you can. Nice low rates here for these two crews from Canterbury University number 3 and Otago University number 2. Making the most of a stunningly beautiful day on Lake Karapiro. Earlier regattas in the season, through the club season, have been a little bit windy, but we've got the best weather here today for the New Zealand University Rowing Champs. Entering the final 250 metres, Division 2 Men's Championship Cox's Pair Oars. Now the race is on. A little bit of cat and mouse earlier, much like the sprint cycling events you see at the Olympics, but now the race is really on inside the final 200 metres. As both the crews lift the rate, sprinting for the line, it would still be Canterbury number 3, George Young and John T. McIntosh who are in the lead. They were very smart for the first 1750 to make sure they just had that half a bow length lead, giving them the mental edge over Otago number 2, Charlie Moon and Gain Harbut. But now they're into the final 100 metres, blasting for the line. Canterbury's in the lead by a length. They're keeping the rate nice and high, making sure they can get as many strokes in as possible as they now move up to clear water. 50 metres left to travel. Is Canterbury University number 3 going to hold on to it, or Otago University number 2 going to come back and take a line honours in Division 2 of the Men's Championship Cox's Pairs? It will be Canterbury University number 3, just ahead of Otago University number 2. What a interesting race they provided. Next up will be the women's varsity coxless pair, also more two-person rowing, Division 1, followed closely by Division 2. And in Division 1, in Lane 1 and 2, there will be nobody. And in Lane 3 will be Auckland University. In Lane 4, Waikato University. No crew in Lane 5. In Lane 6, it'll be Otago University. In Lane 7, Victoria University. And in Lane 8, Canterbury University. And we're going to join this race at the 1K marker, moving through the halfway point. And it does look like the crew from Otago University is in the lead. So that is Naomi Robertson and Brooke Pitchford. So nice clean start from them, sitting in the lead. Second place sitting with Auckland University number 1, Sarah Healy and Izzy Karim. So those are the top two moving through the 1K. Third place sitting with Waikato number 1, Brooke Carter and Ava Woodbury-Winkle. Just ahead of Canterbury number 2 and then Victoria number 1. So all of these crews now firmly pushing into the third 500, which is where you want to have a little bit of strength so that you can really wind it up for a sprint as we approach the last sort of hour and a half of racing, I'm sure we'll be getting towards the last races for these athletes. Maybe they'll got time to turn around one more, but so I'm sure they'll be pushing right to the line to use up all of their power for the day. As we get a good close look there at the crew from Otago, Naomi Robertson and Brooke Pitchford, that are rowing very well to lead out this Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pairs. There will be 2 divisions, so there will be another race directly following this one. Great look at the Auckland crew of Sarah Healy and Izzy Karim. Really good blade work there. Blades just entering the water together, which certainly helps make a pair go straight down the middle of the lane, as today is stunning conditions on Lake Karapiro, so no one needs to worry about a little bit of a cross breeze. It's smooth sailing for our pairs, which are arguably the hardest boat to keep straight in the middle of the lane. No coxswain, it's all up to the rowers themselves. The stroke person has a little bit of steering wire on their toe that can help, attached to a rudder, that can help steer them. Waikato number one, holding on to third. However, Canterbury number 2, sitting in fourth, is starting to put a little bit of a squeeze on, a little bit of a move, only half a boat length down. Our leaders, Otago University number 1, are just pushing into the final 500 metres. So we're going to start to see a good sprint from Naomi and Brooke. Second place still sitting with Auckland, third with Waikato, but a fast finishing Canterbury could change all of that. Victoria currently sitting in 5th. This is Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pair Oars. So we see the Otago crew just lift their rate. Brooke Pitchford in the stroke, ensuring to keep the rate nice and high, getting many more strokes, as many as possible, in before the finish line to try drive her and Naomi's boat as fast as possible as they enter the final 250 metres. Second place still sitting with Auckland. It's a great tussle for third between Waikato and Canterbury number 2. Great visual from directly above Otago. If you're, here at Lake Karapiro, you could also watch the live stream as well as being here. You could get both angles of the race. I reckon that would be the elite way to watch rowing. Because the views the drone offers are just unmatched, like something you've never seen before. But entering the final 100 metres of the Division 1 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pairs, it is Otago University number 1. A very strong showing early on in the race. They've continued that strong rhythm through the middle and converted that to a fast sprint. Second place still sitting with Auckland University. Third place at the moment sitting with Waikato, but you're starting to see Canterbury University lift the rate. A great response by Waikato. But first across the line, it is going to be Otago University number 1, Naomi and Brooke. Well done, Otago University. Next across the line, it's a fast finishing Auckland. Auckland University is going to take second place. Waikato University are doing very well to hold off the challenges from Canterbury University number 2 to take third place across the line. Fourth place going to Canterbury number 2. Fifth across the line will be Victoria number 1. Very shortly we will go and join division number 2 of this same event.
I trust Milford with my KiwiSaver account. And Rowan New Zealand trusts them with the live stream.
And apparently it looks like Mike needs to trust someone to put him in the right direction. And you should trust Milford too. Change today to put you on the right track.
Make sure you head down to the National Beach Spits Championships.
A rewa
On the 25th of April.
ready to rumble.
Bounce.
This year the series has grown quite a lot. We've gone up to 6 events, pointing in now with national speed sprints, earmarked to be used for selection data for the World Champs.
Exciting stuff for beach sprints.
Bounce.
But it is the boys from Mount Albert in lane 1. They started their approach back to the beach. It's going to be a great weekend.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Make sure you enter
Coach, you
on.
always want to be a good observer of your athletes. The more you observe and understand your athletes, the better you can coach. Getting understanding of their well-being, their good days, their not so good days. This has allowed the coaches to see what their input is. Really good instant feedback. They're really enthusiastic. They're open to all our feedback, and I love the videos that they have to guide you to learn more. It's a professional outfit. Yeah.
There's much racing here today at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pairs is on its way. Of course, with such racing happening, quick turnaround of athletes and boats, we're about just a few minutes away from the start of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pair Oars. So all 5,000 of you that are sitting watching the stream have joined in today to skyrocket our numbers. Stay tuned, because we'll be within the next 5 minutes we'll be starting Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pairs before we get into our final hour of racing. Just backing into the blocks now. It is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pairs. And in lane 2, we've got Victoria University number 2. In lane 3, Otago University number 2. Alongside them, Otago University number 6. Alongside them, Otago University number 3. Then it will be Otago University number 4. In lane 7, Otago University number 5. And in lane 8, Canterbury University number 3. So all crews just backing into the blocks now. Just about to get attached to their starters. So plenty of Otago crews in here. Victoria University as well as Canterbury University. So 5 Otago University crews. Something wrong with that Otago boat? Yeah. Because I've purposely put themselves there. We're moments away from the start of Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pair Oars. I can tell you that the winners of Division 1 were Otago University, Brooke and Naomi, in a time of 7:57. Second place was Auckland University in 8:08, and third was Waikato University in 8:15. So these crews in Division 2 will be looking for a time to rival them. We can see that one of the crews isn't quite attached just yet, and have no word as of yet what is going on there. So let's just run through the rest of the day though. After this we'll get into the Men's Championship Cox Quadruple Sculls before the Men's University Novice Coxed 8. And if the Women's University Novice Coxed 8 race earlier today was anything to go by, the men's race will be just as interesting, I hope. Then we'll get into the Men's Varsity Coxless Pairs ahead of the Women's Championship Coxed quadruple sculls, and finally the men's university lightweight coxless pairs. So we can see a good close look there at the crew from Otago, Awatea and Ella, just getting helped out by an official there. So we've got fantastic volunteers at Karapiro rowing, and if you do have something that's loose on your boat or something like this that you notice on the way in, that you can talk to an official and help just to get it tightened. So I'm sure some small thing like this would have happened, and they've got it sorted so that we can all get away to a nice, clean, fair, clear race. This is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pair Oars. All crews now attached to the starters' hands and are poised and ready. Moments away from a start in Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pairs. We've got 5 Otago University crews, along with Victoria University number 2 and Canterbury University number 3. Really testing the limits of the zoom function of the drones today, aren't we? It's great though, love the close-up. And we're off. All crews getting away to a nice clean start here in Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pairs. The fastest starts coming from Otago number 2, Otago number 3, Otago number 5 and Canterbury number 3. So yes, there is many Otago crews, 5 crews in fact in this race. I will try to keep up with the correct numbers. I wish myself luck. But leading out at the moment, it would be Otago University number 2, Sasha van der Net and Jessica Rankin. They are half a length up over Otago number 3 and Otago number 5. Not much in it between those two. And then 4th place would be sitting with Canterbury number 3, very close between them and Otago number 4. Just ahead of Victoria number 2 and Otago number 6. So lovely conditions here on Lake Karapiro, which does certainly help steering in a boat like a coxless pair. As 2 crews get a little bit close there, Otago number 5 and Canterbury number 3 at the bottom of the screen, getting to know each other very well, but not too well. Keeping a little bit of distance, a little bit of daylight between them, which is what we like to see. In the lead though, no one near them, because they're so speedy, it's Sasha van der Net and Jessica Rankin of Otago University number 2. They've now got about a length lead over Otago University number 3's Imogen Worrell and Bella Borenson. So those are the top 2 crews in Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Coxless Pair Oars. Division 1 was won by Otago University number 1 in a time of 7:57. These crews here will be looking to rival that. As we get a good look at Otago number 2, Sasha and Jessica, to really see what makes them row so well. And as they move through that first 500 metre marker with about a length and a half lead over Otago University number 3, I'm going to suggest it's their cool heads and calm demeanour as well as experience rowing with each other that makes this crew work so well. Second place sitting with Otago University number 3, just ahead of Otago University number 5. So Otago University have got a strong program of rowing. Of course, last year they did win the Ashes Trophy, which is for the university that produces the most points overall in this regatta. And we can have a little look at how we're doing at the moment. And at the moment on the Ashes Trophy, 7th place would be sitting with Lincoln University, 6th place with Victoria University, 5th with Auckland University of Technology, 4th would be Waikato University, 3rd with 37 points, Auckland University, 2nd with 52 points, Canterbury University, and currently in the lead with 136 points, it's Otago University. So they are certainly looking to retain the title for another year. This is Division 2 of the Women's Varsity Cox's Peors being led by Otago University number 2. Second place sitting with Otago University number 3. Just ahead of Otago University number 4, Otago University number 5, and Canterbury University number 3. And then we'd be going back to Otago University number 6 and Victoria University number 2. So we're seeing plenty of blue and gold on the racetrack today at Lake Karapiro. The unmistakable, brilliantly bright colours of Otago University. One of the stronger rowing programs of the modern era of New Zealand university rowing. Otago University number 3, Imogen Worrell and Bella Borenson holding on to second place as they move through the 1K marker. Their teammates, Otago University number 2, are in the lead, and they are sitting just ahead of their other teammates, Otago University number 4, who sit in third place. Although Otago University number 4, Isabella Davies and Ali King are just starting to lift the rate a little bit and edge a little bit closer. So we're going to have a good race between Otago and Otago for first, second, third, and Otago for fourth in the closing stages of this race. Fifth place still sitting firmly with Canterbury number 3 before we head to Otago number 6 and Victoria University number 2. They're into their third 500, the 500 metres, where you want to have a good bit of strength and power that you can build from and use that momentum as you run into your final sprint. And of course, in the boat, like the pair, where you really need to be nice and in sync with your partner, this is a great 500 metres where you can work on your timing, the catch and the finish, how you squeeze on the drive, allow the boat to run. If you really sync up all aspects of the rowing stroke, it is only going to help your cause when you get to the hectic sprint at the end. And the crew certainly running away with it at the moment would be Otago number 2, Sasha Vandernet and Jessica Rankin. They'll be looking to rival their teammates who won Division 1 of the same event, Brooke and Naomi, and they won that in a time of 7:57. We are starting to see a little ripple just move across the second half of the course, a slight head crosswind, but not too much to interfere with the cruise. Of course, being an outdoor sport, you've always got to deal with what nature gives you. And all these crews are doing very well with the stunning conditions here at Lake Karapiro. Just about to enter the final 500 metres, it is our race leaders, Otago University number 2, Division 2 of the women's varsity coxless pairs. So they've just entered that final 500 metres. The second place would be sitting with Otago number 3, just ahead of Otago number 4. Fourth place now sitting with Canterbury number 3. They'll push ahead of Otago number 5, who are now in 5th place. And then we'd be going to Otago number 6 and Victoria number 2. Final 500 metres where you really start to lift the rate a little bit, try to increase your boat speed, ready for a good sprint into the final 250. A good showing coming from Otago number 3 as they just push a little bit more ahead of Otago number 4, but there's still only half a boat length between them. Fourth place sitting with Canterbury number 3 before we go to Otago number 5, Otago number 6 and Victoria number 2. The amount of crews from Otago University in this race just show you the force their program has. And that is why they're currently leading the overall points trophy. Into the final 200 metres of the second division of the women's varsity coxless pair. Our leaders, Sasha and Jessica from Otago University, have led this race from the early stages and just worked well together through the middle to ensure they can race strong into the finish. Great to see the supporters down on the lake banks of Karapiro. See the very prominent supporters from Victoria University ready to cheer on their pair as they come down towards the finish line. But inside the final 80 metres, it is Otago University number 2, looking to rival the time of their teammates Otago University number 1, who won Division 1 of this event. They're going to cross the line first. Well done to Sasha and Jessica. Entering the final 100 metres now is Otago University 3 and 4, who are battling it out for second and third. Second still currently sitting with Otago number 3, but Otago number 4 lifting the rate and challenging as Otago number 3 inch a little bit closer towards them and the finish line. Both, there's no doubt about it though, it'll certainly be Otago that'll cross the line next, and it is going to be Otago number 3 just ahead of Otago number 4. Before we head back to Canterbury University number 3, Otago number 5, Otago number 6, and Victoria University number 2. And let's not forget the MVPs of the day. It'll be the supporters of all of these crews. Just crossing the line now will be Otago University number 5, before Otago University number 6. Division 2 is the women's varsity coxless field. As Victoria down on the inside line, crosses the line shortly. We will be heading back up the lake for the men's championship coxed quadruple sculls. Quite a novelty to be in a coxed squad. In this race, in lane 1, we've got Waikato University number 1. In lane 2, Otago University number 1. In lane 3, Otago University number 2. There will be no crew in lane 4. In lane 5, we've got Canterbury University number 3. Lane 6, Lincoln University number 1. Lane 7, Canterbury University number 2. And lane 8, Canterbury University number 1. This is the men's championship coxed quadruple sculls. Now, many of these rowers through the club season would race in coxless quads, which get off the line a little bit faster. But with the extra weight of the coxswain, but also the extra expertise and coach on board, once they get up and running, they'll be hard to stop. As they enter the final 500 metres, in the lead it is Canterbury University number 1, crossing our Milford boy first, a length ahead of Lincoln University number 1, sitting in second, and then it'll be close between Canterbury University number 2 and Otago University number 1 for third place. At this stage in the race. Waikato number 1 travelling well as well. So in the lead though is Canterbury University number 1. That'll be Jimmy Middleditch, Lewis Meets, Charlie Manser, Sam Wilson, and their coxswain Annabelle Wynne Williams. So they are travelling well inside the final 500 metres. A good sprint coming from the Lincoln University crew of Peo O'Sullivan, Freddie Eadie, Luke Tompkins, Matthew O'Meara, and the coxswain George McIntosh, as you see them lift the rate as both crews enter the final 250 metres. Then it'll be a good battle now happening between Otago University number 1 for third place with the likes of Waikato University number 1 and Canterbury University number 2. So all three of those really sprinting for the line. A little bit of momentum sitting with Waikato University number 1, but it's Otago University number 1 that have the upper hand. But into the final 100 metres we go with Canterbury University number 1, Jimmy, Lewis, Charlie, Sam, and their coxswain Annabelle. They are charging towards the finish line. Second place sitting with Lincoln. Third place sitting with Otago number 1. But Waikato is really whipping it up towards the line. Waikato now lifting the rate there. Stroke Jamison really lifting it. But across the line first to take out the men's championship coxed quadruple sculls, it is going to be Canterbury University number 1. Well done, Canterbury. Second across the line, it'll be Lincoln number 1. And managing just to hold on there, it'll be Otago number 1. Just ahead of Waikato number 1. Then we're going to Canterbury number 2. Canterbury number 3 and Otago number 2. So great work from Jed, Toby, Luke and Finn and their coxswain Hamish. He's just too good from Otago to hold on to third place. Very shortly we'll be heading up the lake again for our next race. That'll be underway in about 1.5 minutes. That will be the men's university novice coxed 8. I'm very much looking forward to this race because the women's Novice 8s were quite an exciting race earlier today. The lead changed many times. If you're there on the spectator banks of the finish line, spot the birdie in the sky and give it a wave. There we go. This is the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset, and the team from Altitude HD. This is the Men's University Novice Coxed 8. We'll have 3 crews in this race. In lane 3, it'll be Otago University, number 1. In lane 4, Victoria and Massey University as a composite. And in lane 5, it'll be Auckland University. And in the lead, as they move through the second 500 metres, it is Otago University, number 1. Second place sitting with Auckland, and third place sitting with the Victoria and Massey composite. As they just move through the 750 metre marker. As these are novices, none of them have taken a stroke in a boat before the 1st of February this year. And I think they're doing very well, considering all of their timing is very great. So all blades going in the water at the exact same time, which is one of the key things we look for in a novice crew off the bat, especially with about 8 weeks maximum of training. All of these rowers are doing very well, and I'm sure this is just the beginning of their domestic rowing careers. The men's novice university Cox 8 being led by Otago University with about 3 boat lengths over the Auckland University crew, who have about 3 boat lengths over the Victoria and Massey University composite. All crews driving strong towards their 1K marker. And in this Victoria and Massey composite, we have got Alexander Dykov, Siobhan Herbert, Marianne Burton, Madeline Clem, Juliet Park, Margaret Black, Ryan Sanders, Maxim Makitov, and their coxswain Georgia Morris. Nice in-time rowing. In the Auckland University boat, we've got Soraya Hurrell, Mackenzie Fleet, Chenfei Lee, Bailey Wormsley, Charlie Harper, Mitchell Layton, Kate McLaren, Lara Pives, and their coxswain Angus Jackson. And leading out the Men's University Novice Coxed Eights, we've got Otago University's Ruben Kiss, Ben Liang, Jasmine Yanif Skelton, Shanta Shinzaki, Tag McKenna, Roxana BB Centre, Finlay Brenstrom, Nelson Hill, and their coxswain Sophie Kundal. They were all pushing well into the third 500 as a slight head breeze lifts here on Lake Karapiro. Now, although a headwind does sort of slow our times down a little bit, it is actually kind of nice in the way that it stabilises the boat. It's quite difficult for novices to row in a crosswind or a strong tailwind, but a little headwind like this actually helps create a bit of resistance for them to push into. So although it will slow down the time a little bit, it's not too much of a hassle that it's creating large waves. So it's just the perfect little amount of headwind for our novices today. You'll also notice that Karapiro throughout the day here, we've got in every direction of wind. Likes to keep us on our toes. And the novices are no different. They're going to begin their career in rowing. They may as well get used to the elements. Entering the final 500 metres, Otago University had a strong start, maintained it through the middle, and are stretching out their lead into the sprint portion of the race. Second place sitting with Auckland University. Third place sitting with the Victoria and Massey composites. This is the Men's University Novice Coxed Eights. And the eagle eye would have noticed there's a few women amongst the boats. And we do allow that to ensure a full 8 gets boated. Now, last year this event was won by Otago University, and it looks like they are going for a repeat today, looking to keep their hands on this title and show that they are bringing through new rowers with great power and gumption in the university rowing scene in New Zealand. So, entering the final 250 metres, Otago are leading the Men's University Novice Coxed Eights, ahead of Auckland and the Victoria and Massey composite. After this race, there will be only 5 races left to conclude the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championship. So we're really getting down to the business end of the racing. As we get a great close-up look there at the Otago University crew. Great teamwork, great timing, all only doing this sport so far for 8 weeks. And I'm sure they've caught the bug and they will carry on into the winter months down in Otago and hopefully look forwards to rowing in the club season come springtime. But into the final 100 metres they go, driving their boat towards the line, very expertly coxed by Sophie Kundal. Otago University take the win in the Men's University Novice Coxed Eights, retaining the title for another year. Great celebrations, much cheering here on the banks of Lake Karapiro. Entering the final 100 metres, it's Auckland University and the composite crew of Victoria and Massey Universities, sitting in second and third place, respectively. Again, all very new to the sport of rowing, and it's great to see that these new rowers have brought many new viewers to our live stream. We have more than tripled the viewers that we had at last year's New Zealand University Rowing Championships. as Auckland cross the line for the silver medal, and third place across the line, the Victoria and Massey composite. We have got 5 races to go in the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships, and those 5 races are the men's varsity coxless pair oars. There will be 3 divisions of that event. Yes, supporters, there we are. That's the kind of hype we're after. Auckland University. Great waves, that's what we're after too. Fantastic crowd engagement here on the banks of Lake Karapiro on this Easter Saturday, the day that has hosted the New Zealand University Rowing Champs since 1927. And I just realised that's 99 years. So next year, well, that'll be a big one, won't it? As we head up to the start, Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars will begin in about 2 minutes' time. We can see the final crews are just getting attached for Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars. There'll be 3 divisions of this event before we get into the women's championship coxed quadruple sculls and the men's university lightweight coxless pair oars to conclude the program for 2026. So we have got 7 crews on the start list and 7 crews in the starting blocks. This is Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars. In lane 1, we have got Victoria University number 1. In lane 2, Canterbury University number 1. Lane 3, Lincoln University number 2. Lane 4, Otago University number 1. Lane 5, Lincoln University number 1. Lane 6, Waikato University number 1. And Lane 7, Auckland University number 1. And they're off out of the blocks in Division 1 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars. Fast starts coming from the Waikato crew and the Otago number 1 crew, as well as Canterbury number 1. In the lead, 100 metres in, it's going to be Otago number 1, Yaya Ali and Fergus Meredith, by about half a canvas, maybe a few inches, over Waikato number 1 and Auckland number 1 now pulling up alongside them. Very fast start also from Canterbury number 1. So those are the 4 crews that are a length lead. Otago number 1, Canterbury number 1, Waikato number 1 and Auckland number 1 have about a length over Lincoln number 1, Lincoln number 2 and Victoria number 1. So this race quickly separating into 2 races within itself as they move through the first 250 metre marker. And it's now the crew from Waikato, Rion Ormsby Harris and Ethan Stein, that have just squeezed into the lead, about 2 feet ahead of Auckland number 1, Samuel Osborne and Nathan Kinney. Third place Oh, no, they're now third as we see Canterbury's Zachary Jenkins and Jake Burrows push up into second place. So there's going to be much tussling here between these pairs as they come down towards the finish line. Otago University now sitting in fourth place before we go to Lincoln and Victoria. So they're all approaching the end of the first 500 metres, which means they're just starting to focus on moving on to their race rhythm. Go through the 500 metre marker first. It is all together really. The Waikato and Canterbury number 1 crews kind of move through that marker together. Then it'll be Auckland number 1 and 3rd, Otago number 1 and 4th, before we go to Lincoln, Victoria and Lincoln. The second 500 is really want to get onto our race rhythm. This is Division 1. There'll be 3 divisions of this event, the men's varsity, coxed, pair oars. So all of these crews will be trying to make sure that they get a faster time than their teammates in Division 2 and 3. Canterbury University number 1, Zachary Jenkins and Jake Burrows just squeeze into the lead. They've got a nice calm rate, allowing them to get a good drive through the water. Once they get their blades firmly connected to that water, they do really push down, and that is what is helping them push into the lead, just ahead of Waikato number 1. So expertly getting onto their race rhythm is Zachary and Jake from Canterbury University. About half a boat length lead over Waikato number 1, who have about half a boat length lead now over Otago number 1, would be sitting in 3rd, and 4th place sitting with Auckland. These 4 crews clear water ahead of Lincoln, Victoria and Lincoln. As we get a great look at Yaya and Fergus from Otago University. Second place still sitting with Rion and Ethan from Waikato University. Hot on their heels though on the outside lane, it would be Auckland University's Samuel and Nathan. All crews just moving through that 1k marker, the halfway point. There's nothing in the lead between Canterbury and Waikato. There's only a few feet, and again there's nothing in it for 3rd and 4th between Otago and Auckland. The lead changing every stroke between those two. Before we head back to Lincoln, Victoria and Lincoln. Rowing well into this third 500 is Canterbury number 1. They've now got about a whole boat length lead over Waikato number 1. Starting to see Otago though lift the rate a little bit. Yaya just looks out of the boat, checks on where the crews are, and then makes a call to Fergus, and they both respond well, ensuring they keep their boat speed high. A pair is all about communication with your other oarsman. Now, that could be verbal, it could be telepathic. You know, you've got to work hard to be telepathic with your partner, but an experienced pair rower can feel the little changes from their partner and respond and react accordingly. And that's what all these pairs are doing so well. The lead being held by Canterbury University's Zachary and Jake. They now got a little bit of clear water over Waikato, who's firmly holding 2nd, Otago holding 3rd, Auckland holding 4th. Then we'll be going Lincoln 1, Victoria 1 and Lincoln 2. A great row here by the Canterbury University crew. They're just allowing their boat to run a little bit round the finish. They're not too quick to come forwards for the next stroke. They're ensuring their boat continues to run forwards. They minimise disruption before taking the next powerful stroke. And that is why they're going to enter the first 500 first. About 2 boat lengths up over Waikato University. So Canterbury leading very firmly as we row past the 1500 metre Milford buoy. Waikato University in 2nd and 3rd. Auckland's coming back. They move through the buoy together there, Auckland and Otago for 3rd and 4th. But there's momentum with that Auckland crew. So they're going to continue raising the speed in the latter stages of this race. Then we'll be going to Lincoln, Victoria and Lincoln. So there's no doubt about who's in the lead, Canterbury. And it is Canterbury who were the winners of this event in 2025. So Zachary and Jake here are looking to retain the title for their university. As we start to see Otago really lift the rate in response to the move by Auckland, which is making both Otago and Auckland get closer and closer to Waikato with every stroke, but Waikato still holding on to second place at this stage. All crews travelling very well as the leaders, Canterbury, into the final 250 metres. Second place sitting with Waikato. Third place back with Otago. But if Auckland gives a little sprint inside the final 250 like they did there entering the final 500, well, it's anyone's guess. This is what we like to see. Interesting racing, keeping us all on our toes, keeping us all interested. And that is why the viewers today have absolutely skyrocketed, and we're triple what we had at last year's New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Entering the final 100 metres, it's Canterbury University. Waikato University is currently sitting in second. We see Otago lift the rate to hold on to third ahead of Auckland University. But it's all about Canterbury's Zachary and Jake that had the lead easily by the 1K and have just continued to stretch away from them. Well done to Canterbury, retaining the title for another year in the men's varsity coxless pair as well, crossing the line first in Division 1. Anything actually could happen in Division 2. Next across the line, it's going to be Waikato, just ahead of Otago and Auckland. Then we'll be heading back to Lincoln number 1 and Victoria, who are very much locked in a battle for 5th and 6th ahead of Lincoln number 2. So inside the final 60 metres is that Lincoln and Victoria crews. We have got 2 more divisions for this event that we'll be bringing to you shortly. Division 2 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars. In lane 1, we've got Canterbury University number 3. There is no crew in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got Canterbury University number 2. In lane 4, we've got Otago University number 2. Lane 5, Otago University number 3. Lane 6, Auckland University number 2, as well as a very speedy duck. And in lane 7, it's Auckland University number 3. The lead is sitting with Auckland University number 2, Arthur Yeowood and Jackson Montenegro. They are in, actually might be Auckland number 3, Tom Lashout and Alex Fahey. So a good battle of the 2 Auckland crews there for the lead in Division 2. Auckland 3 just ahead of Auckland 2. And then it would be Canterbury number 2 sitting in 3rd place. That's Jake O'Sullivan and Bruno Dooley. A good battle between Otago number 3 and Otago number 2 for 4th and 5th. Nothing much between them before we head back to Otago number 3. So they're just moving through, about to move through the 1K marker, about to move through the 1K Milford Boy. And who's going to move through that 1K Milford Boy first? It's going to be the crew. Yep, it's going to be Auckland number 3, just ahead of Auckland number 2, and then Canterbury number 3. Only half a boat length between those 3 crews. And then it will be Otago number 3 in 4th, and Otago number 2 in 5th, before we come to the inside crew, Canterbury number 3. So all crews got off to a nice clean start and are driving well into this third 500. This will be the third 500 that shakes them all out, separates the crews a little bit, is what we tend to see in the third 500. But it certainly is Auckland number 3, Tom the Shout and Alex Fahey that are in the lead. Now about 2/3 of a boat length over Auckland 2 and Canterbury number 2. Canterbury number 2, Jake O'Sullivan and Bruno Dooley, with a good bit of momentum behind them. Now just inching away from the rest of the field, really making their mark on 2nd place in Division 2 of this event. 3rd place sitting with Auckland number 2, just ahead of Otago number 3, Otago number 2, and Canterbury number 3. I can't tell you that division number 1 was won by Canterbury in a time of 7:26. So will these pairs be able to rival that time? This is division 2 of the men's varsity coxless pairs. Really strong second kilometre from Auckland University number 3 and Canterbury University number 2, as they are firmly first and second, a length each between them. But a strong push coming from Blake Campbell and Jack Clark of Otago University number 3 as they just squeeze into third place. Fourth place now sitting with Auckland number 2, fifth Otago 2, and then we'll go to Canterbury number 3 as they move through the 1500 metre Milford Boy. Certainly is Otago University number 3 that are just pushed into third there. Otago University number 2 sitting in fifth. Auckland number 2 in fourth. But leading, of course, is Auckland number 3. Canterbury number 2 had a very brave effort through the 1K marker to ensure they push away and into second place. Just a length down off this Auckland number 3 crew, Tom Leshout and Alex Fahey, that are rowing nicely together. Just keeping an eye on their competition. They're rowing quite close to the buoy line there, but not too phased, as they expertly place their blades in behind and fire their boat past their oars. Our leaders here, Auckland number 3, Tom Leshout and Alex Fahey, are just entering the final 200 metres. A lovely goldfish hat that Alex Fahey in the stroke is wearing there. And I like to think is probably giving him free speed. I think there are sort of large goldfish here in Lake Karapiro, but earlier today I did see a keen fisherman whip out a trout, would you believe it or not. A very nice looking trout for dinner. So, next year, team, make sure you bring your rods and reels. Into the final 100 metres we go for Division 2 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars, being led beautifully by Auckland number 3. And Canterbury number 2 sitting in second, but they are having a fast finish. Otago number 3 holding on to third, just ahead of Auckland number 2. But it's all on now. The sprints are off. They're into the final stages, lifting the rate. Really making sure they do their best performance at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. Auckland University number 3 get line honours in Division 2 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars. Next across the line is Canterbury number 2, just ahead of Otago number 3, Auckland number 2, Otago number 2, and Canterbury number 3. There is one more division left of this event before we get into the final 2 races of the day, which will be the Women's Championship Coxed Quadruple Sculls and the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pair Oars. So 3 races to go. The results are in from Division 2 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars, and what a speedy race that was from Auckland University's Alex Fahey and Tom Leshout. They got a time of 7:35.20, which puts them just ahead of Otago University, who got the 3rd place in Division 1. They finished in a time of 7:35.53. So the times certainly do matter here at the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Got a race for the line always in all divisions. Very shortly, we will catch up with Division 3 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars before we move into our final two races of the day, the women's championship coxed quadruple sculls and the men's university lightweight coxless pairs. Division 3 of the men's varsity coxless pairs has just entered the final 500 metres. And in Division 3, the men's varsity coxless pairs, in Lane 2, we've got Otago University number 5. In Lane 3, Canterbury University number 4. In Lane 4, Otago University number 4. In Lane 6, Canterbury University number 6. And in Lane 7, Canterbury University number 5. In the lead, it would be Canterbury University number 4, George Kinder and Lewis Upton. They have about half boat length lead over Otago number 5. And then we'd be going to Canterbury number 5, Canterbury number 6 and Otago number 4. That is how they are travelling into this final 500 metres. So good clean rowing there from our leaders from Canterbury, George and Lewis. They are just got a length now over Otago's William and Stewart. Otago, though, William Curry and Stuart Isbister are just starting to lift the rate to really drive towards the finish line inside the final 200 metres for these two crews. Third place still sitting with Canterbury number 5, Canterbury number 6, and then Otago number 4. So great depth and strength within the rowing programs of our two South Island forces to be reckoned with, Canterbury University and Otago University. Entering the final 100 metres, Division 3 men's varsity coxless pair oars. It's being led by Canterbury University number 4. They've got a little bit of clear water over Otago University number 5. As we come down to the finish line, Canterbury University number 4 will take line honours. Well done, George and Louis. And then next across the line is going to be Otago number 5, William and Stewart. Then we will be going to Canterbury number 5, Cameron Abel and Theodore Thomas. Ahead of Canterbury number 6, Lachlan Matla and Ben Welch. And Otago number 4, Liam Kirkland and Ethan Green. To complete the field in Division 2 of the men's varsity coxless pair oars, we have got 2 races remaining. That will be the women's championship coxed quadruple sculls and the men's university lightweight coxless pair oars. Second to last race of the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Shaping up to be a good one. It's the Women's Championship at coxed quadruple sculls. In Lane 2, we've got Otago University number 4. Lane 3, Otago University number 2. Lane 4, Otago University number 3. Lane 5, Waikato University number 1. Lane 6, Otago University number 1. And Lane 7, Canterbury University number 1. They are firmly pushing into the second 500, and it would be Otago University number 1 that is in the lead, about a canvas ahead of Waikato University number 1. Third place sitting with Canterbury University number 1, and then would be going to Otago 2, 3 and 4. In the lead, Otago University 1, that is Naomi Robinson, Mila van Riesenberg, Olivia Piebanger, Millie Scott and Fred Phillips, their coxswain. Bit of pressure being put on them by Waikato University's Ashley Pryor, Jenna Lee McGrath, Amelia Burrell, Sasha Robinson and their coxswain Annabelle Scott. Those two crews moving together with about a canvas between them. Nice high rates as we expect to see from quadruple sculls. Coxed, of course, so the coxswain in charge of the steering as well as the race plan. I'm sure all of these rowers have done plenty of racing today and will appreciate having the mental break from steering and the race plan that the coxswain, having coxswain on board, holds. As we see, a good squeeze there from the Waikato crew It's now Otago and Waikato tied for the lead. Stroke for stroke, bow ball for bow ball. So Waikato University, a bit of momentum as they approach the 1K marker. But Otago University, that got off to a strong start, is not relinquishing the lead just yet as we move through our 1K Milford boys. Third place is sitting with Canterbury University, number 1, before we go to Otago 2, 3 and 4. Waikato now just squeezing into the lead. Waikato University is now leading out the Women's Championship coxed quadruple sculls for 2026. This event was won by Otago University in 2025. Waikato University is certainly trying to flip that result. Now half a boat length up. Nice high rate, the stroke there, Sasha Robinson is maintaining for her crew to ensure they do stay ahead. Second place is sitting with Otago. Third place is sitting with Canterbury before we go to Otago 2, 3 and 4. Strong third 500s coming from all crews. Just that little bit of a slide head breeze. It is an outdoor sport after all. You've got to be able to race in all conditions. Do your best. However and whatever the world throws at you, and that's what all these crews are doing. Waikato in the lead by about a third of a boat length. They're just maintaining it. Great response always coming from the Otago University crew within sprinting distance. So it'll be interesting to see what happens inside the final 500 metres. Will Waikato maintain the lead, or will Otago squeeze up? Third place still sitting with Canterbury number 1, but Otago number 2 getting ever closer. Otago number 3 and 4 sitting in 5th and 6th. This is the Women's Championship coxed quadruple sculls. Thanks for sticking with us all day. This is the second to last race. As we approach the final 500 metres, the Waikato University crew are in the lead by 3/4 of a boat length. So a firm push, firm entry to their final sprint there by Waikato University. Second place sitting with Otago. Third still sitting with Canterbury, but Otago number 2 are starting to lift the rate as we get a great wraparound look at the Waikato University crew. There, Coxon Annabelle Scott tucked in the bow there. Otago University starting to lift it for a sprint. A very strong middle K came from this Waikato crew that just inched them into the lead here, but Otago is really responding well. It still is advantage Waikato, but with 400 metres left, anything can happen. Great coxing there by the Otago coxswain, Fred Phillips, as he just checks out the competition. Waikato and calls another move to his crew, driving them forward. It is still advantage Waikato by 3/4 of a boat length over Otago. Then would be going to Canterbury and Otago number 2, quite close between those two crews for 3rd and 4th, ahead of Otago number 3 and Otago number 4. But inside the final 250 metres, our race leaders, Waikato and Otago, they got off to strong starts and have continued to battle the whole way down the course. Into the final stages, sprinting for the line. Otago looking to overturn to retain the title, but Waikato are pushing strongly into the final 100 metres. They want to get their names on their trophy, hands on the title of the Women's Championship coxed quadruple sculls for 2026. Nice clean rowing here from the Waikato crew, who of course do train on the beautiful waters of Lake Karapiro that we are racing on today. So coming down to the finish line to take the win in the Women's Championship coxed quadruple sculls will be Waikato University. Well done, Waikato. Second to Otago number 1. Third across the line inside the final 80 metres. It is Canterbury that has driven so well. Hot on their heels though, Otago number 2. So next across the line there, it is going to be Canterbury number 1. And 4th will go to Otago number 2 before we go to Otago number 3 and Otago University number 4. We have got one race to go. It will start in about 3 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Keep your eyes peeled and ready for the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pairs. And if you're on the bank, get ready to wave. Here's all our spectators. Let's say hello to Zoe. Let's get the waves in. Yeah, we've got the good smiles. That's what we're after. Big smiles. Yay, there's a wave. Yes. Oh, a Mexican wave there from the Lincoln crew. That's what we're about. Lincoln with the vibes. And we're just seeing the crews for the final race of the day, the men's university lightweight coxless pair, are just getting themselves into the starting blocks. So we will have 6 crews in this race, and you can see 3 are attached, 2 are just backing down, and the third, 6th and final crew was just making its way across to its lane. So we won't be far away from the start of this final race of the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Of course, our viewers here on the live stream have tripled this year, so it's great to see we've got all the supporters from around the world watching on. And this live stream wouldn't be possible without our live stream partners, Milford Asset, invested in you. So let's take a look at the crews that are in this race. The men's university lightweight coxless pair. In lane 2, we've got Otago University number 3. In lane 3, we've got Lincoln University number 1. In lane 4, Otago University number 1. Lane 5, Victoria University number 1. Lane 6, Waikato University number 1. And lane 7, Otago University number 1. As we get a great look at the finish line from the start line. So great look at all the crews there that are walking their boats back up to the boat park, de-rigging them, putting them on the trailer, ready to transport back to their universities. And that rowing club with prime location here on Lake Karapiro would be Cambridge Rowing Club. They also host schools like St. Peter's School and Cambridge High School, who would have competed at the recent Māori Regatta, the New Zealand Secondary School Rowing Championships, one of the many regattas, New Zealand Championship regattas that we here at the team at Altitude HD, with help of our live stream partners Milford Asset, live stream for you. There's one more regatta on the regatta calendar that will be live streamed at the end of this month, and that will be the New Zealand Beat Sprint Championships. But here today, we have the final race of the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. The men's university lightweight coxless pairs. They are sat in the starting box and they're off. Underway in the men's university lightweight coxless pairs. Fast starts coming from the outside crews, Otago number 2 and Waikato number 1, as well as Lincoln number 1. Hot on their heels, Otago number 1 and Otago number 3. So if you missed it in this race, we've got Otago number 3, Lincoln number 1, Otago number 1, Victoria number 1, Waikato number 1 and Otago number 2. The final race of the day here at Lake Karapiro. Fast starts leading out, it would be Otago number 2 and Lincoln number 1. Lincoln number 1 with about a half a boat length lead at the early stages of the men's university lightweight coxless pairs. So that's Jaden King and Quinn O'Sullivan. As well, actually now they'll just be in second as Otago number 2, Patrick Spillane and Angus Lowe push into the lead. But they're only in the lead by about 2 feet over Lincoln. Third place, it's very close between Otago number 1 and Waikato number 1. Fifth place, sitting with Otago number 3, just ahead of Victoria number 1. So they are in the stage of the race where they start to think about kicking on to end the final 500 before they push on to their race rhythm into the second 500. And it looks like we're going to have quite the interesting race on our hands. Otago number 2, Patrick Spillane and Angus Lowe with a very fast start. As we just see Angus there, just keep an eye on the competition, just flick his eyes across to ensure his moves are making his boat go faster with every stroke. Waikato number 1, Ethan Johnson and Dylan Cable, sitting in 3rd/4th with Otago number 1 at this present stage of the race. Victoria number 1 sitting in 6th. And here's Otago number 1's Jacob Harrison and Noah Visser that are battling it out with that Waikato crew for 3rd and 4th. Lincoln number 1, Jaden King and Quinn O'Sullivan, currently sitting in 2nd, but having a great race with Otago number 2 for the leading position. And at the top of the screens, you'll see Otago number 3, Henry Church and John Reddy. So all boats pushing firmly into the second 500, getting onto their race rhythm well. That is exactly the kind of race plan we want to execute. Lead being held firmly by Otago University number 2. A couple of clear links water over Lincoln number 1, who is sitting in 2nd, only a canvas ahead of Otago number 1. So firm push there by Otago number 1, sitting in 3rd place. 4th place sitting with Waikato. Before we go get to Otago number 3 and Victoria number 1. This is the final race of the day of the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Our viewership tripled this year. Great row here from Otago University number 2, Patrick Spillane and Angus Lowe. You see, they're keeping their rate nice and high, ensuring they get plenty of strokes in. And this being a lightweight event, you'll often see the lightweights like to keep the rate high compared to the heavyweights. It's just they tend to be quite fit. And as we move through the 1K marker, we're just about to go through the 1K Milford boy. And it is going to be Otago number 2 that moved through their boy first by about 2 boat lengths ahead of Lincoln University sitting in 2nd. But keep an eye on Otago number 1. They got a bit of momentum behind them. Waikato number 1 pushing up as well, currently holding on to 4th ahead of Otago number 3 and Victoria number 1. So great push there from Otago number 1. Still sitting in 3rd, Lincoln sitting in 2nd, but Otago number 1 is just starting to pull up next to them. So a firm 3rd 500 that's going to roll the Otago number 1 crew into a good sprint, no doubt. But of course, Jaden and Quinn from Lincoln, I'm sure, will bring it back. This is the final race of the day, the Men's University Lightweight Coxless Pair Oars. This event was won by Canterbury in 2025, and we're going to have new title holders this year. Otago University holding on to 1st and 2nd place at this stage in the race. Backwards hat always is a little bit of free speed. I think, there. As we get a great look at the Waikato University crew of Ethan Johnson and Dylan Cable. So all boats travelling firmly into the third 500. Otago University number 1 holding on now to second place, just ahead of Lincoln University number 1 sitting in third. But there's only a few feet between these boats, so we've got a great battle here in the lightweight coxless pair oars. Of course, lightweight's no longer an event at the Olympics. You'll still find it at the wider World Championships and the University Championships. That's why it's no longer on the program at the New Zealand Club Champs. But it's great to have such a variety of events here at the University Rowing Championships. Moving into the final 500 metres, it is Otago number 2 that are holding on to the lead. It's Lincoln number 1 that are pushed back into second. Great response there. Otago number 1 in third, but there's only half a canvas between those two crews. Fourth place sitting with Waikato before we go to Otago 3 and Victoria number 1. So I'm sure with the final sprints, anything can happen between Lincoln number 1 and Otago number 1 for second and third. But I'd like to think the crew on board Otago number 2, Patrick and Angus, have got this race all summoned up. They certainly got off to a clean start. A good push through the middle has maintained a strong boat speed for them, and ensured that they are leading this race inside the final 300 metres. Lincoln University holding on to second, but Otago number 1 has lifted the rate again, and they're really trying to bring it back for this final race of the day as we whip around Otago University number 2. They are in the lead, but really fantastic work there from Lincoln number 1, increasing their rate and just pushing away again to now be half a boat length up over Otago number 1. They really want their names on a silver medal. They want to split the Otago crews on the podium. This is the final race of the day of the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Championships. Coming down into the final 100 metres, Otago number 2, they got away to a fast start and just did their race in the middle of the race, held their nerve to get good boat speed, are leading this race, entering the final 100 metres first. Lincoln, that have had a really strong push into the final 500 metres, are holding on to the silver medal position. Otago number 1 sitting in third. A fast finishing Waikato crew could upset them. But with 30 metres left to travel, going to take the win and line honours, the Men's University Lightweight Cox's Peors. It is going to be Otago number 2. Well done, Patrick and Angus. Next across the line, it's going to be Lincoln University. And then third place to Otago University's Jacob and Noah, ahead of Waikato University, Otago University number 3, and Victoria University number 1. That concludes the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. A big thank you to our volunteers at Karapiro Rowing. We couldn't run such a fantastic regatta without them. And here's a great example of two of our volunteers. We need boat drivers, we need umpires for every race. We also need many people to run the software of the regatta, answer everyone's questions, problems, help with crew changes. We also all need to be fed, so thank you to the men and women in the kitchen who keep us all fed and running during the day. Great racing, of course, brought to you by all the fantastic athletes that got out there and got involved in such a fantastic sport in the first couple of weeks of the university year, and their coaches and managers that helped get them all to this point. And this fantastic live stream is brought to you by our live stream partners, Milford Asset, invested in you. The next New Zealand Championship event that we will live stream at the end of this month over Anzac weekend will be the Beach Sprint Championship. So keep an eye on all the usual channels for that racing, because it is going to be exciting. This has been the 2026 New Zealand University Rowing Champs. I'm Meg Glenn, and I look forward to seeing you at our next live streamed event. Until we get the medal ceremonies underway. Many to get through. Much fast racing today.